tell you good night. 'Cause I'll find no better one. Yeah. Susceptible now. Before the moment flies. Ooh. So tell you good night. 'Cause I'll find no better one. Susceptible now. Before the moment flies. It's not a problem. No. 'Cause I know what I'm getting into. Yes. Yeah. And nothing can stop me. No. 'Cause I'm addicted to what you and I realize. Lead the way. I follow. No need to say where we are heading now, babe. I follow.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Evelyn. I'm here to introduce you to a new level of entertainment. The stars have aligned, connecting Brooklyn, New York, Sacramento, California, and Atlanta, Georgia. The team. Introducing Flatbush, Brooklyn's finest, the boss, Chef Choupino. Hailing from Sacramento, California, is Andrea Lynch. From the dirty South Atlanta, Georgia, is your boy, Victor Freeze Music, or just Vic.
Club phone jump, it's the weekend. Dream come true with the big friends. Hitting on doors, that's a defense. Rolling with all, that's an offense. Hit me, chain, Jew, let me peach in. With a bull shaking to my maybe drop pins. Today on buy, and I say, today on buy, you the kid play, baby, tell me what you want. Julian, well, I know you need fun. Ever since remember we been knocking at the door. Y'all been moving paper, we be running up the school. Y'all before that pillar, we was sleeping on the floor. West side Africa, you know the shit. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Profit, baby. Come roll with me. As times relax, my mind's relaxed. I got now from who got next. Here's my number, just send a text. You got a man and she responds, nah. Okay, sure enough, I'ma let you go, don't wanna hold you up. I'ma call your phone when I put it up. Whoever let you go must be them as far. Wait far, girl you so fine, I pay for. Fly you first class to the lake for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Because I don't care what you say. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. What the hell I killed it? Night long. This the part where you get your girl, nigga. Make sure she focus, nigga. Make sure you focus, nigga. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, hit it. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. That's a hit for your ass, nigga. Hit for your ass, nigga. Prophet the One. Follow me on all Instagram sites, PROPHETTHEONE. That's Prophet the One in case you couldn't spell. But if you could, you already got it. Like Prophet like God, and then duh like duh, nigga. And then one like nigga, I'm the motherfucking one, nigga. You can't miss it. Follow me now. Yeah, what the camera was. Let me talk to you. Yo, man. Is the first file on the break? The first file, that's it. Yeah, man.
They got light right here, bro. Set the light, bro. Let the light shine right here.
Yeah, sir.
Damn, I gotta do this again. Yeah. It's your boy, Chef Shapeezy in the spot. What's going on? I got a little sweat action going on. Don't mind me. had some spicy African food, and it's good, y'all. We here, and I'm happy. Why? Because it's been a minute. Our brother Vic is one of the hardest working people on the YouTube streets and in the real world streets. So we able to bring back another installment of The Team Presents. What's going on, y'all? Before we continue, can I get a one in the chat just to let me know my levels are okay? Please, let me know my sound is right before I continue. There we go. Thank you, Andrea. So, I don't got no jewelry on. Oh, well, don't worry. Yeah, man, it's another day. I'm glad to be in the spot with you guys. I'm very happy to be in the spot with you guys today. You see what today's episode is about. It's going to be a good one. Not code switching. You see what I did there? Dress code switching. And it's something that we're going to have a great discussion about today. But of course, you don't want to just hear me by myself. You don't want to hear me by myself. You want to hear from some other folks as well. Let me get a thumbs up from my team if y'all ready to rock. Bang, bang. All right. So we're going to bring in the first lady of the team of the Chef Choupino channel, who's a star in her own right, who's tearing up these YouTube streets right now. 300 subscribers in less than a week, 2 weeks. Fire. Her name is Andrea Lynch. Hey. What's going on? You on mute.
I'm on my mute. Can you hear me?
Oh, then you low as hell.
Okay.
You got to make sure you look where your microphone is, because you super low.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Yes,
Okay.
I can. All right. On one second.
My shirt, it says grandmother on it. My shirt says grandmother on it.
Oh, you got to stand up a little bit. Let them see. Whoa, sit back down. That don't look like a granny shirt.
It's a low cut shirt, but don't let a granny shirt.
All right, it's a different kind of grandma shirt.
Granny shirt.
Right. Look at that. You just froze for a second. That's perfect, because we finna bring. It wasn't you. Okay. It was this guy. Victor Freeze Music. My dude, look at that smile, y'all. Look at him, boy. He ain't got time to get up. You on mute. You doing chef style. What it do, big fan?
I didn't want you to feel left out.
Yo, I'm just confused. I'm just looking at them two ninjas behind you that look like they finna rob you, son.
Nah, they with me.
Okay. Cool. They both look like they got their hands in your pocket. Right. What's good, both of y'all? Texting the lady, what's good?
I'm good. I've been resting all day today. I didn't do shit but hang out with my grandson all day.
Man, y'all, that kid is beautiful, man. That kid is beautiful.
Bless his heart.
Yo, he's that kid that you wanna where you see him and I would just hold him like this, and then just be playing with his little toes, and then put my finger in his hand just for them to do that, just watching the innocence. Yeah, they're just seeing the innocence, understanding that whoever your creator is, our creator put together a magical, wondrous formula to create a beautiful life. And this is before society and the ills of society and nurture and all of the stuff that goes on has an impact on them. And you just see them in their most innocent state. It's something that warms you. It's something that changes you. Holding a baby. Remember in the prisons and in the hospices and some of the old folks' homes, remember they would bring pets. They would bring pets to them. Why? Because they did not have the trust, and honesty matrix as human beings. They were just simple, innocent, and just the people, the inmates playing with the animals, the old folks playing with the animals, it created a level of calm. And I think that's the same type of calm that new children bring to us.
Yeah.
That new children bring to us. So you blessed, man. I can't say I'm hating on you because I got enough children, right? But and I couldn't use hate when it comes to such a blessing. But yeah, man, you got it good, lady.
He is such a blessing. I hung out with him all day today. I fed him. I changed him. Mommy just loves him. I just love the smell of him. And he's still peeing on me, okay? But I just love.
Hey, I remember when you talked about the 25-year-old Andrea. You was into that, right?
What? The 25-year-old
Andrea?
Don't answer that. Don't answer that.
Okay, I haven't even played with you today.
I'm gonna need you to catch up here, yo. Come on, Andrea.
I did have.
I told you. Look, I told you that's how I test to see if you're paying attention. I say some bullshit, and then I see your response. You all right? You with us?
Yeah, I'm here. Thanks, Big, for helping.
You with us on that third rock from the sun?
I feel good to have you back up in here with me. Okay.
All right. Cool. So yeah, that's a beautiful thing. And it's funny though when we made that joke about your granny shirt, right? So just want to let y'all know as well. I'm gonna put the link in the chat. I want everybody to go over and subscribe to Andrea's Only Grannies page. All right.
I know Only Grannies is like
Only Grannies page.
Not you, Dad. I mean?
She gonna show y'all the proper way to fold granny panties. She gonna teach you how to properly utilize that, the red hot water bottle that grannies used to have. Remember that little red one that we thought was a hot water bottle? We thought it was, me and my little cousin thought it was a balloon. A little granny, it was like that pinkish red square water bottle thing.
Showing your age now.
We thought it was something that she used to water the plants or something. Because we used it like water gun, fill it up with water, and it had a little hose, and then running and squeezing it under the arm. The only thing is that the water was shooting out from all sides. Sorry. That's just the inappropriate me. So I see this chat lighting up. So let me send some love in here. Y'all know about them granny hot water bottles. Yeah. Hey, it's nothing like a fresh granny, I guess, eh? Yeah. I'm glad, man. Got the homie back in the spot tonight. You know what I'm saying? So let's send this love. Ty, red lipstick vibes. What's good? What up? Mika, Marcel, A1 Day One in the spot. Of course, Andre is going to be in there. Miss Coco BX, thank you for your contribution to our discipline episode. It was discipline, right? Yeah.
I thought it was dress code switching.
No, I said I thanked her for participating.
Oh, you're right. My bad.
It was Yeah. Come on, third rock from the sun. We right here. You might be at Mars right now. I need you to jump over. All right. Come on, yo. But thank you for your participation, Ms. Coco BX. I appreciate you. I appreciate your level of honesty that you brought to the table as well, and what you shared, and your ability to say, you know what, I may have been doing things the wrong way, but at least that's a start, right? So I appreciate you. I appreciate your honesty. Edith Baker. Hey, she look way better than Edith Bunker. Do you get what I did there?
Yeah.
Hey, Archie. Hey, Archie. Yes. By the way, Glenn Miller plays songs that make the hit parade. Yeah, yo. Used to watch that. Can anybody tell me what show, not anybody on the panel? Let me see. I'm going to send a $5 super chat or $5 cash app to the first person to tell me what was the show, the biggest show that was a spinoff from All in the Family. All right. Don't even say it. Let's see. You're gonna keep it going, Andrea, Mika. Oh, thank you. Thank you. You know, I try to make the thumbnails fit and try to make the intros fit. You know, of course, we're talking about inappropriate dress at school. And for the intro that I did for the commercial I did for TikTok and IG and Facebook, I actually had My Humps by Black Eyed Peas, Black Eyed Peas playing. You know, my hump, my
Lovely.
lovely lady. Yeah.
Okay.
Death Mage Javon was good. Thank you for coming through. I appreciate you. Who else? And if you guys see me not looking directly at the camera, it's because my laptop is actually below. I'm gonna get a little stand to bring it up because it does look like I'm looking down. All right. And because of the way my eyes work, sometimes it looks like I'm sleeping. Let's keep it going. Hey, Sophia in the spot. Thank you for dropping by. Thanks for dropping by. We got the hey, Blizzy Black TV in the spot. My guy. Who else? I said Miss Todd, Red Lipstick Vibes. We got Dawn, the other A1 Day One. I haven't seen Quantum Love Metaphysician yet, but I know. Hasn't always peed on here and nobody else. You've been chosen. He has discernment. All right. Okay, laughing. I'm a little delayed, so I must have been doing something dumb. Hey, there she goes. She gave the answer.
The Jeffersons.
The Jeffersons.
Mm-hmm.
The Jeffersons was a spinoff of All in the Family. Yes, yep. George and Wheezy actually first appeared on that show.
George and Wheezy and Florence was their lead.
Yep. The Jeffersons. They actually appeared on the last 2 seasons of All in the Family. And that was the producer's way to kind of introduce them as characters, to kind of introduce them as characters to the people so that it would be easier transition to get folks over from that show. All right, Coco PX. Yep.
Mixed couple was the Willises. The next door neighbor was the Willises.
That was on the Jeffersons.
Yes.
Remember, that was on the Jeffersons. All in the Family, they lived in Queens, right? And the Jeffersons were their next door neighbors. Then the Jeffersons ended up, George's his dry cleaning business took off. It shot through the roof, and that's why when you watch at the beginning, they're moving from Queens into a high-rise apartment in Manhattan. In the city, right? They didn't. That's what was the whole thing. They lived in a high-rise condo luxury joint in Manhattan, which is New York City. So moving on up to the east side to a deluxe apartment in the sky. Yeah. So
you would know all these songs, wouldn't you?
Hey,
yeah.
Just for the record,
they finally got a piece of the pie.
Hey.
You would know all these songs, okay?
Beans don't burn on the grill.
What use your background, you don't know that. Okay.
Come on. Andrea's part Swedish. Go ahead.
Just for the record, anybody who has seen me put the cash tag before Victor Freeze music, that was a direct way to contribute to me if you wanted to. That is no longer an option. Someone has claimed my identity. Apparently that's a thing now. So watch yourself on the Cash App and putting your Cash App on these streams, because folks is out here is thirsty and they hungry. So don't send no more money over there. That's cool. But I appreciate anybody who was trying to show love. I appreciate you, but don't send nothing else over there.
Wow.
Understood. Because I know when I went over there, I was like, yo, son, there's 2. I'm like, I'm trying to say this. It says 2 of y'all. I'm like, that was weird. But anyway. Hey, big bro. Rudy
Okay.
Thompson in the spot. Uncle Rudy, aka Mr. Fingers. Welcome back, bro. Welcome back. Yeah, folks being evil and desperate. Hunger does things to folks, Sophia. Hunger, not just hunger, living or thinking outside of your means puts you in a position where he'll do things to get stuff that you don't even need, but we have to be vigilant. We have to be vigilant.
Yeah.
Right. So today we're going to talk. I'm not going to lie. There was something that pissed me off. There was something that really pissed me off, and it really bothered me. So what I want to do is show it to you guys. We're not going to go into that one right now, but I want to show it to you guys because I think it's important. So hold on. Yeah. Y'all see it. You guys see it.
Yeah.
This sister went to pick up her daughter from elementary school. Now, for the record, she went to an elementary school. But if you look at the child, what grade does that child look like she's in?
Look like she's in first or kindergarten.
She don't look like she's first grade. That looks like kindy. That looks like kindergarten.
I say give and take.
All right.
Small enough.
So we're going to talk about these issues. We're going to talk about this. So for one, what I'd like to do is get our chat to put a 1 in the chat if what she's wearing is inappropriate, or put a 2 in the chat if you think what she's wearing is innocuous or harmless. 1 in the chat if it's inappropriate, 2 in the chat if what she's wearing is harmless. I'd like to get some participation from you folks.
You move that butt curtain so I can see how bad it is.
I'm gonna help you out.
Yep. Just as I presume.
Okay. Yes. There's no mistake.
Glasses off.
Okay. Too. If that hair wasn't there, it would have classified as a money shot. All right. So yeah. Okay. I see 1. Andrea, Miss Coco BX 1. Red Lipstick said 1. Sophia said 1. Edith 1. Mika 1. Rudy 1. Ooh. Wow. I guess this is an echo chamber. Question for you before I continue, because can you hear a noise in my background?
No.
Okay, cool. You got Poochie, my neighbor. He got the dog out. Anyway, peace to Poochie. She was just getting home from sliding down the pole. Pause. Yeah. Just no shame.
That's very inappropriate to go to school looking like that.
Is it just school, or is it just in general?
Well, at the end of the day, you're going to she's the mother of that child, and you're going to school to pick up your child. Do you think that the other kids looking at you and they gonna tell their mama too? I don't want my kids to go to I don't go to school looking. I go to school looking appropriate. Okay. And even if I go to school and drop my kids off in my pajamas, I'm in the car. Okay. You ain't gonna see me.
Andrea's a diva. She's gonna be the chick. She's gonna be the chick that if she got pajamas on, she's gonna have some cute wedges with them. If she out and about, she's gonna do something. She like, I look cute, okay. Y'all know when Andrea do this, she like
Hey,
like Andrea Lynch. Shit, Andrea Lynch. Not Andrea Lynch.
Third person, right?
Andrea Lynch, that bitch. Oh no! Oh hell no! Only shit. Hey girl, only one flyer than Andrea Lynch is Andrea Lynch.
It's inappropriate. It's inappropriate. Just bad. It's bad taste, bad everything.
Hey, Mr. Toledo, what's going on? At least wear a long kimono robe over it or something. So, why? This is one of the things, and maybe I'm getting to my personal rant about the situation early. Why? I ask myself, why? Normally I say, why the F? I'm like, why do we even have to explain this? Why do we even have to debate this? Why? Why is it necessary that I have to explain to another grown human being about something that myself and many others perceive as common sense? Yes, we know common sense is not common. But the question is, why?
It's okay for she did it because probably her mama did it too. Shoot.
So let's talk about that. You actually walked me right into one of the things that I was going to talk about. We try to raise our children in a certain way. We try to put them in a great position. We try to make them understand the way life works, and then allow them to have some level of mastery of this thing that we already been through 20, 30, whatever years before they got here. The problem is we're not paying attention to the now. Mm-hmm. The now is what plants seeds for the future. Every moment that we have is an opportunity to enrich our children, to put good information, good rearing, good problem solving capabilities into their mind, and also just their natural problem solving construct, on how you think, the best way you think. And if you know that you're not a great thinker, then you'll teach them the opposite and show them what to avoid in terms of their thought process. But a lot of people don't. I believe this past generation spent a lot of time on self, because this last generation actually is one of the most viable generations in terms of the older people living longer. People in their 40s and 50s could be rappers and still coming out with projects. The black don't crack. You got sisters that are 60-something years old looking like they 30-something years old. It happens. It happens. But many of the parents took it onto themselves, and they wanted to be the stars, when other parents felt like, okay, I have my shot. Now it's time to make little Johnny or little Jennifer a star. It's all about them. They'll move their home from this area to that area just so they can be in a good school for little Johnny. They'll move, determine where they're going to pay for a house. They could have got a $275,000 big ass house in one part of town, but they'll go for the $400,000 house in a place that has a better school district. That's something to think about. And it's all gonna tie in. A better school district. Let me see what us folks are talking about. Yes, we live in a society of acceptance and non-acceptance. I absolutely agree. Here she goes. Part 3 of the A1 Day Ones has arrived. Quantum Love Metaphysician. Yes. So we live in a society of acceptance and non-acceptance. It's very true. It's almost as though there's no real middle ground. And we're going to talk about that. Yeah. Oh, snap. Voltron is here. Oh, snap. Peace, love, and light to Voltron. I appreciate you coming through. All right. You're going to unleash them tigers. Freaking Voltron. That was a dope show. OG Patrice. OG Patrice. Man, if you ever seen OG Patrice, she's been banned from about 14 schools in the I couldn't even make the joke all the way. What up, OG Patrice? Thank you for coming by. Voice like an angel. So these kids.
I feel like
Talk to us.
I feel like the reason she thought it was okay to go pick up her child from school like that because somebody in her family or somebody picked her up looking like that her own self or her mama did. Because my mama never went to school. That's the one thing about my mom. I never was embarrassed. Some of my friends were embarrassed from their parents because some of their moms would come to school in their pajamas and their hair rollers and pick them up from school. But my mama, we had a conversation. And I tell Mom, please don't do what some of these other parents do. They come pick up their kids from school in their pajamas, looking like half crazy and stuff. My mom never did that. And she was like, "Baby, you don't gotta tell me. I'm grown." That's what she told me. You ain't gotta tell me. I know how to come to school and represent the whole entire family.
It's crazy. So let's take a look at something. Wait. It's a major compliment. Just a splash. Just Andrea. Real woman. Absolutely, Voltron. Absolutely. They're the real ones. All right. So here's my fear. I'm going to hit you with the fear first. I don't want my princess to become them.
You do the boyfriends. I don't
do boyfriends.
I don't do the boyfriends.
So what you do?
One night stands. I just said that. I don't like commitment. I don't do no motherfucking relationship.
You don't do relationship?
Nah, that shit dead for the motherfucking bird. I'm not the marrying type. I don't do marriage. One night stand.
I'm more of a, solo type of bitch.
Oh, city boy!
It's an evil world we live in. Sensational.
Future's gonna be waiting for your daughter. I'm just saying. He's gonna be waiting. All right. So that's one of my fears. That's one of my fears. Major fear. So what are the parents? Andrea, you mentioned the parents, right? Mm-hmm. So talk to me a little more in terms of what responsibility you feel that the parents have in reference to this conversation and the impacts that they have.
Because the kids are watching you. So if I go to school looking like that, my kids are watching me. So they're going to think it's okay to go to school picking up their kids looking like that. So
right.
I got a grandson. My daughter know how I go to school, pick up my children. She's going to go to school picking up her son in a manner that she going to represent the family. And so I'm just saying some of these kids act like they ain't got no home training. For me, it's the home training for me.
Right.
They don't have no home training. You just go out the door looking like you just came from the stripper pole. For really, it really like she just came out the stripper pole. Was she working out in the strip club? I'm just asking.
So, all right. We all people here. And I got to say this. I feel like you're being a hypocrite.
What? How is I'm being a hypocrite? I don't go out the house looking like that.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about the type of behavior that you would put on as a mom, right? So, all right. Mm-hmm. Here's what I'm going to do. Mm-hmm. Because I told you wanted to talk this topic. I'm going to keep it real. Okay. And I should have made your ass sign a waiver, right?
Oh,
so
I ain't signed no waiver.
How can you talk about all of that stuff you're talking about and you do this at your kid's basketball game? Why, Andrea?
Somebody come get your mama.
Y'all ain't see the other side. I only see Andrea. She was hanging from the rim. Upside down.
These mamas just
you a hypocrite.
Just
you doing that shit, and then you talking to mothers what they supposed to be doing.
I don't.
I got questions. Chef Choupino got some questions. I'm just asking questions.
Look, I do stuff like that with adult people, okay? Not a bunch of kids. It's a time and a place. And sometimes it's said, well, I'm grown and the kids are still young. They're in the kids' place. No, I don't do that over kids thing.
I'll only shake my ass.
Vic, are you curious? Are you curious about the time and the place? Are you curious like me about the time and the place?
I only shake my ass on people with legs strong enough to hold it back.
I said at a kid basketball game,
Peace to Robbie.
Doing too much. Just doing too much. Really.
All right, get it on the floor, Andrea. Look, even see Yella saw you. You know what I mean? Andrea Lynch busted wide open.
Some of these mamas is doing too much, for real. They doing too much.
So I agree with Miss Coco BX. I really agree with Miss Coco BX. She said they still trying to be young. I like to twerk, but at home, no. Right?
Yeah.
They still trying to be young. They're still trying to live out their youthful existence.
Yes.
But sometimes I'm very convincing when I'm fooling around. Let me let you see this. Mr. Tulilo said, he really thought one of them was you.
Like, I wouldn't let you catch me.
Oh, shit.
Y'all heard it when I was like, I think you a hypocrite. She was like, yeah. So OG said, got to keep your daughters off the stripper pole in my Chris Rock voice. Exactly. Said they're going to throw a hip. So how appropriate did you think that was, what you were watching? It was funny to people, but I want you to give me the feelings, especially as a parent. You're not a parent, Vic, but you were part of raising of children at some point. I want I want y'all to share what you think. Feel the feeling as a parent.
It's inappropriate. I don't even like when the cheerleaders come out and they dress is so damn short. And I'm like, I be telling my kid, I was like, oh man, they gotta be that short. Sometimes it's just inappropriate. And it's like, and you want our girls not to think it's okay to lead with sex and lead with showing their bodies.
Have you never seen the Majorettes?
Yes, I know it.
That shit loud. You've never been like, yeah, turn up,
bro. I'm not gonna play another Majorettes thing. Remember months ago when we were still doing the Nighthawks? I had put up a couple Majorettes clips. I don't even want to put it up on my page, yo. I'm gonna be honest with you. The Majorettes, dancing dolls and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
It was too much. I used to get annoyed when my lady would be watching it. And I would be like, I say, yo, what the fuck, man? These are children. I got daughters, man. And they letting them pop and twerk and drop it. Splits, handstands, legs open, all kind of stuff. And it's just, and they're just calling it dance. It's just dance. It's just dance.
But what a dance lead to? What a dance lead to? It's like you say it's just dance, but what's it gonna lead to?
Shit.
Dance, okay? So
back in the day, right? When the club was too loud, right? The club was too loud to actually have a conversation. It was all about how you dance. You feel me? That was your interview.
Yeah, I mean. When that show, I'm glad you brought that up. That show really rubbed me the wrong way. I just felt like it was not appropriate to be showing these little girls. They had girls as young as 6 and 7 years old.
Mm-hmm.
6 and 7 years old doing this. And then they're sisters, which means that they have different body archetypes. Let's leave it at that.
No, they have different body shapes.
No. That's what I was saying. I said that they have different body archetypes. I didn't want to go into the whole, you know what I mean?
Big words.
Right. I was trying to use more innocuous verbiage, you know, because sometimes when you speak on it, then people will say that you're sexualizing the youth, and that's not what it is. But because they have different specific physical archetypes than folks of European descent, what happens is we know, our daughters know, our mamas and our sisters know, yes, Sarah could wear that, baby, but you can't wear that. Why, mama? You understand? There's a reason. So that was another reason I just felt uncomfortable with that show. And then when I found out that, what was her name? Diana, the teacher.
Yeah, she was
I found out she was a porn star.
Yeah, she was a porn star. Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it. I said, nah.
I wasn't surprised.
No, hold on. I was like, wait. I was like, yo, nah, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Nope, I don't believe it. So
I do my research
after I watched it.
I wasn't surprised.
Okay.
Right. This is just investigative journalism. Go ahead. What were you saying, Andrea? I'm sorry.
I wasn't surprised they said she was a porn star. I wasn't surprised.
Okay. I'll say this. I was surprised because she just, and that was her past. I don't want to judge her. You get what I'm saying? In terms of that particular lifestyle, people have gone into that lifestyle, and in order to be able to do what they would do, you know, and we can't even use that word. Anyway, to be in those types of movies, it's a mindset. It's a mindset. It's a set of positions or situations that you exist in that would force you to look at that as something viable to do. And so, you know, I wouldn't say that I knew she was that, because she seems like a hard-working sister on the show.
Yeah,
you know,
but at the same time is you're teaching some of these young girls. I'm not saying I'm not judging her, but I do question her mindset of the level that she's in now, and how she's teaching them young girls how to dance and stuff. I'm just saying I wasn't surprised, because her level of mindset is what they're wearing, how they're looking, and why they can't just be normal young girls in whether not the clothes that they wear on the show.
So I'm gonna push back on you. I want to push back on you.
Go ahead.
Here's why I want to push back.
Go ahead.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
She's one person. Majorette's been around. She's one person. Majorette's been around for a long, long, long time. She's one person. She doesn't win all the time. There's other people that won before she got into that business. Everybody else, a whole lot of other people were doing it. Majorette's been around for a long time. Okay. You go to any homecoming, you got majorettes. So that's not fair. I'm saying that's not fair. You're saying that she would do this, that, and the other. Guess what? Remember, and here's the conundrum. What's the show about? Okay? About this dress code switching.
Oh, yes.
Right?
Yes.
That's what this show is about. Mm-hmm. So does she go and kidnap them children?
No.
And go door to door to bring them to her school?
No. They parents.
How they got there?
They parents.
Right. So now, you know, you're talking about what she's teaching and the dressing. She doesn't design those outfits.
Really?
She's a dance teacher. She was a dancer before she did those movies. So I don't know if I want to fully vilify her at this point. She was a dance teacher. I put the onus on the parents. Go ahead, Vic, my bad.
Some of the mamas, I watched that show. Some of the mamas living through their doggone daughters. I be like, y'all didn't get this in your own life. Now you're living through your daughters. It's like, them be just kids.
Right.
I'm with Yella.
Mickey Red. What up, Mickey? Go ahead, bro.
I'm with Yella. Go back to Yella comment.
Mm-hmm.
The fact you can't have shame without some degree of judgment.
Sure.
In the in the sense not of judging as in deciding someone's fate. That's a different kind of judgment. I think people conflate them as if they're the same. This kind of judgment is to mark or to identify your behavior as appropriate or inappropriate, no matter the scenario. And what people are actually saying when they're saying don't judge me is don't try to quantify what I'm doing, because I can dig through your life and find some things that you may not like if I pointed those things off. And because everybody's got a thing, nobody wants that quote unquote judgment to come back to them, so everybody stays quiet. But I'm with Yella and saying, if you don't call that shit out, you know what I mean? That's why we doing this show. That's why the clip that he just showed about all of this societal family breakdown, communal breakdown, is because no one has a leg to stand on when it comes to the admonishment of others. Because everybody's so far off base in one area or another, they're afraid of the retribution that to say anything to anyone outside of the people that they're responsible for.
That's true. Even like when my daughter was growing up and she would go swimming, I would never let her wear a two-piece bathing suit. I'll make her wear the whole one because I thought it was inappropriate. So I'm just saying is sometimes it's you gotta say, look, my daughter ain't wearing that. My daughter is not is she need to be stay a child. And they're making clothes for the mothers and the daughters. And so what the mother wearing and the daughter wearing is they're both inappropriate at the end of the day.
Okay, wait just a minute. Mm-hmm. So shit, you said that you would lean back off of giving her the full blame because she don't make the outfits, she didn't bring the children, and this has been going on before her. So that's heavy to put on one person, correct?
That's what he said.
So it's more to it. She's a dance teacher in terms of a dance form that's culturally accepted. Majorettes are culturally accepted. There was grandmoms that was majorettes. Moms that were majorettes. Remember, majorettes were normally attached to the universities.
Yes.
The universities, the HBCUs, right? The culture extended out into the community where dancing schools came up. You met her, one of the girls, and her daughter was a majorette. You get what I'm saying? And she's actually a majorette at her university that she's at now. And I look at her daughter as my niece. I couldn't see, she was a teenager, but I couldn't see her doing it. I was just like, this is weird, right? But the thing is, culturally, Vic, majorettes, that's not a new phenomenon. So her actually being a teacher, a dance teacher, and participating within that spectrum, that's the piece that I believe that she plays.
But
now, go ahead.
But I have watched Miss Diana stitch them the uniforms the girls wear. So Miss Diana do have a part when it comes to them uniforms that she's wearing, the girls are wearing.
Let me quantify what I'm stating or qualify it. What I'm stating is that if she made sweatsuits for them to wear during the competitions, they would not win the competitions. There's tons of majorette squads. There's probably 100 of them outside of the ones that you see on that TV show. She did not create the culture. There was majorettes when your granny was going to school, Andrea.
Okay, I get she's not. I get she didn't create the culture, but is she a part of the problem?
No, the parent. And look what's on the screen. Take a look.
Change the culture, not the coach.
Okay. So this is what
you're putting it all on that one person now, when a whole culture was built on it.
Okay.
She made a living off of it, she became famous on TV behind it.
Okay.
And it was put on TV, which means that it was given the stamp of being something appropriate.
So this is where I'm going, right?
Mhm.
Is
Right. Thank you, Mommy. I mean, Mickey. Go ahead.
so the whole thing is this, right? So take the clip that you had originally with the mothers in I'm gonna assume that was somebody mama. I don't know that.
Those
But
no, they were those were actually mothers of the team that came out and put together that routine.
okay.
Their sons were playing on that team. So you actually your mama, right?
So I mean, they wasn't, doing the hokey pokey, you know what I'm saying? They was really getting to it, right? So what I'm saying is that they had music, like they didn't know why to bring a boombox out there and just do that shit, impromptu. This was organized and planned. And I'm gonna go out my way and say that there was some kind of administrator or principal involved. Like this was an authorized school function event with, with this being known that this was on the roster, and it's probably not the
halftime.
first time on that.
That was the halftime show, fam.
So the point that I'm getting at is this, right? What? Okay, so if we were making an equivalency, right, to what you just said about the majorettes, you would have to blame the school. You would have to blame the administration.
Exactly.
You would have to, you'd have to go all the way around. Now, when we talk
Yella's
about
hitting it, hold on a second. Yella may have to come in. Yella is like the fourth host right now. You and Vic sharing the same idea. Is it?
All right, let me land the plane. So
circle for a minute.
Yeah, I got you. So when you talk about the culture, the music, and everything else that is influencing it, do you blame Judas for taking the 30 pieces of silver, or do you blame the man who offered it to him? There's always gonna be somebody willing to take the 30 pieces of silver. There'll never not be that guy willing to sell out for a potential gain. So, where do you lay the blame? Is it the quote unquote victim Olympics when now we starting to point back towards the structures, or is it the fact that okay, if nobody signs up to do these movies, you can't be typecast. These movies don't come out if you don't volunteer to show yourself and your people in this light. If you don't volunteer to do this trash ass music, you don't, we're not typecast as that, and you're not pulled over every, you know what I'm saying? It all works together in conjunction, but at some point, I think we gotta take personal accountability for our part in it, even if it's not complete accountability.
Yes, the onus is on the parent. If you sign your children up for dancing dolls, it's your responsibility. Because if you sign your children up to do that, you need to take accountability. You're on mute, Chef.
Thanks. Yes, you need to take accountability, but you understand, Andrea? I can't hold myself accountable for something that I did that was right, that was good, that was fair, and that was just. You only hold yourself accountable for a misdeed, something you didn't do, something that was unfair, something that was unjust. But if there's a whole culture that says it's right, majorettes, you know what? They make the band sound funkier.
Yes,
majorettes. That's the whole point. Sometimes people don't like music that they can't go and shake their ass to. You remember when Jadakiss said that when he was saying that he talked about it. He was like, "Oh, a lot of times the music that makes it is the ones that you can go like this to."
Yes, I agree with that, but that's because
so it's a culture. So you're attacking one person instead of the culture.
No, it's the culture. So what I'm saying is I'm taking the culture. So that doesn't mean that I want my child listening to that stuff. I want my child wearing that. So the parents need to take accountability and say, look, my child ain't gonna be wearing that. My child ain't gonna be listening to that.
So you're gonna have to put your kids in the sweatsuit majorettes.
No, my daughter, I thought it was inappropriate, so she didn't get to do that. I'm sorry.
Okay.
If I'm paying for it, I'm not paying for it. I don't want to see that. So I choose not to put her in something like that. Put her in some soccer.
Yeah, my daughter, my 6-year-old, she's in ballet.
Yeah, mine is soccer. I wanted her to do some soccer.
Address this, Chef.
Talk to me.
With you being and your people from the islands, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know the island culture, even if you ain't been to all of them. That twerk culture is everything over there. You know what I mean? I'm speaking third party. So I know women who are married, who are, mothers, and you know what I mean, at certain times that's what they're gonna do. You know what I mean? And they don't feel bad about it because that's quote unquote their culture.
It's culturally appropriate.
It's
right.
culturally
What you're talking about is whining. What we call it is whining. Right. Where they whine their hips to the music and dirty wine and all of those things.
Yeah.
You know?
But that I think that would fit into a similar category.
Right. But there's still people within the island culture. I'll say this. Whining is more reggae based. It's more Jamaican, but you have jumping on wave styles from Trinidad and just the whole essence, even with African music, which is the best way I could say it, which is the cultural mother of our people. African music. One of the things about African music is moving your hips separate from your shoulders. And you know what I mean? And you see it. You even see the African grannies get up there with them hips and, they start doing the dance. The movements, you can say, are culturally appropriated. Not appropriated, but culturally originated from that. But still in all, I think that everything requires a particular place. Uh-oh, Sophia's going to Carnival. What a thing. Having the Carnival's crazy. But yeah, it's definitely a cultural thing. Candidate said we don't twerk, we whine. Why not? Yeah. So look, we talked about the culture. So when we talked about the moms that were getting that twerk popping. So let's start talking about what we show our kids. Because we talked about the twerking. So now, how we represent our kids. So we saw the sister already, and I'll show it again just for the folks that didn't have an opportunity to see what I had put up. There goes Mama Bear in all her greatness, in all her glory. All right. If the hair wasn't there, it would have qualified as a money shot. They might have took the stream down. Peace to the hair store. So really though, she doesn't look shameful. She doesn't look like, she's covering her head. She looks very comfortable.
She probably goes to the store looking like that. I'm just saying.
You said probably goes to the store looking like that? She went to the school. That's worse. She went to the school looking like that.
What I'm saying is,
she didn't dress like that just to go to school. Let's just say that.
Yeah. Right. So what I'm saying is, that's probably her natural, normal thing that she do. So if she goes to the schoolhouse looking like that, she probably go to the store looking like that.
Yeah, I think she would go everywhere looking like that. She probably thinks that she's dressed.
Yes.
She probably thinks she's dressed. Okay. So Let me see here. So let's start talking about mothers in schools. All right. How would you feel? Let me get this off screen. How would you feel if your mom dressed inappropriately?
I'll be embarrassed.
And remember, the generation that we came from, what could you tell your mama? You couldn't even look at her the wrong way, right?
But the thing is, my mama knew better. My mama she had a error about herself. She wasn't gonna be coming to the school to embarrass her children. So she never came to school looking inappropriate. She had an integrity, morals, values about herself. She wanted us to be proud of her. I told you I had some friends, mama come to school in their hair rollers and pajamas, and they was embarrassed looking for my friend's mama was embarrassing the kids. They was hiding from their mama. I was like, "What's come down the hallway?"
Do you think those mamas? Are you saying that the moms that dress like that don't have morals or values?
No, I think they don't have no respect for their children to come to school looking like that. And knowing that you can embarrass your children when kids are getting bullied and kids are getting picked on, and it's just a different vibe. Some of these new kids don't care.
Some of these, watch this. Remember, we started first talking about the parental opportunity to raise them and put them in certain places. So if they were raised by a mama that didn't put first of all, in all fairness, yeah, mama. In all fairness, Andrea, in all fairness, in terms of what you're speaking, your mom was, I won't say the first lady of the church, but she was the first lady of the deacon of your church. Sure. So her husband is an officer of that church.
Yes.
So that's a little different, man. Do you get what I'm saying? That's different. You're comparing your mom, church lady mom, to secular people that may not have had that same influence. What you said that when you described what she was doing and the choices that she made, what I'm asking you is, what if she doesn't know that it's wrong? She doesn't look ashamed. She actually went there. Because if we start to talk about changes and things that impact the culture, or when we talk about the culture, if it's a culture is a steadily moving force that can encompass a large area of people, groups of people that don't even know each other. You can have some cultural connections to people 8,000-9,000 miles away from you. So it's something heavy. She is but one person. She's but one person in that culture. She's just one person. So what you're saying is that she lacks morals and values. No, maybe she just lacked a mom like you had.
But the thing is, but I had other friends. Moms who wasn't sanctified, filled with the Holy Ghost, and they still didn't dress like that. Come and pick up us from school. So all my friends' mama wasn't in the church. I had some friends' mama was different too from my mama, but it was cool. But they still didn't come to school looking like that.
Okay, so watch this, because it's almost like it feels like you're kind of negating the cultural significance, right? Mm-hmm. You seen those girls that I showed you?
Yes.
You seen those girls, the ones talking about they don't want to be married, all that? Do you realize that those are not the only young women that feel that way? 19, 20-year-old women. You realize there's a whole cultural class of young women now that feel like that. Watch this. Mm-hmm. What do you think that baby girl is gonna think is appropriate?
Well, she's not. If her mother's dressing like that, she's gonna think what she wears is gonna be appropriate, because then she don't see her mother dressing appropriate. So how she gonna know what dressing appropriate is?
Okay, so then my question becomes, how can you judge her moral character or values if it was something that was cultural, and it was something that she was raised around seeing. Because remember, one thing I want to do is this, and I think it's important too that we keep this in the bubble, because shame is important in certain situations, 100%. I understand that. But what I don't want to do is put ourselves in a position where we sit and we actually start breaking down the character of someone when the only thing that we've seen is their ass. I don't think it's fair. You get what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? So I'm going to talk. Let me just say this. Things could be right. Two things could be right in the same dynamic. All I'm stating is this. I want to speak to what's going on and that picture that we saw. But what I'm saying is that we don't know what kind of person that she is. She may be a great mate. She may have gotten straight A's in school. We don't know what she does. I purposely did not want to even look. I like to do that sometimes. I didn't want to look into her past, her life, or anything like that. I wanted to keep it within the dynamic of what people wear. But I don't think that it would be fair for me to start making a full set of judgment on this person when the only thing I've seen is her ass. You get what I'm saying? So I'm just being very careful in terms of how I, break down the situation. But I'm going to move this.
You need more information, Chef?
Say it again?
You don't want to make a snap judgment? You need more information?
I guess so.
Oh, you see what Vic did there? So Tulilo said, goes back to what I said earlier. We don't want to age and embrace aging gracefully. Instead, we want to try to remain hip, cool, relevant with the times. And that's where we always go wrong.
True.
Damn. And I'm a 50-year-old with a fitted. Shit.
I believe that.
Toledo. Thanks, Mr. Toledo. You really made me feel bad now. I'm trying to remain hip and cool. I'm out of here.
Shame.
I believe some people ain't acting their age. Some things you just know is just not appropriate.
I guarantee you. So if your mama, say one day your mama, Andrea, decided she was going to show up to your school or your church in some Daisy Dukes.
No, not my mama.
No.
Chef,
when I'm giving scenarios, I'm God in those scenarios. I create the characters in the scenarios, all right?
Okay.
So in that universe, your mama would. She'd be a pretty good mama too. Hold on. Thank you for the $5 Super Boy. My boy, Danique Anthony, I appreciate you. I appreciate you, family. That guy. I'm gonna start having music to play too when y'all do that, just like Robbie and
you gotta give us
Sir Hale and the rest. I gotta make sure I celebrate you guys, man. I apologize for not, but it definitely counts. So thank you. So if your mama, when y'all was getting ready to go to church, and your mama came up out the room in some Daisy Dukes and a halter top. Now, remember, your mom had the ability, and y'all grew up in an age where she could whoop your ass in front of the police, right? And the police won't do anything but just give her advice on how to not leave marks, right? So, right. So, what would you say to your mom? I'm messing with you, Toledo. What would you say to your mom?
I probably would say, "Mama, you wearing that? Are you gonna really wear that?" I probably would say that to her because I had opinions anyway. She didn't like half the times I say something anyway. So, but I probably would ask her if she's wearing that.
All right. How about Vic? Vic, what would you have done if Grandma tried to roll out? Y'all getting ready to go to church, and then all of a sudden, Grandma came out in some old skimpy skimp.
I ain't gonna lie, yo. Like, I can't think of no female in my family, and I got a big ass family, that like they all dress classy all the time, like all the time. Even they skimpy is still classy. You know what I'm saying? Is there's never like nah, you got to change that shit type of moment. Even the younger ones, you know what I mean? So until maybe this current growing up generation, they're not even raised with that. So I've never had to check any woman in my life about that was close enough for me to be checking, except, someone I'm dating. You know what I'm saying? So I don't even know what that feels like.
I remember my own daddy checked me one time. I was like, oh no, I'm grown. And I went to his house. I just got my hair done, okay? And I was divorced with 2 kids, and I had a halter dress on. And I went to my mom's house. She asked me to come over to bring her something. And I went over there, and I had a halter dress on. My mom and dad very religious. And my mama put a towel around me. I said, you know what? I'm going home. I can't do this. I'm grown. I was like, bye, mama. I was like, no, I'm going home.
Tell them about the shoulders or the arms.
Yeah, I had a halter dress on. My mom and dad would never let us wear things that shows our arms or our shoulders. And so I was divorced and I had a halter dress on. I just got my hair done. I stopped by her house because it was close to the shop, and she gonna give me a towel wrap around me. She's like, you know how your daddy feel about this? I was like, I'm going home. And so I was like, I was like that. I knew that. So I said, that's why I never, when I go to her house, I dress appropriate. I don't wear no low cut shirts, none of that kind of stuff when I go to their house, because I want to respect how they feel.
So she was like, cover yourself, heathen. Right.
Yes.
Miss Coco, I hated those damn shoulder pads that were in dresses. Yo, them things, when you look at them now, those things look like stylish football pads.
Yes.
So we were talking about kids, how the kids would feel about it. How would I respond? I would have had to respond respectfully. There was one time when my mom had this, it was a nice sundress. It was this red sundress that she used to wear. But the thing is, after she had my little sister, the boobs got bigger. And then it was like she would wear them and then there would be a lot of cleavage. And I didn't, she would wear them when I would have my friends there and we'd be in the back grilling. I was grilling from a young age, and we'd be in the back grilling and chilling. I would be like, please change that. She's like, I'm in my house. But she would ask me to change. But I couldn't talk to her like some people talk. But then that was out of fear. That was out of fear. My mom didn't dress inappropriately, but something just as simple as her cleavage being shown around my friends, I didn't like that. But look, I didn't have the steel nuts to be able to force her to do anything, right? Mm-hmm. So I want to send a special shout out to my man, Lil Zaza. Lil Za. Lil Za's a young man that was able to stand up and fight against aspects of the culture, even with the fear of receiving an ass whooping. Lil Za, I salute you. Let's go.
Name a time your child fussed at you like they pay bills.
The last time I tell you this, and I'm still mad about this.
Sorry, how many
times?
Why
Why is you coming to the bus stop wearing high shorts? Why is you coming to the bus stop with high shorts that could probably show you?
You gonna let me talk?
I already told you how my friends.
You gonna let me talk?
Ma, do you know how that stuff feel? Have your friends just stare at your mama like they your boyfriend or something?
I'm grown. I'm not trying to. I'm not.
You got a mute, Andrea.
These shorts not even high.
Yes, they is.
It's not.
They above your thighs.
That don't mean it's high.
It is high. They could probably show your booty cheeks.
I'm grown, I'm 23 years old.
You ain't not that grown to be coming to my bus stop dressing like that.
Are you my father?
Yes. Wait. Actually, no. Wait. No, that's still 10.
What are you trying to say? You gonna let me talk now?
I'm
You my protector, but that don't
I'm
mean.
your bodyguard, so I'm telling you that you can't come to this bus stop wearing high shorts like that.
Zah, I'm grown.
And that's final.
Who was you talking to?
You.
Zah, I'm recording you. I want them to know exactly how you talking to me. Look how you talking to me. Just
I want them to know to tell their mama the same thing, to tell their mama not to come to the bus stop wearing high shorts like how you be.
Zah, nothing wrong with my shorts.
Ma, you see how high they is. You can clearly see that.
You really upset. You mad. I'm sorry, okay? What kind of clothes do you want me to wear?
Some little jeans.
Lil jeans? These not lil jeans?
It's over your belly busted. And that is high. That over your head.
Y'all, I feel like y'all jumping on me now. Ganging up on me, okay? I understand.
Alright, mama,
So
just get this straight. Not to wear no high shorts to the bus stop again. No, and that's final. As the judge said. Yeah.
I really feel so played. Like, all right.
Man, yes. I want to send Lil Zach a cash app. Man. Yo, I don't know. I like this kid. And he said, that's final. She said, are you my father? He's like, yes. I mean, wait. Let me rethink that. I'm your protector. I'm your bodyguard. Just the fact, right? Kang Zha has spoken. Just the fact that he stated, I'm your protector. Mm-hmm. I'm your bodyguard. And he feels that level of protection over his mom. That's a beautiful thing. Mm-hmm. That is a beautiful thing.
Yes, it is. That is cute.
So what you think? What do you think about that dynamic? Because Danique said these children need a support group for when the guardians ain't behaving right.
True. I agree with that.
What you think, Vic? You suggested the video. Talk to me.
You said what I think about the video?
Yeah, you were the one that submitted the video to me. Tell me what your opinion of it.
I'm just saying, like,
Peace, Queen Nita.
There should be some weight to that. And I know a lot of times, especially when we growing up in our age, if you can't check your parents on nothing, even when they were wrong.
True.
So, in this generation, children can be hurt a little bit more. However, I think there should. I think his message was heard. Whether it will be respected is another thing, but the message was heard, and I think his the weight of his voice will probably be louder than anyone else, because he's the one that's going to be directly affected, and if she is a good parent, she would consider that. Yeah. So, at the end of the day, I mean, I remember growing up, there was plenty of cats, it was never my mama, but it was cats like, that's what's the name, mama, shh, chill. Mm-hmm. Ooh, hey, don't say that. Hey, coming. You know what I'm saying? And you don't want, just like you don't want that to be your daughter to be that girl that they oohing about, like, oh, that's the one, boy, ooh, boy, that's the one, boy, you need to holler at her. You don't want that to be your mother either. You understand? And it's like, a revolving door. And I mean, I'm looking at it from the angle where that's a boy child. His level of embarrassment or uncomfortability. However, what about in the case of a female child? I don't know how that would play.
That's a great question. How would it resonate within the female child? Sometimes, we have to be fair though and understand in terms of nature and nurture. but the nurture part, we have to also understand that certain children being raised within a certain type of dynamic, their future behavior may be, totally opposed to what they do. Like, for instance, kids whose parents smoke cigarettes, those kids may never smoke a cigarette. Kids whose parents smoke weed, drink a lot, their children may not touch it. A lot of times it happens. Sometimes it depends on the fight or flight mechanism within that person. If they fight against whatever thing is within that cycle, or if they acquiesce and fall into the same behavior. So we don't always know, but having parents a certain way does not necessarily mean, correlation doesn't denote causation. It doesn't mean that the child is going to be that way. It's just that the fact that since that behavior is around them, there is a chance, there's more of a chance that they could be that way because they came up with that in their home. All right. Yes. Let's take a look at what Yellow Pill said. The part that stood out to me is she was recording him as if to expose him for talking to her like that, aka being disrespectful. Whole time she didn't see how she was disrespectful towards him. And that's exactly what Quantum had said a moment ago as well. She said toxic parenting, and she also said she don't respect her child.
Yes.
So I think you have some concurrence in the chat, bro. You're right. So I like that kid. There's certain things that we do to, there's certain things that we do, and it's important. And I like the fact that the kid was stepping up. But now I want to talk to, before we get back to the parents, I want to jump in and do a little side hustle on some teacher action. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So some of y'all may have heard about this teacher. I don't know if you're familiar with her.
Actually, what was that in that pink dress to the side?
You don't remember? We actually we covered this topic when we did the Nighthawk show months ago. We actually covered this topic. There was a big issue that people had about her dressing. Say it again.
She had the blue jeans and the yellow shirt.
Exactly. Right.
Okay.
And that was, they had her in the pink dress first, and then she switched up and then did the t-shirt. The thing is, the way that she's built,
she can't wear nothing.
She can't wear nothing. Beautiful sister, right? We're gonna keep this going. Hold on. And then here's another teacher. Do you think what she's wearing is inappropriate?
Nah, that's good money.
Anybody in the chat?
No, I don't think
for a good day for all the little boys.
So in the chat, let's do the same thing that we did earlier with the photo of the mom at the school. Give me a 1 if it's inappropriate. Give me a 2 if it's innocuous, meaning harmless. Let's see what we got. Hey, our singer, our in-house singer. We Unlock Nation. Peace, brother. Welcome through. Come on, yeah. Okay. Coco BX said 1. All right. Miss Coco BX said they can't help the way they're built. However, I wouldn't wear that to school to teach. Are you referring to this one that we have on the screen, Miss Coco BX, or are you referring to the first picture? I want to make sure.
All
right. Hold on, folks. I need some help in the chat. It shows right now we have 13 watching. 1, if you think that outfit you see on the screen is inappropriate. 2, if you believe it's innocuous. That means harmless. Let me get some. I'm trying to get a little vote in here. Come on, y'all. Denique said, everyone go back to school to finesse sports. I'm trying to go all the way back now. Okay, you saying this picture. All right. Edith said innocuous. All right. Andrea, so you're saying that this is inappropriate?
Yes, I do feel like it's inappropriate.
What? So tell me. Okay, I want you to tell me why that's inappropriate. Because tell me. I want you to tell me what's inappropriate about that. She's wearing. So there's no skin showing on the picture on the right. All you see is her forearms. Those pants are touching the floor.
You being a witness.
You know.
I mean, yes, she can't help how her body is shaped, but she can help. She can help. I mean, as a teacher, I wouldn't want my kids' teacher wearing that. She can wear some nice jeans and a blazer.
Okay.
And I have seen women who got shapely bodies and stuff like that, and who are I have friends who are teachers, okay? And my girlfriend is dressed is figured just like that, but
like
she
this with that small waist and
yes.
It ain't like that.
Oh man, I don't believe you, yo.
Yes, I have a friend.
She got the cam up. She got the cam up, yo. She got the cam up, man. Right. I don't believe me and Vic don't believe you. The chat don't believe you.
You ain't gotta believe me. I ain't gotta lie.
No, I'm saying send her the link and let her cam up. I'm saying.
She's not gonna be.
This is truth. You're half of truth and balance. We want truth.
We need some more truth in this.
We need more truth.
Her body is shaped like that, and at the same time, when she was a school teacher, she didn't wear clothes like that. She had a blazer on and some jeans and covered up.
Okay, so watch this.
Use the cover
watch
up.
this, Andrea. Look at the picture on the right.
Yes.
Look at the picture on the right, Andrea.
Seeing it.
Okay. Are you crazy? Do you understand what that ass was doing? Some jeans? That thing is like a freaking curtain. She's wearing. Do you understand how wide and loose it is? That's what I'm saying. Like that's what I want you to try and tell me how jeans would be better than that. You can't see what her legs look like. You can't see the
nothing form fitting.
Right, it's not form fitting at all. Jeans.
She wears slacks too. You wear slacks too. I'm just saying some things you can still dress modest a little bit when you're teaching young impressionable children. And if you think I'm lying, I got friends who are all different shapes. Okay, and we know how to put clothes on that make us look damn good, and clothes on who will cover some of that stuff up.
What you do if you got a big old ass?
What'd you say?
You might can hide them titties. I guess you've been. But
I can't hide my chest. They big, okay? That is big.
No,
okay?
no, let you tell it.
Put some jeans over it.
What you say?
Don't put some jeans over it. You got friends with big stuff, right?
Hey, I'm just saying. You said a blazer. You said you're gonna get a big ass blazer and cover them bazookas up. Now, what you gonna do for all that ass?
What you gonna do with them lovely ladies?
I don't have that problem, but I do have a chest problem, okay? And sometimes, I have to cover it up. Period.
If your ass was shaped like this lady ass, what would you do? You said you know how to dress, and your friends know how to dress to handle certain shapes. What does that shape do?
Right.
The hourglass shape.
Co-host. I never thought my co-host would body shame.
I'm not body shaming. I'm just saying we know how to dress. As women, we know how to dress. And I'm not body shaming. What I'm saying is, as a school teacher, to be appropriate. What I thought last time I checked, it's supposed to be the team. So I got my opinion, you got yours, and we can have theirs.
All I asked, don't feel attacked. All I asked.
Feel attacked, damn it. Feel attacked.
If this lady was on the panel with us right now, she was our special guest today, right? Shaped like how she's shaped. What would be your suggestion for her as a woman to woman, having friends in the education industry who are of all different shapes? What would be your personal suggestion to her of what she could do differently than what she's already doing?
Well, she would have to. Sometimes you're gonna have to wear something, maybe a bigger size than what you are, not what your size is. Sometimes women do that. Sometimes women do that. The women I don't know about y'all, but my women friends know how to dress. Okay, we know how to turn it up and turn it down.
Y'all ain't turned down for what? I got
listen. If they look in shape like her, then me and Vic talking to the wrong friend.
I'm trying to tell you, okay, would you?
Yeah, you don't let us find her. Don't let us find her. We sending the links out. Right. You don't let us find her. We're gonna move you out and then turn that shit to shape and balance. Not truth and balance. Okay. No, and then she move you out of here. It's gonna be called her team. Not the her team.
Oh,
I'm just saying. Look, I've always been top heavy. So look, it's times when I go to my kids' school, I have to remember what I got on. I have to remember what I'm wearing. Sometimes my shirts can be a little low cut. I mean, a couple months ago, since I lost 60.
You cutting them damn shirts. You know, you working.
Shut up, Vic. I lost 60 pounds and I had some short shorts on, and my daughter was like, "Mama, that's inappropriate." It wasn't inappropriate. I didn't think my shorts was short, but she thought that was very inappropriate. But I didn't change them because I feel like it wasn't inappropriate.
Okay, so you have a difference of opinion. So in that case, who wins?
Well, I won. I kept my shorts on.
Even though it obviously embarrassed your daughter.
It didn't embarrass her. I don't feel like it embarrassed her.
It did if she was asking you not to wear it.
I think she would had a problem because my mama don't got in shape, and mama don't got, I can wear things that I used couldn't wear.
You thought she was hating on
though. It's shame though.
I did think she was hating on me.
You thought she was hating.
Hey, everybody ain't looking at you no more. Okay. See, I see what's going on.
I did thought she was hating on me. I'm like, look, I look good in these shorts.
And so did Mama, who was at the bus stop.
Mama.
Hold on. So, Death Mage, just to give you a heads up, what I did was I read into some of the cases that I was discussing, but majority of them, no. Even the mom that's at the school, because what it is, I don't want to go directly into the full, crux of the minutia that took place within those situations. I'm trying to get from you guys what is your specific feelings without going in depth into the, the ins and outs of the minutia and nuance of what took place, right? I want to make sure that we look at it from the outside, because whenever you see it, it's always going to be from the outside, and it's going to be from a perspective where you can see, but you don't know. So I'm going to kind of grab those feelings, but I will go back. I'm going to ask you a little later to post it in there as well. Once I open up the panel, I'm going to want you to post it in there as well, or again, so that we could talk about it. But I want to kind of keep it baseline without all of the information yet, just to see where all of us, the chat, and us on the panel are coming from. So, teachers, there's a particular teacher, she's going to be sharing something with you. What you think about that outfit?
I think it was very appropriate for school.
Your vocals are loud. You may be far from the microphone on your computer.
Okay, I thought she was very when she put that the little tank top on and covered that back up. I thought she got very appropriate for school.
She looks like she was. Oh yeah, and the one you're talking about, it wasn't the parents that complained at all. You're absolutely right. There's a question about that though too. We're gonna get to. So you thought it was appropriate?
Yes.
What you think, Vic?
Yeah, I mean, it is appropriate. She looked more like a student. I don't know if the administration would be okay with how she was dressed, but it was appropriate.
Well,
Those
it
are
looked like she looked like she was a teacher of young children from the classroom.
Okay, I can go along with that.
And when she put the little shirt on to cover the back up, I mean, and pretended, I think that's appropriate.
So, you feel that teachers are responsible, even if the school board doesn't say anything? Do you feel that teachers are responsible for maintaining a certain dress code?
Yes, they should. Yes, they should have a responsibility. They're teaching young children. My daughter or my son is in her classroom almost 8 hours. I mean, come on now. And then,
all right,
heaven forbid, it ain't my son who's 13, and then the teacher who got all that body, and he looking at her.
You just need more than one bathroom. It'll be all right.
Now that's that bullshit.
Yeah. Let's look at another teacher.
Isn't that too long?
Let's check out another teacher.
My pussy, I can do what I want. I'm a big girl now. That's my pussy, I can do what I want. I'm a big girl now.
Sorry, not teacher, parent. Pardon
me.
Okay.
My pussy, I can do what I want. I'm a big girl now. That's my pussy, I can do what I want. I'm a big girl now. That's my pussy, I can do what I want. I'm a big girl now. That's my pussy, I can do what I want. I'm a big girl now.
I wish you didn't run that back. That shit make me want to make the stank face. You on mute?
Me too. No, I'm not. Nah, I was just, after the second run back, I was like, when I had seen it before, I was on my phone. I had downloaded from the phone, uploaded into here from the phone, so it was over here. Now seeing it on a big ass laptop screen is just like, yeah. Got nothing against the big girls. Love me, my big girls. But I don't know. It was just, maybe it's just me. It resonated with a little stank. Maybe that's just me. Don't judge me.
Don't judge me. Like,
right. So let's take a look and see what our wonderful chat is saying. Mika Marcel said, if my daughter questioned what I have on, I reconsider. Death Mage Siobhan said, I think if you're going to complain about parents dressing any type of way coming to the school, I think the teachers need to dress appropriately as well. Got to keep that same energy.
Yes.
Yes.
Facts.
Right. All right. Yella said, oh, I like that one. He said, let them dress how they want. I need my son to be able to, I'm going to add words for you. I'm going to edit it. Be able to learn how to maintain focus even with tits and ass in his face. I like that.
Right.
It's like that's a martial art right there. Yo, I mean, the thing is, in terms of what he's saying, I'm like, damn, that's brilliant, bro.
But he need
go ahead.
Really, he need to be stay. What if it's distracting from your son to stay focused?
He needs to. What he's saying is that he needs that there so that he can learn how to not lose focus. Training, because watch this. Mm-hmm. I'm going to push it into, Back to the Future. We're going to push it to the future. He wants his son to be able to know how not to lose his mind, lose his composure, lose his money, lose his precious sperm into the chasm of a woman that just has a nice rack and a big bottom, right? So it was a joke, but by the same token, sometimes there's certain truth within jokes that makes it really funny. Like, damn, sometimes you have to you have to be exposed to something to be able to understand how to be calm in that situation, right? Yeah, that teaches fire. Absolutely. Papi Blanco, ¿qué te pasa, hermano? My guy, what up, what up, what up? So, he said that's the point. He can learn not to be distracted.
Desensitized.
Desensitized.
Are you sensitized? Really? Are you sensitized when you can you focus when you got tits and ass in your face? Can you focus?
Absolutely, I can. So absolutely, I can.
But y'all are grown men. Y'all are grown men. Okay, y'all ain't.
I was able to do. Listen, I was on tour with LL Cool J, Public Enemy and Special Ed and all of these different artists, Tribe Called Quest. I was on tour from 16. So I've been around women from a young age. 20-somethings trying to holler at a 16, 17-year-old kid. You know what I mean? I graduated from high school 6 months late because of the time I spent on the road. Listen, don't ask me about nobody's, but what I'm saying is that I understand women and I understand how to function around women. I manage teams of predominantly women, literally. So I understand how to maintain my composure. Definitely. You know, talk to me. Go ahead, Vic. Go ahead.
Me, on the other hand, when
Vic was making faces at that Lapeef event. Like, I ain't never seen him make those faces before. He looked around. He was like, whoa.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? Beauty is subjective, and every man has a trigger, some more than others. And I'm not triggered by every woman. I can walk in the strip club and woman be butt naked and I'm not bothered. But it can be a woman fully clothed with not considering or paying me no mind, and she got my full attention at the wrong time.
Peace,
so, you know, what up, oh? At the end of the day, I think it's not even the dress per se. It's the woman and the energy, because the right woman will distract you, period, if she's your style, if she's your type, you know what I mean. And God forbid if she's wearing anything inappropriate, you know what I mean. It can be overwhelming, you know what I mean, in a moment for a specific man.
Okay.
I agree.
But when but Chef is correct. Chef and Yellow are correct. When you've been in an arena where there are women that are your style, like they're all your type, and at the end of the day, you still have to get your job done, then it creates a level, you know. That's why a lot of men can't be friends with women, especially beautiful women.
So two things can be right at the same time then, because if you're saying that if she's your type, she's your flavor, all of that, she can be a distraction to you.
That's true.
I'm just
but
asking.
it's also true to learn how to control that. Is necessary for a young man to learn how to control that, so he only reacts when he wants to. It's like anger. It's a natural to feel angry, but it's unnatural to act on every impulse of anger. You know what I mean? You're supposed to be able to learn how to control that so it can work for you instead of against you.
Okay, so you guys have discipline. Children don't got discipline like that. So
that's where you learn it.
That's where you learn discipline. Nobody's born with discipline. Nobody's born with discipline, right? I'm not comparing children to dogs, but I'm talking about some of the most basic teaching without you even having to be articulate enough or schooled enough to teach a child. There's somebody who doesn't have a child, but they got a puppy. Discipline is something that's taught. Once the puppy hears that bowl and the dry food or the noise of the can opening, the puppy's going to start running over and trying to attack the bowl. One of the things they do is, people who are training the animals, what they do is they say sit, and the animal has to sit while that person prepares the food and leaves it there. And then the animal may want to run to it, sit, and the man will stand there to the side with the food not far from the animal, and they'll just wait. And the whole lesson of the discipline is for the animal not to go and touch that food, even though he is hungry and excited and anxious to devour that dog food. But it's discipline. Discipline is something that's taught. You're not born with discipline. You're not born with it. So how will you learn discipline if you're not exposed to that stimulus? When I was in the football team in high school, guess what? There's times we did 2-a-days because we were building up the discipline to endure pain. We practice in the snow. We practice in the snow. We practiced in the rain. Why? Because we would potentially have games in the snow or the rain, and it was endurance that was being built up.
Isn't that called strength and conditioning?
Strength and conditioning.
Yes.
Discipline comes right. But so the thing is, in order for you to be disciplined to handle, the same way the military, you go to Paris Island to go to the Marines, you have to deal with the sand fleas. You have to deal with this whole gauntlet of things to get through, of hardships to get through, so that when you're out there defending the country, rain, mud, climbing over a wall, swimming a mile, those things will be less likely to hinder your movement because you've been disciplined enough and exposed to it, But you see what Mika said, my nephew got in trouble because he made his teacher fall. I got to the school and she's there in a bodycon dress. I don't know, it's a bodycon dress in 6-inch stilettos. Why? Can somebody tell me what's a bodycon dress? Maybe I don't know.
I don't know what the hell no bodycon. Andrea?
I don't know what that is.
Oh, okay. I guess that was a typo.
Okay.
This is a bodycon dress. Okay. But anyway, fitted. All right. So
I think sometimes it's a place in thing as a place in time for things, and when it's certain places, like when it comes to the schoolhouse, when it comes to the church house, it's just certain things you should not be wearing. And I'm just it feels that way, and everybody don't have to feel that way, but I'm just saying it's a certain things you should not be wearing, period. And especially somebody who teaching my children. When I went to back to school night, I wanted to see how all my teachers dress.
Oh, body contouring. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Go ahead. So, parents, we're gonna get back to these parents. We finna get back to these parents. Now, we're gonna do the same thing again. 1 for inappropriate, 2 for innocuous. All right. That's the word of the day. I'm gonna put that in the chat. All right. I'm gonna give you the definition as well. I'm gonna start doing that. We're gonna put innocuous. But yeah, so let's do that. Innocuous means not harmful or offensive, and it's an adjective. All right.
Okay.
So we'll put that in there. But in the meantime, I want you guys to let me know when I show you this, what's 1 if it's harmful or inappropriate, 2 if it's innocuous.
Jocelyn Lewis is a big Marilyn Monroe fan and is in the process of getting her hair done, which is why she has it covered.
I can see if it's a student, yes, they have a dress code. I understand that, but I'm not a student, so I have no dress code. So who are you to tell me how to dress?
Monday morning, Jocelyn says she unenrolled her daughter from Lamar High School so she could transfer the 15-year-old to Madison High School.
When I went to Lamar, I had no problem. But when I got to Madison High School, they refused me access to the premises because of what I had on.
Jocelyn alleges an administrator disapproved of her outfit.
She said that my headscarf was out of dress code and my dress was too short.
The mother says her dress meets the fingertip length test and would understand if her rear end or chest were hanging out. She also doesn't understand why having her hair covered was an issue.
Not saying it's a part of my religion, but it could have been. I just wanted to wear it up. Who are you to say that I can't wear my hair up in a scarf?
Jocelyn says she was not aware of a apparent dress code and alleges no one could show it to her when asked.
I'm mad. I'm furious. I'm mad. My child needs her education.
She says she'll try to register her daughter again tomorrow and will dress differently.
My child's education, anyone's child's education, should be more important than what someone has on. That shouldn't matter.
1, if it was inappropriate. 2, if it was innocuous. Can somebody put some stuff in the chat, please? We got 1, 2. We got Danique said, is that a dressing question? If so, 1. Yep, that was the one in question. Mika said 1.
She just had to have some shorts under it.
She went to school in only a t-shirt and no bottoms. Come on, son. Right. 1. Dawn said 1. Just Andrea said 1. Kendon Leanne 1. Death Mage Javon 1. It looks like a consensus. We in the echo chamber. I'll take that as a 1. Papi Blanco said that's a whole fit. It's not an outfit. That's a whole fit. Right.
I'm saying if she put on a belt, right? So now it's not a t-shirt and panties. It's a dress, because that's all a dress is, a long t-shirt. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, you saying that there's a standard, which is a fingertip length. If she meets the standard, then what the fuck we talking about?
That standard that she was referring to was the dress code for the girls that attended the school.
Right. And if she meets that standard, then what's the issue? I understand, okay, you on school premises, you should abide by school rules, whether you attend the school or not. Okay. That much I can concur.
But at the same time, it was inappropriate. You know it was.
Based on what?
Wait, say that one more time. I'm gonna hear what Andrea said. You went low. I'm about to increase here.
At the same time, it was inappropriate, and you know it was. Period.
You said you know it, but based on, there has to be a standard set for someone to know something is wrong. That was what Chef was saying earlier.
Okay, so I have a dress just like that. I know that I know that dress is inappropriate. So when I do wear that dress out, I have shorts under that dress. How about that?
I led with that, but if nobody can see your shorts, what's the point of having them? They don't know. Ain't nobody went and lift her shirt up to make sure she has shorts under there. I'm 100% sure of that without knowing.
Vic, so, I just told you I have a dress like that. Okay, I just told you.
What I'm saying, whether you put shorts under it or not, nobody knows that you got shorts under it. You only wear shorts in the event that something should happen and that shirt should come up, that you won't be embarrassed or show all your goods when you don't want to. But it doesn't change the fact that it gives the impression that you don't have shit on under it. So I'm asking is what part of that makes it inappropriate, since that's your opinion? What is making it I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just asking you, why are you saying it's inappropriate versus a dress that is the same exact length?
I think it's inappropriate.
Why is it inappropriate? Because that's not a dress.
No, it's not.
That's a t-shirt.
Cap.
Anyway, I don't know what kind of chicks you dealing with if you just said a t-shirt is a long dress. I don't know what the hell, you know what I mean? You leave them thrift.
Have you ever seen a jersey dress?
Yes, I seen a jersey dress. Okay, but
it's not a dress, it's just a long jersey.
Now you were playing games tonight.
I'm saying it's the same shit, and you want to get into semantics, but what I'm asking is what makes it inappropriate. I didn't say that it's not inappropriate. I'm asking you what about it is making it inappropriate, since it meets the school regulations.
When she bent her ass over, you gonna see her ass. So she knows a t-shirt dress. Come on now.
So if she wore a regular dress and she bent over, it'll probably be the same problem. Most women who bend over in dresses have an issue with that. That's why they hold them the fuck down and they curtsy instead of just bending straight over like a man would.
All right, Vic. But what if I told you this? What if they sent her away because she looked dirty? Do you see that shit she had on her head? That looked like it was one of them old ass hospital blankets.
What's wrong with that? Your mama look.
Go ahead, yo, do you?
Don't
Right?
you know,
I'm saying that was.
we tell our kids.
Yo.
We tell our kids. First impression. We tell our kids to dress appropriate. We tell our kids the first impression somebody gonna think about you. So what do you say about her when you just meeting her? She enrolling her child in. So obviously, if she doing that, the child will be doing that. The apple don't fall from the tree. That's how they say that all the time.
I'm just saying, you going further than where we going. That's a different race you running. The only question on the floor is why. Not is it, but why is it inappropriate? Now, Chef just went to the head wrap, which that's subjective. You're saying that because she looked dirty or it looked unkempt. At the end of the day, if like she said, if it was her religion and she had a head wrap or whatever, she was just super Africa, and she wanted to wrap her shit up in a Baidu style, shouldn't nobody have nothing to say about that shit. You know what I'm saying? That's so let's stay off of the head wrap and let's just stay on the dress.
Okay,
because that's where the harm can be had.
The school has a right to turn her way. The school has a right to turn her way. For the reasons that she was dressed inappropriately.
You're asking what reasons they have dress codes? What reasons they have dress codes at schools?
No, I'm asking. She said the school can turn her away, and I said for what reason? If she didn't sound like an ignorant woman, and she was very clear in the way that she expressed herself, and then she went and wore the same shit. So you can see, for example, what not like relative, but exactly what she had on. She put her hands to her side. She wasn't pulling on the fucking shirt, and it was right there at her fingertips, which is the same thing. If they pulled your 15-year-old daughter into the office and told her that her dress was inappropriate, they would have to verify based on a standard, because you can't go by people's personal opinion. Because that person may not be in that position forever. That person may be, have their own biases. So that's why there is a written code that they must abide by. So if you want to apply that to the parents, that's fine. However, she's saying that she did go by every last one of those standards. There was nothing that they could say that she was violating, which is why she was upset enough to call the news.
And I'm saying the school has a right to say turn her away if they feel like you're dressed inappropriate. Okay.
Based on a particular set
how they
of,
feel that it was inappropriate.
So now, new question. Mm-hmm. Are you saying that whoever is the administrator on duty at whatever school in your local school in America, right? Yes. They have the personal discretion, without any sets of laws or bylaws or rules written on the books, to turn away a parent coming to handle business, not coming up there to make a scene or act an ass, but to come up there to handle business involving their child. They have the right. That's what you said now. They have the right to use their discretion, not anything written, but to use their discretion to say that what you're wearing is inappropriate. Is that what you're saying?
I'm pretty sure that it was written down what was inappropriate, and so the school turned her away, and the administrator said it was inappropriate.
Oh, hell no! Don't backtrack now. Hell no! I just went through what she said that the rules were that could have possibly been a violation. She was not in violation of those rules. So based on what you're saying is they still have the authority to turn her away from handling business that directly concerns her child. She ain't hanging up there. She ain't kicking it. She's up there handling business with her child.
Vic, I want you to answer Candid Ann's question.
Why do we need a policy and law for something that should be common sense? Because common sense ain't common, it's relative. It depends on who you are, where you are in the world, and what's okay in America ain't okay over there in Israel. You understand? What's okay in New York ain't okay in Georgia. What's okay in California ain't okay in Texas. You understand? So it's relative.
So let's get, because remember, right now, if you take a look at your pants, you're gonna see fence marks, right? So now, my question is,
get your ass out.
You, right? Get your ass off my fence. You, if you were a lady, would you wear that to your child's school? Yes or no?
I doubt it.
Why?
Why?
I would, because I'm not. I probably wouldn't wear no shit like that outside. Period. Just because I don't want to give the impression that I ain't got nothing on up under this motherfucker, and I'm just walking around in a t-shirt and my panties. However, that's just how I grew up in the South, and that's just our standard. You know what I'm saying? But there's plenty of people who would walk right beside you who had a completely different standard in the same South. So you didn't even have to leave the state to find people who felt differently about what their standard is.
Peace to William Graves. Okay.
That's why you have to write it down. That's why you can't just be like, okay, I'm a grade this test. Nah, they got an answer key. And it say, this is the question, the answer to number A. You can't make that shit up as you go. Because now we're dealing with, oh, that's racist. Now we're talking about, oh, that's racist. If it was a little white girl wearing that, she would. I don't want to hear all that shit. We write it down in black and white, and then it don't matter what color they is.
Yeah, that racist thing. Listen, because some people would say that, right? There's some situations where once the other person, the offending party, happens to be of another race, some people try to pull the race card out. It's not all the time, but in many instances, people tend to want to pull the race card. So since we're talking about it, what would a sister do?
A Houston school principal who stirred up a nationwide controversy over what is appropriate attire for parents at school. Critics say the policy is discriminatory and discourages parents from being involved in their kids' education. But in an exclusive interview with Les Trent, the principal defended her actions.
She's the high school principal at the center of a firestorm. She's ordered a dress code for the parents. Why did you feel there was a need for a dress code for parents?
I felt the need to enact the dress code because it was an educational environment, a place of learning. And when anyone walks in, we have impressionable children, and we have to model what we want them to know.
Principal Carlotta Outley Brown sent out this letter informing parents they need to be appropriately dressed when they come on school grounds to drop off or pick up their children.
Peace to Houston.
Subject to being asked to leave the campus.
We have to show them what is right, what is correct, and what they need to do when they go different places. For example, you don't wear a swimsuit to school, you wear it to the beach.
What's banned? Hair bonnets, shower caps, hair
Bum,
rollers, low-cut tops, torn jeans that show too much skin, uncovered leggings, and absolutely no Daisy Dukes.
One instance, a mother came in with a see-through shirt, and you could clearly see her breast and her nipples.
For the men, no sagging pants or tank top undershirts. The new requirement is causing a national stir.
For a lot of people, it's hard just getting everybody out the door. And
I know.
Let alone getting dressed yourself.
Principal Brown says she's received an outpouring of support.
Keep up the good work, high five. Someone needed to take the stance. You're doing a great job, don't back down.
The principal has earned national praise before for her work with students. In 2016, Ellen DeGeneres featured her on her show.
$100,000.
Brown herself graduated from Madison High School in Houston in 1979, and it was her dream to return someday as principal.
It's about academic excellence and doing what we need to do so our children are successful.
Ms. Brown says she'll be meeting with parents on Monday to discuss the dress code.
You know what's inappropriate? Them motherfucking shoes she wearing. If you gotta walk like Shrek, you should take them shits off, put some flats on. That shit inappropriate.
Hey, let's see what folks are saying. Quantum said we need more like her.
That's racism. That's racism against your own. Shit.
What happened, Andrea?
We need more like her. I agree with her what she did. She did. Bravo to her.
Why city and school spec jobs are not easier. All right. Principal slugging too. Y'all see that walk? She got that hot church lady look. Hey, Sister Abernathy.
Funny enough, I knew
God
that.
is good, sister. God is good. Can I pray with you on Thursday? Can I pray with you on Thursday?
You know what, y'all?
You mess around. You got your mom. Look, if your mom look like the hot, look like the hot church lady. Next thing you know, your homies, when all of y'all in the background, y'all in the backyard chilling, and then you got that one homie who like older woman. He gonna be inside helping your mama make rice. You gotta watch out for them.
Bring your ass outside with us.
Right, get your ass outside, man.
I was just getting some water.
Like, hey, I just came to pick your mama up to take her to church. You don't get the hell on out of here. But yeah.
Making plans for my mama without me, movie.
I personally think that was a good idea. You know, sometimes you need decency and order, and sometimes some of these parents don't want to follow. So I like what she did. She put a dress code out there for all of us, the men and the women, and decency and order. That's all that is. And you want your kids, your kids' job. The only job they have is to go to school. So that's the first impression. So decency and order was like what she said. You're successful.
That shit cap.
What?
What?
That shit cap.
How was that cap? You got to. If you're gonna say that, you're gonna have to speak on that. What makes a cap?
Oh, okay. When you're gonna do something, you got to do something across the board. You understand? You can't just address black issues. Who wearing hair bonnets? Who wearing wife beaters? Who's sagging? Who doing all of this shit? You know who you talking to. Since we're talking about people having common sense will tell you that all of those rules are tailored to the things hood ass black people do and walk out the house in. But what about the man that
you gotta let me, because you've been going at him for a minute, Andrea. Hold on one second. Let me go ahead.
So what about the man that come in there in his cut off flannel or his fucking his inappropriate dirty ass work boots or whatever that may look, you know, scruffy or rough, whatever the fuck. I don't understand what the point is of addressing those things that will not directly affect children. You might think that they're tacky, but you don't got no real right to legislate that shit in a public government paid for by the taxpayers that you are basically you're putting them into this box. You know what I'm saying? These are them same people that you excoriating or making these rules for are the people who pay your fucking salary.
You realize that there's specific rules of operation and engagement for people, for the public, when they go into state buildings and they go into different businesses, but state government owned. Remember, they couldn't have that mandate if it wasn't approved. There are specific standards. Dress code is something that has always been at schools. Some schools may have not enforced them, but that's been part of the mix. But there's a side note. There's two things I want to address when you was talking about the dress and you couldn't see anything. I'm going to go back to that. I have something for that. But in terms of this, bro, what you're saying, you know, what you're saying is that, well, I believe, and I think that with that approach that you're taking, then we can't say shit to anybody, and we just got to let everything happen. There's not going to be any specific modicum of change, because even you yourself, you're saying that it shouldn't be mandated. There shouldn't be any types of mandates, so we should just continue it. How can you prevent your child from, because you stated that they go there to learn. How can the kid be impacted by what they're seeing or what they're learning? Well, school is a place that's set for learning. It's set to create moments for the children, learning moments, interpersonal social relationships with peers, understanding how to work and acquiesce to authority, which is the teachers, the principal, the staff, understanding codes. The first place outside of the home where children actually learn codified behavior. You know, raise your hand to speak, stand up for the national anthem. When you walk down the halls, you have to stay to the right side. When you guys line up, it's in height order or whatever. All of those different things. That's codified behavior that's taught. So everything. That's why when they walk through the schools, there's always educational stuff on the walls.
Right.
Because that is a learning institution. So what is put before those children are carefully curated within the structure of curriculum. So whatever's pushed in there is part of the curriculum. And if they don't want tits and ass on the curriculum, that is something that they're responsible for maintaining within that environment, bro. You know, what you're saying is that nobody has the right to say anything. So we live in anarchy, the jungle.
Anything close to that.
Say it again.
I didn't say anything close to that.
Yeah, you did. What you were saying is that they don't have the right. You were speaking to the rights that they have to be able to demand a specific dress code from the parents.
If you're running a private facility, I have zero qualms about the rules you make for your private facility. If there's a private school, then yeah, do whatever you want. But when at the end of the day, when you go to a club and they say no athletic wear, no ball caps, no bandanas, no this, you say, okay, I see what y'all doing. I know who you don't want in here, because that dress code caters to a culture of a certain type of people. And you can play like that's not the case, but it is.
That's bullshit.
So
bullshit. It's bullshit, bro.
So let's say the bullshit.
It's bullshit. What I'm saying is that it's bullshit. You can't keep coming and bringing up the race card and all of this shit. If you live in a place where it's a specific culture of people, then the issues that you're going to speak and make rules about are going to be based on that specific culture of people. If you live in a certain part of China that's near the water, there's going to be specific laws about how they're supposed to dispose of fish, okay? And fish innards and whatever. Why? Because they live near the water and it can create a safety hazard, awful smells. The laws and the things that come through are specific to the community.
Sure.
Okay. So I just showed you. I knew you were gonna come with that. I just showed you a black principal. You didn't see any white kids in that school. I told you about a black principal.
You think black people can't be racist against black people?
Oh man, yo.
I'm asking, are you or bigoted? Are you? Do you think that that's not a thing? That's where the term coon come from.
What is that?
So at the end of the day, what I'm talking about here is not even is she racist or does she have a thing against black people or anything like that. She probably on the same time Bill Cosby was on. Pull your fucking pants up. You're making us look bad. Blah blah blah. Somebody need to get a handle on this shit. This shit is out of control, and that's probably the spirit that it came from. Which is why she personally implemented those. Those are her personal standards. That ain't got shit to do with what the school board implemented. That's why she's getting notoriety for it, because she want the credit. However, what I'm saying is that what she did not do, which is the difference between going in other places where there is a majority race. In America, is the melting pot. We've got representation from all walks of life. I don't even give a fuck how hood the area is. There's gonna be a representation of a lot of different types of people. So at the end of the day, what we're talking about is there a representation of a rule that addresses the scourge of each society? Because that's what these rules are for people who don't have the sense of what they need to do to be appropriate in this setting. So there are people who are inappropriate in every culture. And I'm saying that the things that she addressed are only the things that are inappropriate in black culture.
What if she's in a black school, bro? If it's a black school, she's not gonna. If she's in a black school, then how is she going to talk about the stuff, the hood things that some white folks do? Okay, perfect example. you know some of the rules, and y'all, you know, we have our white folks everywhere. You know, there's a major thing. Watch this. What was it? Y'all heard of this? Y'all heard of this slogan in a lot of businesses, and that slogan was not to us. No, watch it. No shirt, no shoes, no business, no service. No shirt, no shoes, no service. We is not known for walking around barefoot everywhere, right? Our friends, of course, from the European side, you see a lot of that. You see a lot of that. And I'm talking about the hood ones, right? They have their own rules. There's certain things that they can and can't do. But the other panelists, not Andrea, but the chat, they got some questions for you. One is on the screen right now. Why do we have to associate all that negative shit as black culture, Yella said. That's our problem. And he said, so bonnets are black culture? Because you know.
Who else wear bonnets?
Everybody, bro. Bonnets, white women been wearing bonnets before we was rocking them.
Outside?
Wait. Outside. Bonnets.
I've never seen a white woman in a bonnet ever. Unless it was in a Little Miss fucking Muffet.
I don't know what to tell you, bro. White women wear bonnets. You've been to Jersey, they got a lot.
Hey, take a picture of one the next time you see one and prove me wrong. I need a white woman in 2022 outside somewhere in a bonnet.
Bonnet is ratchet culture. But what you're doing is you're adopting those things. But here's my question to you. You said those rules, it would be okay if it was in a private school, you know, a school that people with money or people who are more well-to-do will send their children so that the children don't have to be exposed to what they may be exposed to in the public school system, right? So parents spend good money for that stuff. You have a black educator that wants to instill and institute some of those same dynamics that you would get from a better school and bringing it to your child for free. What's wrong with that? You're complaining that, oh, this ain't one of them big private schools and this, that, and the other. So why they doing it here? So maybe we're getting an upgrade or a feature or an option that may not be in our car.
You see it that
may be
way.
in a Benz, but they're putting it into our car. So that's a feature or an option of something that people will pay a premium for. That's being given to your children. What is wrong with that? Is it the legal minutia of it? Is that because that's a heavy hand? That's a heavy hill to stand on. That, oh, this is not fair. This is just racist. Because you use the term racist, not even prejudice. You use the term racist
or bigoted.
Why? What if she wanted to bring the rules from?
I'm going to answer your question.
A big private school to institute here to make this better.
I'm going to answer your question, and I'm going to clarify what I was saying when I said it would be okay in a private school setting. We're making the assumption that it's something that is a better or an improvement. I'm not saying that it isn't. I'm saying that it's what the word of the day, innocuous. At the end of the day, the private school is a private business, which is why I don't co-sign to government supporting private prisons or things of that nature, because I don't think some things should be privatized. However, if your business or organization is private, that is the key word. It's private. That means you can make all the rules up, even if they're unfair, and everybody who don't like them can keep it pushing because they have no authority or leverage here. The people who pay for this facility or pay for this business make the rules and the guidelines and things, and they don't have to be fair. I don't have to make you a wedding cake that has 2 boys on it. It's my private business. Kiss my ass. You might find that unfair or intolerant, but it's mine. If you want, go somewhere where they do that at, or make your own fucking cake. So when we're talking about schools, the only reason that we're even addressing a parent having to now, children are a whole nother thing, but when we're trying to legislate that to the parents, because you have come on the premises, because you was in a car, it ain't matter. So because you've walked onto the premises, you are subject to the rules of the school. Not to the people of the school, but of the rules of the school.
But what if she's seen?
It's a school. They teach you rules.
So they have rules in place. What if someone thought your child's language was inappropriate? However, they could not document and say what was the thing that they said. How did they bend or break the rules? Because it's some new slang that has not been addressed, and they want to suspend or expel your child for something that they did or said that is outside of the rules. That's why we make the rules. You can't lock people up for shit that you be like, damn, that hasn't been addressed yet. We got technology sector. Rules haven't been addressed yet. You can't make shit up as you go. You have to write it down somewhere so there's some level of consistency, because everything is subjective when it comes to things like that.
And that's what she did.
Okay, so what if she seen a problem? What if she seen a problem and she said, the new school year, I'm going to address all this inappropriate at parents, and now I'm going to implement in of a school policy. So I believe that's what happened. That's why she put it in there.
But let them answer your question. What if, because remember, when you create rules and laws are created, there's always a reason. There's always a reason. You know what I'm saying? There's always a reason.
So you said the question is what, Andrea?
What if this happened like last year, and she's seen the parents how the parents are addressing inappropriate, and she decided new school year, I'm gonna implement a new policy of a dress code for the parents.
So basically what we're saying is she has executive authority in this case to make rules about dress code.
Yes, and she's the principal of the school.
Hang on, Andrea.
Okay.
So if she says that, if she has that authority, then now the question is not, is it right or wrong? The question is, should she have the authority? Because it's a slippery slope. It's the equivalent. Let me give you the equivalent. Mm-hmm. They censored Donald Trump and said, hey, you know what? We don't like how you talking. And so many people didn't like him that they was like, cool. I don't want to hear that motherfucker talk. No way.
Yeah, but he's allowed to come up with laws.
However, keep it specific to the point I'm talking about. I ain't trying to go off the rails, Chef.
You brought up the president.
Just follow where I'm going with this. You don't know where I'm going. So what I'm saying is, because the people did not like him, they allowed it to happen. Because 9/11 happened and people were fearful, they allowed the government to take certain rights that invaded their privacy in exchange for a false feeling of safety. Bro. What I'm saying is that how it all correlates is that when you agree with the thing that's being done, it's easy to say, yeah, that's all right, that's cool. But if you don't look at the 360-degree parameters, when that shit comes back to something you don't like, something that you do think is unfair, something that you do think like having to shave your motherfucking hair before you wrestle and cut your dreads, who the fuck made that rule?
You don't know that's a real rule, bro. Have you ever wrestled before? It's something so because they're not supposed to be able to have anything to allow, because remember, grappling and grabbing, smacking, grappling, grabbing is part of wrestling. You just don't like laws, my dude. You just don't like laws or government. That's what I'm getting from it.
Wait.
You just said, what's the point of people shaving their head for wrestling?
You don't get dreads overnight.
Tactical thing. That's actually a tactical thing.
You don't get dreads overnight. He had a championship.
Don't do wrestling. Don't do wrestling then. Come on, man.
So I'm saying it's been cool all the way up until somebody made a discretionary call that Nah, he can't wrestle.
But these
Because
are
That's what you're assuming. Hold on.
that shit went for his fucking safety. So all I'm saying is that I don't
It's
give
not
a
for
fuck what
safety.
the rules are. Just be consistent and understand that when you open Pandora's box, that it don't stop with the first thing that come out the box. So yes, wait, hang on. Let me clarify myself because this is why it's contentious. I'm saying that I would tend to agree. I don't want to see niggas sagging nowhere ever. At the gas station, less more at school in front of my damn children. However, I understand that when you start walking these particular, sagging goes right in the category with something being too short. I think that the exposure of anything that is sexual in nature should not be around in children. I think that's where those rules for parents should stop. So let me be clear on that part. Where all that other shit, that's opinion based. You might think it look tacky. You might think it's, why would you do that? But it's not for you to say what people can and cannot dress like. No, if they want to walk out raggedy in a wife beater, so be it. Now, that's all I got.
All right. So I'd like you to, I'll read it. Why no long hair in wrestling? Long hair is prohibited in several wrestling federations due to the fact that it might get in the way. Wrestlers are permitted to have hair that is just chin length if they so want, but no longer. Long hair is well known for impeding opponents in a variety of ways, and any lack of adequate cleanliness can result in skin issues on the head. All right. Part of it is because if you understand how those, if you ever put on the leather wrestling helmet, it's put on tight. Wrestling, you're able to rub and do different things to create a high degree of pain, right? So it can result in skin issues on the head. According to the article 2019, probability of competing beyond high school figures and methodology, only 2.9% of wrestlers compete at the collegiate level, blah, blah, blah. So what you're stating is that you believe that that was just something that was made up. But I want to get back to the other piece. It feels as though you reject laws or you reject rules, because what you're stating is that somebody who is in charge of this place here, who bears the full responsibility for what happens in that place, principals have gotten fired for what a teacher that worked for them did. So what you're stating is that this person is not allowed to create the change that they know and understand will be positive until it's done all over the nation or all over the district or all over. It seems like you're rejecting rules. It seems like you're rejecting the laws. But you also stated that you saw certain things were inappropriate. But then you rejecting the laws, it says that you'll think something is inappropriate, but you don't feel it necessary to do anything to impact that change, to be a catalyst. In order for change to occur, somebody got to have the nuts to be a catalyst for that change.
And the question is, you said is she's only making rules for Black people. How do you know it's more Black people? How do you know Mexican kids going to that school, Caucasian kids? It could be a multiracial school. So how do you know it's just only for Black people? I hate people say that it's just only for us. No, it's across the board.
Yo, white boys, you gotta say loud pipes. Black people, you gotta say turn that fucking music down. So on and so forth. Everybody understands that that's not all Black people. That's not all white people or all Mexicans. Everybody understands, but you understand who the fuck he talking about when it's said.
I personally believe it.
So hang on. We gotta talk one at a time now.
Okay.
So to answer your question, Chef, I don't. It's not that I got an issue with rules. I have a issue with over governing, and if there's a chain of command and a process that is supposed to be followed, that's why people weren't fans of George Bush, Donald Trump, and people who use executive orders, because they say they were shortchanging the political process. That's why you're supposed to vote on certain shit. You could do that, but you're actually cheating the process of allowing other minds, even if they fucking agree with you, to go through the process of making a permanent change. So if you say, hey, I don't know what the rules are in that particular district, in that area, in that school, and maybe she was well within her rights to make that change. And if she's well within her rights to make that change, I don't got a problem with it. But I felt that that was what we would consider an overreach, because I think even if she has the discretion, the only thing she should be addressing is things that directly affect the children, which I don't have no problem with the dress length. I don't got no problem with the pulling up of your pants. I don't got no problem with the no foul language, no this, no that. However, anything beyond that, now you're putting in your personal feelings and trying to impose that into me just because I'm in this space.
She's the principal of the school, so she's seen everybody come to her school. Okay, so she has they have a personal impact on the children. So what she's saying is, come to my school and dress accordingly. And if you don't, you can't come. What's wrong with that? She's the principal.
Why are you speaking as if you didn't hear me speak? I'm saying like you acting like you not processing what I'm saying. I just addressed what you said. I said it's an overreach.
How?
Those parents ain't going in to teach the children. Those parents ain't parading around the school. They coming to handle business at the office. And then they go all that.
You're coming here to enroll your child to my school. You're coming here on my premises. You're coming here when my other students see you looking at how you half dressed. So you are infecting my school then.
Let's stay with the bonnet. Because
she said infecting.
This is what she said, bro. And that's the point. That is the fucking point, because she said it out loud. She said it out loud.
Infecting. That's the actual process.
Because it's personal. Because to say something is infecting something would insinuate that it's a negative. And then now you're saying that your
parents don't want their kids.
Or your toxic behavior is now going to influence these children.
Damn real. Damn real. Damn real. That's why we make sure we put our kids in certain places. That's why we make sure that our kid doesn't hang with the wrong crowd. What are you talking about? We do this every day as parents. Every day as parents, bro. Every single day. So what are you talking about? We fear the infection. What do we mean by infection? Okay? It's something from the outside that's infecting the bubble that we've created.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And if I have a school, if there's a school and there's a principal within the school that wants to make sure that our kids do not become normalized to seeing freaking bonnets in the goddamn school, all right? Our son's rocking wife beaters to school. The daughter's wearing their ass out in school. What are you talking about? My daughter's in school. She's in a good school, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. She picked up something that she wasn't into before. I was a sneakerhead. She wasn't really a sneakerhead before. But now she like J's. She went this, she went that. You get what I'm saying? She picked up that stuff she likes.
Children are impressionable.
Hold on. She say that again? She's what?
Children are impressionable.
Thank you. So at this point, you just answered it, bro. Children are the most impressionable. And what that lady is doing, you talking like she's just doing it out of her own hubris. She's doing it because our children are impressionable. And she does not want that other shit to be normalized within our children, within your children. That's something that should be celebrated. But what you're stating is that even though I don't like to dress like that and I don't want my kids to do what they're doing, I don't believe it should be a law. Oh, so then you just want to control your bubble and then let anarchy take place outside. Do you realize that what you're espouses anarchy? That's anarchist talk, bro. No laws. You said not big government, but come on, man.
Check me out, Chef. If somebody in your hood, right? Let's just say these is the days when you was living in, questionable areas, right? And somebody knocked off or got rid of someone who was a menace, right? Nobody was that anxious to tell, right? Because everybody pretty much wanted that person gone anyway. They just didn't have the nuts or the know-how to get it done. So they say, hey, you know, good riddance. We don't need to talk about that. He had it coming. That's karma. That's whatever. But if that same person who took out that bully or that bad guy or that menace now becomes the menace, now he has the authority, and now he makes all of the discretionary calls. What I'm saying is that we starting at bonnets. But just because you like the fact that your daughter don't got to see bonnets when she go to school, so she's impressioned by that, the question is, where's the line drawn when you give somebody that much levity or unilateral power, where there is no checks and balance?
She's the
Who
principal.
gets to say where is too far? Who gets to say that, hey, yeah, I was with you on the bonnet thing, but this you trying to say no ball caps now. Now you trying to say this, oh, now you trying to say we gotta have a suit on to get in this motherfucker. At what point do you say that that's too far? And wherever you say, somebody else may disagree.
She's being reasonable. She's not over dramatic.
I'm saying that whenever she decides to be unreasonable,
I'm pretty
who's
sure
gonna check her?
I'm pretty sure the school district approved her dress code. I'm pretty sure the school district approved the dress code.
You saying
I don't know if you're familiar. So
I'm addressing what hasn't happened yet. Y'all are addressing what.
Here's what I don't. No, I don't think that you recognize what exists. I don't think because you are talking about the school regulations as though it's some kind of new shit. What if I told you dress codes in the First Amendment of the Constitution? What if I told you that? Would you believe me?
I didn't hear what you're saying. Dress codes.
I said, what if I told you that dress codes in school is within the First Amendment? What if I told you that? Excuse me?
Let's say it is. What's the point are you making?
The point is, I'm countering the point that you previously made about it being something that's arbitrary. Dress codes are something that is a part of school, and it was in the First Amendment. The First Amendment allows for mandatory uniform policies or dress codes in the public school system. However, it generally permits exemptions from such policies or codes for students to wear religious clothes, head coverings, and symbols or other attire, right? It's in the First Amendment, bro. So it's not something new. That capability existed. You're talking like this principal is not allowed to do that when she actually is. Principals are allowed to mandate a dress code policy as approved by the school district.
Yep, so can.
So what you're stating is you're talking like she's creating no new laws. That power has been given to her already. You went and you brought up one of the presidents, right? Guess what? He had certain powers as well that were powers that were granted to him by virtue of the position that he attained, that he was voted into.
Right.
So does that principle. And the laws that the principal enacts is more tactically and tangibly more impactful to our children, to us, because they're closer to our children. They are the bosses of our children's beloved teachers. So that's her job. So what you're doing is not saying you're not feeling such and such. You're talking as though she took it upon herself. No, she was doing her job. What it is that you have a thing again. You said big government. I feel it's government. Okay. And when I say that, because even something that you agree with, you don't want it mandated. You stated, I said, why do you feel that way? You stated why you felt a certain way. And you also stated, but for the other people, common sense is not common. Laws were written for the common man. You understand what I'm saying? Laws are written for those folks that don't have the common sense to be able to understand how to and not how to behave within a specific subset of situations. That's why laws are there, for those that don't know what to do. Laws are rules of engagement. Laws are rules of engagement. All this sister was doing was utilizing her power to create a situation that her, as a pedagogue, a teacher, okay, an executive administrator within that school. Remember, when you're chosen as a principal, you're not just chosen to be a boss to these teachers. You're chosen to bring about a mission. You're chosen to they trust your skills of perception. They trust your levels of awareness. They trust your education. They trust your time management, your management skills. They trust all of that to give you that role so that you can make those decisions. The role that I'm in within my company, I've been entrusted to make decisions. I can hire, I can fire, I can send someone home, I can write somebody up, I can all of these things. I come up with coaching plans and stuff like that in order to make changes. That's a part of life. That's a part of life. When you've earned a position that gives you that level of discretion, you've earned it. And if you have a vision, which when you come, even in terms of the job I'm in, I applied for, I had a vision of what I wanted to do and how I wanted to do it. You know, funny thing, today is the 15th anniversary, 15-year anniversary of me being with my present company, right? I'm entrusted with certain things. I got tattoos. I wear suits and stuff, but I got tattoos. I'm a bald-headed, big beard dude, and I'm not a little guy. My voice is deep. I may come off a certain way to some people, but I've been entrusted because of the high degree of skill that I've delivered to that company. So when I say this is how it's going to go, this is how it's going to go. And the people that work for me are all better for it. But I've been entrusted with that position. You speak of principal like she's just some basic person that.
Like she's some church lady. Like she's
right, yo.
This
is a principal of a school.
And what you're not connecting is she said she graduated from that high school. So obviously she went back to the neighborhood that she came from. What you talking about now?
But you're talking like she's just being pompous and trying to make that school like the private schools. So then what? Giving us some private school curriculum and structure for free. Come on,
what's
man.
so wrong?
Yeah,
with
so you should think about saying instead. You should say thank you instead of the fuck you giving her
at the school. I'm reading the question. What's so wrong with making people put on clothes when they come to handle business at the school? Yes. And what I would like to clarify, because somehow it's continuously getting missing. I agree with the putting on clothes, because that is the part. We disagreed when we were talking about, is it appropriate what the teacher had on? Based on what you're saying, Andrea, if you were the principal and that teacher was someone's mother and she came in there looking extra voluptuous, you would tell her that she needed to go to the car and put a blazer on before she got her child out of school.
I sure would. Damn it, said it.
That's the fucking point that I'm making, because everybody don't agree. And I'm saying that when you leave it up to individuals, not to a group think, if the majority tends to agree with you, then that tends to be at least the accepted sentiment at that time. So it's not like you're going against the grain, because this is the grain. That's why we vote on shit. So at the end of the day, I don't have no problem with nobody telling nobody to put on clothes. What I do have a problem with is saying, hey, take off clothes. Hey, that bonnet isn't appropriate. You understand what I'm saying? Because now you're injecting your personal preferences.
Vic, a bonnet is not appropriate. Even Monique, the comedy, said you should not be going to the airport with a bonnet on.
Now you want to talk about Monique? Do you really want to do Monique?
I'm just saying what
Monique right now. Okay, Monique is the definition of inappropriate. At the end of the day,
Well, two things
I
can
don't
be
like
right.
that bonding shit, but
So
it
two
ain't
things
up
right
to
at
me.
once.
It's a plenty of black women that say that they got reasons why they put that on. They got
Yo,
reasons why they
bro,
feel the need to walk outside
listen,
with that shit on.
listen.
I
Before
don't
we
agree,
move,
but
all
I ain't
right,
no black woman.
before we move on to the next thing, let me just say this, bro.
Yeah.
I'm real about it. In life, there's passengers and there's drivers. You understand what I'm saying? In life, there's passengers and there's drivers. If there's something that you believe, if you believe that these people should not have the amount of power that they have in terms of creating rules, you would have to vote to go to board meeting to vote to stop that. You vote? Are you a voter?
Buy some kids.
Right. You see what I'm saying? So here we talking about what we think is right and wrong and is acceptable or unacceptable. You can acquiesce to the feelings of something being acceptable or unacceptable, but you rage against the ability for somebody to create change. So then what we doing here?
Because it's based
Then
on
what are
my
we doing? It's just
was
talking in a circle. Remember, you said action
point of
steps.
putting
Action
1 and 2
steps.
in the
So
chat.
then so you the action step guy. So if you feel certain thing is inappropriate, so let's talk about the action step. What action step would you have for change?
You failed to address what I've been saying the whole time. You and Andrea, you trying to teach me about life as if I don't understand rules and laws and like I'm just big anarchist who can't get along with the government and structure. That ain't got fuck all to do with anything, even if it's true. The point that I've addressing is this. You can't make shit up as you go based on your personal preference, and I don't give a shit unless it's a private business. There's structures and if you saying that in this district where this principal is, that is acceptable, that is a part of their structure, she has the authority, that her dress code improvements or changes were approved, and there is no issue with parents or anything, then I ain't got no motherfucking qualms because she has gone through the appropriate steps to do so. But based on what was being said is that there was a parent that was directly affected by whatever these things were, and maybe I'm conflating. They might be two separate cases, but the woman with the t-shirt on and the bonnet or whatever, is that the same school that the black lady is the principal at, or those two separate things?
Those are two separate things.
Okay, so at the end of the day, what I'm saying is that I can only imagine that she's had some of those cases at that school, and if you turned away a parent for, let's just say, the t-shirt and saying, hey, I think that's a little inappropriate, might be a little bit short, a little bit suggestive, then hey, you know what, I lean back on that. But if you tell that same woman that she got to take off her head wrap, see, now you crossing over into other territories. Now you have to try to justify that, and whatever you say is going to be subjective to your personal beliefs and opinions, and that's why we put 1 and 2 in the chat, and it's not always the same. People are going to have different opinions based on where they from. If I move from New York and I decide to be a principal in fucking South Bend, Indiana, or fucking somewhere in Kentucky, Louisville, Kentucky, the standard of what is acceptable is gonna be night and day different. You don't have to leave the country for that to happen. So to give someone unilateral power to do that is, I personally believe, a slippery slope and an overreach. I would only like rules in places where they're necessary, not where they would be nice.
What do you mean that what you said, where they're necessary? But the thing is, because you move within a certain way, certain rules wouldn't be necessary for you. It's for the ones that don't think like you and able to move in the way that you move, because you know what I mean? At this point, you're cultured enough to understand what's appropriate and inappropriate. You know how to read the room, and you understand what's appropriate for going to certain places. However, there's a large group of people that don't. Look what Cam did and put on the screen. Laws are created every day because I'm going to edit that and add. We tend to make shit up as we go along. That's why laws are there, to create a specific thing to lean towards in order in terms of our behavior.
Okay, you made me pull out the big gun, Chef. You made me do it. I wanted to leave it alone, but you made me do it. So little boys who want to wear makeup, right? Is that appropriate?
Say it again.
Little boys who want to wear makeup to school, is that appropriate?
Oh, you trying to get my shit taken down?
I'm just saying, man, it's slippery fucking slope.
No, and you didn't get it.
There's certain things that we look off. We look that shit off like it ain't a thing. But
so you asked a question. You asked a question assuming you asked me a question though. You asked me a question assuming you know my answer. I didn't answer. So you assumed you knew my answer, and so you're like moving on forward.
Is gonna get my shit banned, so that I thought you were declining on answering.
No,
I'll wait for that.
Dude, I work for a corporation. I understand how to, how to parse my words. What you did there is actually different. It's actually different. It's actually different. And the best way I could say is that in terms of the way you delivered it, you don't got to go to China to grab your point. You could grab a point in town, dude. You can grab you a point from in town. You went took us to 45. You took us to that president. You took us to that president. You went all the way back to 9/11, bro. You went 21 years back. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of examples and what's the best way to say situations within this dynamic. A dress code in school. So like I said, in terms of us, once again, as a people getting ourselves to, let's say, a better place.
Uh-huh.
In terms of the whole twerk situation. Ouch. Then in terms of the whole twerk situation, right? How do we stop it? You the action step man. What's the action step?
You say you want to stop twerking? Step? You want to stop twerking in school, or you want to stop twerking?
Bro, I'm talking about whatever negative cultural connotation that we have, whatever inappropriate cultural trope attached to us. How do we stop it?
There is no.
You grew up in the church, bro. You know there was appropriate. You understood that there was appropriate ways to dress in the church. Nobody had to tell you about that, right? Nobody had to tell you about that.
But what the pastor couldn't do is on Thursday, because he the new pastor, say, okay, this is some new shit now. Everybody who go to this church is got to wear dresses to their ankles and cover their head now.
Yes, they can.
Hey, he can't, and half the motherfucking church are gonna leave and go somewhere else.
That's not the point.
When they motherfucking pockets get to drying up, he gonna motherfucking relax those laws a little bit.
That's not the point. So you said they can't. Yes, they can. It's always known when a newer pastor takes over a church. Remember, both my grandfathers, okay, rest in peace, were Pentecostal reverends. When my grandfather passed away, and then the new pastor, it was Pastor Jean, that was Wyclif's pops. He was there. He eventually left and then opened his church in Jersey. Then there was Pastor Sherry, right? Okay. He was stricter. He had specific feelings about specific things. It's known when a new pastor takes over the church and he's not an understudy of the original pastor, things change. Like government. The churches, they have a board. They vote on specific things. They have treasurer. They have all of these different things. So what I'm stating is, yes, the pastors are the ones. Yes, they're like the principal of that church.
I like how you ran from that question I asked. I like that shit.
Just say the question again. Say the question again.
Is it appropriate for little boys to wear makeup at school?
if that child represents themselves as one of the members of LGBTQ plus, right? Then yes, because if there's in the school, they're not allowed to wear bonnets, curlers, hats. In a lot of schools, you're not even allowed to wear ball caps, right? But the people who do get specific religious and health-based accommodations are the people that are of a specific religion.
Right.
In that situation, if that boy is living his life as a woman, then it would not be wrong for them to wear makeup to school. That's what I'm saying. You keep bringing that up.
How?
But what you keep bringing that specific thing up. But what you're doing is you're putting it in a bubble of negative or inappropriate.
What I'm saying?
And this is not about this is not a gay thing. This is not what it's about. We're talking about, but you took it down the road to that.
No,
we're talking about not having your tits out. We're talking about not coming into school looking dirty and disheveled, bro.
The question would be, why would you bring that up, Vic? How does that play into what you're trying to say? And the answer,
that's not what I asked. I asked the question. That's the question you wanted. That's the question. You're saying that's what I should have asked.
I'm saying you are addressing it without asking me why the fuck would I say that. You were implying what you think I mean.
Right.
You don't have to ask.
We on the screen. I don't have to.
I'm right here on the stage with you. I'm right here on the stage with you. You don't have to just interpolate what I'm saying when I'm right here. Just ask me the question.
No, that's what we do. You say something, we say something. Right. If you choose to use your words, in a way where it lacks clarity,
right?
That's what you put on the plate. So that's what I'm going to consume. That's what I'm going to ingest, and that's what I'm going to shit out. I don't got to ask you, hey,
so
did you put cilantro in this rice? Hey, did you put paprika? No, I'm gonna eat the shit. If I like it, I like it. If it was too salty, it was too salty. If it was too spicy, it was too spicy. I don't have to say, hey, executive chef, hey, did you use what kind of hot sauce did you use? No. What are you talking about? I should have asked the question. You put that on my plate. I consumed it, ingested it, and spit it out.
So the reason that I presented that, because you continuously say, oh, you keep coming back to that. You keep coming back to that. I'm coming back to that, not because it's a gay issue, but because it's an issue of what is considered an overreach. And there are places that people are willing to make that exception. And there's other places that motherfuckers ain't gonna touch because they understand the implications. So at the end of the day, if I was the principal feeling the way I feel about certain things, I would most definitely make that a law and or a rule. No boys with makeup in my school. I could give a shit. If you feel like a woman, you don't need makeup to be a woman. Women don't need makeup. Fuck it. Nobody wearing makeup in my school. How about that? That would be an overreach. But I would have the authority to do so if I thought it was inappropriate, because it's impressionable children who may get ideas from other impressionable children who may be getting the wrong impressions at home. It's a slippery slope. People don't know how steep the mountain is until they drive off that motherfucker. That's it. It's not even.
You live in the Mac. You live on. You know where you live. You live on Macro Mountain. Your lens is zoomed out so far back that we can't even make small solutions, because we ain't gonna make no small solution until we change everything. That's not how change happens. Change happens in the small place here, and other people see that change and they attempt to replicate it in order to replicate the results. But you don't want no change. You don't want no rules. You don't want. So then we just fuck it. Like, I don't
Yeah,
understand.
I don't want no rules. I don't want no rules. That's what I say. And I hate when you do that blanket statement shit.
Nigga,
You
that's
put me
what
in
I
this
hear
box.
from what you're saying.
You're
You
not
don't
hearing
want
that
no
shit 'cause I ain't
rules. You
never
want
said that
smaller
shit.
government, you said. Listen, I went on the replay.
That ain't no smaller government does not equate no government.
Well, how
I'm
you
saying
plan?
don't be no, in places where you ain't got no business.
How do you plan to move the culture forward when you got?
Wait. You know those places with smaller government, the Republican towns. You realize the schools have more control. You realize the school districts have more control where they can make things happen that doesn't happen in any other school district. In Georgia, we have 160 counties. So do you understand the level of difference that takes place in all those districts? So when you say smaller government, this shit takes place in the places that have smaller government. Texas is not a democratic state. So what you're stating is you're talking about there's no big government, all of that stuff. Bro, those strong school district rules reign supreme in the places of small government. That is what Republicans want, small government. So I'm trying to understand how you're stating that it's big government when that takes place in those places. You can find 10 school districts in Georgia that got different rules, some archaic, some more modern, but you can find 10, 12, 20. But look,
What'd you say, Andrea?
We got listen, we got ladies on the panel. We got lovely ladies on the panel. You know what I'm saying? You see her doing the pucker over there in the bottom left. All right, you got intellectual soapbox. So I'm gonna let y'all jump in, man. I'm gonna let y'all jump into this.
Chef, why you up here? You up here with a lot of energy. Hey, Chad. Hey, Quantum. Hey, Yellow. Hey, Candidate. Hey, Eat, Work, Wit, and Travel.
Who came up
Why
in
you?
the chat?
You know that I'm about to say hi to you, Victor Freeze. I got to say hi to you.
What's
Hey,
up,
Chad.
Victor?
Chilling. But y'all two is up here having a very spirited discussion. I never see the two of you get a little bit unhinged. Y'all unhinged right now.
You, man, we did worse. So you don't even know. You look at that cruise ship one. Woo.
I just be catching y'all on a good day on that mellow truth and balance vibe. You know, today y'all acting up. But that lady, I popped in because I was doing a whole bunch earlier. But that lady with that body, yaddy, they need to leave her the hell alone. Now I don't know if she has somebody liposuction, if she done been wearing somebody waist trainer, honey. The waist trainer worked for her. It worked for her. Shout out to her. Kudos to her because she looked like a whole Disney princess. Now that's gonna make the little girls be engaged and the little boys pay all the attention. Let them be great. Let them go to school, get their education. And to this code switch, heck yeah, you got a code switch. To them mamas that want to twerk down to the school team, whatever, in front of the whole entire school. If you want to be seen twerking in front of all the students, you want your child to get bullied because they're gonna be like, dang, your mama got a further urge. Well, that's on you. That's not what I set up for my kids. You know, I be trying to minimize the booty, the gluteus minimus maximus juicius, so everybody don't see that, so people don't be fixated. But them mamas, you know, they want to be cheerleaders. They live in their best second childhood, I guess. I don't know. There's a whole bunch of craziness going on in this world. Like, I just have to pretend like I don't see these hoes. Like, I don't know. Don't be all quiet now that I done came up here talking my mess. Especially you, Victor, because I know you got pushback. Come on, get a pushback.
I don't got no particular pushback. I feel like the public school system is so far out of hand that that's like telling a motherfucker that he didn't use his grammar correctly or a particular piece of punctuation that doesn't change the meaning of the sentence. At the end of the day,
it does though.
The problem is too great. You just want to disagree with me, Chef. Relax.
It's not wrong. You're saying what you're saying is wrong. You be using points.
You can be right. Just give me a minute.
Abbreviation in the words changes the whole meaning of a sentence.
I said in the case that it does not change the meaning of the sentence, but I don't know why you so anxious to disagree with me. Hang on just a moment.
You'll catch it on the replay though. Go ahead.
Oh,
Yeah,
but what?
you might as well, brother. I was very specific because I already know how you move about things like that, so I addressed it. So
We
what
having
I'm saying,
conversation, bro. So we using words and we parsing words. That's what we do on a talk show. You
Do I
get what
gotta
I'm
turn this
saying?
car around? Do I gotta turn this car around and grip my belt?
you might. Hey, chill out, Rob. But you know, the way I feel about it is I'm not gonna even deal with that. You understand? Because the children that I have, the most influence over are already subject to this nonsense. And it ain't the parents, it's the children of those parents. Because what you can't do is legislate what the fuck they do at home. And they bring all that dumb shit to school, the shit that actually means something,
So let
not
me
what
ask.
the fuck they wearing. Because guess what? Adults are gonna do what they do. So as
Okay,
much as you want them to do a certain thing, their friends have the most influence over
I
them.
I get that part, right? But so remember when I came up, you were talking about like little boys wearing makeup, right?
I
I hear you, but I want to remind you, the 90s, all the goth emo boys were coming to school with earrings, with parachute pants on, jeans that didn't cut up, added some extra fabric to, looking like they was wearing dresses, with nail polish on, eyeshadow, lipstick, all
that's
that
a thing.
black stuff. So therefore, like, are we upset now because they're just putting on colors? Because little boys been wearing makeup to school.
That shit been not cool. But I'm saying but for someone to legislate that inside the school, whether I agree or disagree with whether it should be, would be what I consider an overreach. So it's not about the things that I agree with versus the things that I disagree with. I hey, you could be the lowest murderer ever, and you done all kind of heinous things that you deserve the death penalty for, and everybody around you agrees. But I agree you should make it to the jail. You should make it there. You should have due process. You should have an opportunity to have a lawyer because we have processes so that things don't get out of hand. Not just because we all agree that this man deserved it this time.
And maybe she decided it was out of hand. That's why she wanted the dress code now.
But this is the thing, like, if you're going to have a dress code, then the dress code should be uniforms. And honestly, a lot of schools have implemented a uniform dress code. And I feel like in elementary school, preparatory school, until you get to college, you should have to be in uniforms. I think it alleviates a lot of pressure on parents that are not able to afford certain designers to keep their kids up with the Joneses. Everybody got to pay $51 for 3 pair of khaki pants and $44 for 3 shirts. Like, that's what should be the standard. So since we're not doing that.
But this was a high school. And then the dress code, the kids already had dress code. The dress code she implemented is for the parents. It's the parents that she got tired of looking at.
Well, then, I mean, honestly, if someone has to implement a dress code for the parents, that speaks to the piss poor parenting going on in that community.
I agree.
Now I seen that video with the lady with the booty dookie shorts with her little cheeks hanging out while she going to pick up her bitty bitty baby. Now, what type of nonsense is that? What type of tomfoolery is that? And I was
What,
like, damn, here she go embarrassing all the black women. Now all the black men gonna see this how you black hoes go
so
get your
so
babies from school. That was some
so
hoe
so
stuff.
she represents the black woman.
No, she don't represent me.
Okay,
Hell
that's
no,
the
she
point.
represent me.
So but look, Ra. So earlier you may or may not have had an opportunity to look back at it, but Chef played a clip, and there was a mother who was trying to do something in reference to her child changing the schools or whatever. She had a old Auntie Mama bonnet on, and she had a long T-shirt. Now the T-shirt was very long, to the point that it
Let
was
us see
at.
it. Let us see it. Let us see it. Let us see it so you don't got to explain it.
Jocelyn Lewis is a big Marilyn Monroe fan and is in the process of getting her hair done, which is why she has it covered.
I can see if it's a student, yes, they have a dress code. I understand
Dirty
that, but
blanket.
I'm not a student, so I have no dress code. So who are you to tell me how to dress?
Monday morning, Jocelyn says she unenrolled her daughter from Lamar High School so she could transfer the 15-year-old to Madison High School.
When I went to Lamar, I had no problem. But when I got to Madison High School, they refused me access to the premises because of what I had on.
Jocelyn alleges an administrator disapproved of her outfit.
She said that my headscarf was out of dress code and my dress was too short.
The mother says her dress meets the fingertip length test and would understand if her rear end or chest were hanging out. She also doesn't understand why having her hair covered was an issue.
Not saying it's a part of my religion, but it could have been. I just wanted to wear it up. Who are you to say that I can't wear my hair up in a scarf?
Jocelyn says she was not aware of a apparent dress code and alleges no one could show it to her when asked.
I'm mad. I'm furious. I'm mad. My child needs her education.
She says she'll try to register her daughter again tomorrow and will dress differently.
My child's education, anyone's child's education, should be more important than what someone has on. That shouldn't matter.
So, all right, now this is something that's gonna really get you thinking. I'm gonna crack your noodle real quick. You mean to tell me you go to do whatever with your school, and all of a sudden the news just happens to be there that
Yeah, I
day?
thought that shit was weird as fuck.
Yeah, that's weird. That's weirdo, but no matter what that is that she got on, it looks like she just rolled out of bed. Now, it wasn't a
Yes,
dress.
she looked like she went to sleep under a pickup truck.
Right.
Sorry.
That's okay. She looks like she just rolled out of the bed. And I think that is the bigger issue. Like, first of all, that's not a bonnet. That's a t-shirt or something, a napkin. That ain't no they're going to hold bonnet. But why are we going to handle business in bonnets?
Thank you.
Why are we going to handle business in flip-flops that are supposed to be white but look like they're gray? Why are we going to handle business looking like we just got out of bed? Because when I'm going to handle my children's business, I go to handle their business looking like business because I want the people that I'm going to interact with to know that I'm their mother and I'm very serious about what happens with them. Now that woman can do whatever she want to do when she go into the beauty salon, when she go into the grocery store, when she go into Tyrone house or whatever. But when you going down to the whole school, she looks like, and I know this may be, judgmental or whatever. She looked like she smelled like a pack of Newports or some Black and Miles and a whole eighth of weed. Like,
Agreed.
Thank you. I'm glad you came in to see that.
Hey, so with all that said, Raw, did you hear what she said about the rules? She said she went to the first school. They didn't have any problem with her taking her daughter out of school. They didn't have any problem with her and how she was dressed. Now, when she went to the second school to put her daughter into the new school, they had the issue and wouldn't even allow her to register her. They so concerned about her daughter that they denied her entry based on how her mother was dressed.
No. They wasn't concerned about the daughter.
They
but
did
was
not
concerned-
allow the mother in there.
Right.
They
didn't
did
let
not allow her in there. She was going to enroll her daughter. They
didn't
were
let
not
the daughter
allowing. Hold on. The child can't enroll themselves. She was going to enroll her daughter into the school.
And
so they were not allowing her into the building. Not the daughter. The daughter wasn't going to school. She was going to enroll her in the school. When you go to enroll your child in the school, they don't just take them in and just drop them into a class. It's a process. She took her daughter out of another school and went to enroll her into Madison High School. So she was going to conduct business, Vic.
And on top of that, we don't know what happened at that other school. They could have been happy to see her go. Like, yes, look at this ghetto raggedy hoe. Get out of our school district right now. Yep, sign right here, sign here, sign here. Do this, and get your ass on. We tired of you coming up here looking like that, smelling like that.
I'm not gonna allow y'all to keep roasting this lady just because, you know what I'm saying, she don't wear what y'all wear and she might can't afford to wear what y'all wear. You know what I'm saying?
Let's be clear.
The question was,
You can dress appropriate, Vic. Come on now. You can dress appropriate.
listen, the question was, are there rules on the books? It's not even about do Vic like the rules. Are there rules on the book that she was breaking? And she says there is no rule book for parents that they can provide her, period. But let's say that they did, and that it was the exact same. They say, hey, we don't got a separate rule book for parents because it's the same as we do for the children that attend this school. Her shirt, jersey, t-shirt, dress was appropriate by the length that is required by the school. There was nothing that she had that was exposed. Under what circumstances, if she is within the regulations, outside of someone's personal displeasure with how she looks, why was she denied?
Okay, so here's the thing. Just because you can stand still and your fingertips can pass the edge of a dress, they didn't show that dress from the bag. And I'm going to tell you, as a woman who can pass a fingertip test in the front of any bit of clothes, in the back, though, the back not doing that. If I take one step,
exactly.
It's giving something else. It's giving. That's
so
number
it's
one.
all business in the front and the party in the back.
Party in the back, yeah, it's like handling it, okay, but that's what it is, a mother dress. And any woman that's in the chat, and Andrea can tell you too, knows if you have your junk in the trunk, your dress is always a little bit an inch or two. Well, it's a little higher in the back. I would say an inch or two, but everybody ain't dragging all that wagon. Yeah, that I'm dragging. But you know, when you get right down to it, that is a business. And every establishment in the United States of America reserves the right to refuse service. No shirt, no shoes, no service. Them ain't no shoes. What she had on her feet? And as
those
a
were
parent,
shower slippers.
Right. As a parent, I can tell you the schools just started even opening the doors. So they looking at that like a health risk. That's a monkeypox.
Listen, if you got a problem with how people dressing, address it as that, and then we'll address it as that, and we'll treat it like it's the club, and y'all can make up your own fucking rules as you go, like you the bouncer at the door. However, don't use the children as a scapegoat. Like, well, we just trying to look out for the children. Children don't give a fuck. They in school. They in class looking at they teacher fat ass. They ain't thinking about who mama up there looking raggedy at the front.
No,
okay,
so
basically, you don't think decent order should be appropriate. It's a time and a place, and it's protocol. And so you saying going to the school half naked is okay? Hell no, it ain't. And you know better. You know better. Your own
children are fucking in middle school at school.
It don't
That's
matter.
A bigger problem than somebody wearing a goddamn bonnet. And I can give a fuck about how a motherfucker come up there as long as she come up there.
It's their job to be dressed right. It's their job to look right. It's their job to go to school looking right. And it's as a parent, I got a problem with you saying that because it's my job to go to school making sure I'm dressed right for my kids.
I'm gonna tell you what, I gotta take my son to school first thing in the morning every morning. So you know what that means I gotta do? I gotta make sure I get up, wash my butt, make sure I'm smelling like sparkles and glitter, make sure everything is covered. Cause I wish I would walk into his school in front of all them people with the cakes dragging. What?
Thank you.
What? God forbid she bent over, because I'm telling you, standing up straight.
Let me interrupt. The B, just in case you guys don't know, the B in raw B actually stands for booty. All right.
Yes.
Carry on.
Yes, it's the booty. It's the booty. But you know, when we talking about fingertip dress, if she bent over, who's to say that she didn't drop something in there? She bent over, and the principal saw all the way up to her brain through her vagina. That's very plausible.
Stop, Raw. What's happening here, right? If she had on an actual dress, right? What's Chef? I'm matter of fact, the men on the panel understand. What do we call them little summertime dresses that the girls be having on that be like just killing people?
Sundresses.
Sundresses. Jeez Louise. Okay, so sundresses would be considered a dress, but it would fit in the same category as that. However, had she had on a sundress, I don't think the conversation would be the same.
No, you know why? Because a sundress leaves something to the imagination. A sundress gives you a silhouette.
You mean less?
No.
You mean less?
No, the sundress gives you a silhouette. It gives you an outline versus if you bend over in a dress that is too short and
No,
people
it's the
can
same.
now.
The sundress and that T-shirt is the same length.
No, it's not.
No, it's
Sundresses
not.
are
No, it's
much
not.
longer
No,
than that.
it's not. Where you been?
What are you talking about, bro?
Now, if you're talking about a tennis skirt, any woman wearing a tennis skirt should have on some shorts underneath of it because them tennis skirts is subject to blow up. When you bent over, they definitely showing some cheeks and some splits.
Facts.
So at the end of the day, right? See, Chef likes semantics. The point that I
No,
was
it's not.
Would you let Victor, wait,
it's
wait,
like
wait, 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 wait,
That's
wait,
the
wait,
shit
wait,
that's wrong.
wait.
You keep saying the wrong shit,
No,
and then when I
you
come
keep
back
correcting
and I
me,
come
and
back to you,
you missing
what
the
you're saying
overarching
is
point.
wrong. You saying that
Missing
I'm
the
doing
overarching point.
semantics.
If I
That
said,
means do you realize you're just destroying your
if
own
I said the
point?
blue sky is falling, you be like, the purple sky is falling. You be like, nah, you know the sky is blue, or that's just a reflection of the ocean. The
There
sky
is
is
no
falling.
right or wrong with you.
That's the point that I was making.
There is no right or wrong with you.
The point that I'm making is
There's
that
no
if
right
she
or
was
wrong.
wearing,
There's never any right or wrong within your
click that
debates.
one right there with the green polka dots. Click that one right there, the green and white polka dots in the middle.
Okay, help you out. That's not a sundress. But
I can get the whole point that I was saying is that if she was wearing a dress instead of a T-shirt. I'm trying to say it, Chef. You trying to help me, but I don't need none. I'm saying that. I'm just saying that if she's wearing a dress instead of a T-shirt at the same length, she is within school regulations. School regulations is not based on when you bending over, what you may have to do. So
Yes, it is.
Why say fingertip length? Say past your knees like they used to.
Fingertip length.
It used to be past your knees.
So as a woman, I'm telling you, fingertip length when you don't have any behind is acceptable if you know how to walk around and you know how to tuck your dress and stuff when you're bending and you like kind of bend down at the knees and you don't do a waist bend. And they have to say fingertip length because some girls will come to school with dresses above the fingertip length that come right down to the bottom of their vaginas. That's number one. That green and white polka dot dress that you pointed out in the middle is actually beyond fingertip length by a good 2.5, 3 inches. You know how I know because I'm a woman and I wear those type of clothing. But my most pressing question that I have for you is, Freeze done left. Damn. I wanted to ask him if he would let his wife go down to the school for, to register their child dressed like that.
Wow. Peace and
Intellectual
love, family.
Peace and love. Would you let your wife go down to the school dressed like that?
Not at all.
Chef, would you let your woman go down to school just like that with your little girl?
I already know. He said no. She won't even go out the house. She won't even go in the yard. Go where? You going to bed? Good night, baby.
And the rack she got, it's not shit. It ain't cleavage. It's cleavage. You understand? So, it's come on, man. She can't even. There's certain tops it would be inappropriate for her to wear. You know what I mean? But
that part
nonetheless, bring Vic back. He popped out.
Victor, would you let your wife go to school to register your child dressed like that?
Just like what?
Just like
in
this.
In a T-shirt to the fingertips and the bonnets and the flip-flops.
Nah, I wouldn't fuck with nobody that ratchet.
Right.
Okay.
Hold on, huh? But how can you make assumptions that they are ratchet if they dress like that? You see what I'm saying? You're making.
Did I say anything about making assumptions that they ratchet? That was you.
You just said. I would not deal with someone who dresses as ratchet as that.
Put something up.
What you said was
was that not you, Chef? Who said just because you can see her ass doesn't mean you know what's in her head?
Okay,
so at the end of the day, that was you. That was
right.
me.
No. Listen to what I just said. I know what I said, and I know what I said before, dude. Listen, you just say what I stated was, in all fairness, and I gave that as a disclaimer to make sure that I kept the conversation within certain box because it was not about us demeaning her as a person. because Andrea had said something about her morals or values and all of that. So I stated, in all fairness to her, we cannot judge her all of her values and her morals and the kind of person that she is by virtue of a picture that only shows us her ass. We don't have her CV, her curriculum vitae, her resume, whatever. We don't know how she's helped the community. We don't know. Okay.
Right.
Maybe she gave her clothes away to a homeless person on the way in. Whatever. The point I'm talking about, she made the decision to go in there, and is that appropriate for a school? So now you is the one that just now said no, you would not deal with anybody that is so ratchet. So what you were stating is that you believe that that particular style of dress is, by your own words, ratchet. But you would not. But hold on. To the extent that no matter how she looked, you would not deal with a woman that dresses like that. But yet you want somebody who's in charge of our children for about 8 hours a day, who actually spends more waking hours, productive hours with our children than we do. Because guess what? When they go home, they got to sleep. We got to get home from work. So what I'm saying to you is, you feel that way. You wouldn't even deal with a woman that dressed like that. But then you called it ratchet, which is not something which is not considered positive behavior. So then why is the principal, who's in charge of taking care of hundreds of children, of people's children, for those 8 most productive hours of the day, why are they not responsible for maintaining a certain level of decorum within those walls the same way they do at your house, the same way you do at your house?
And again, this is a junkie stunt. I don't care what nobody say. There ain't no way in hell the news station, what did she do? Did she call them like Batman? Hey, NBC News, I've been discriminated down to this high school. Y'all come on through and get this footage. No, it seems like a setup.
It was way too fast. But
right. Wait, Victor, hold on. Because who said that the principal even said it in a bad way? Who said that she was really kicked out because of the dress code? Just because she had came outside and said that? The principal could have just
we're addressing it as if it is.
Right,
we're assuming that this is authentic. We're assuming that that's what was said. We're assuming that all of this is true for the sake of conversation, not about this particular person in person.
Right, but this is what I'm saying. For the sake of conversation, we have to be very aware of psyops in the media. And we have to start analyzing these psyops from the top.
I don't know that word.
Psychological operations. That's the things that the FBI and the feds do, and a lot of it it involves misinformation. It involves propaganda. It involves certain things that are created in order to create some sort of psychological impact on the people. So they call it psyops.
Right. So now we have this lady in the media that came through looking like she done just finished the shift down to the Magic Shack. And then we got this parent over here getting kicked out the school allegedly for being dressed inappropriately. And the news team just happens to be there. Like, it's very coincidental to me. And
that
I
shit be
don't
going
believe
down. I seen it with my own 2 eyes.
What is going down? This lady picking up her daughter?
You see this one right here with the shorts in her ass, with holding a little girl hand? I see that all the time, everywhere I go, whether it's school, store, don't matter. I see it all the time, and I'm like, damn. There used to be a time where you would put the kids to bed, and then you go out and shake your ass and walk around a certain way, and your kids would never even know how ratchet your ass really was. But when you holding their hand, now you represent them as much as they represent you. So it's not lost on me. And the reason that I can go out my way to say ratchet, not in the sense of the same way you said, Chef. I don't know her personality. She could be a fucking top of her class and a sweet lady and the best person. But her style of dress is ratchet.
And I guess it kind of
she's
depends
wearing
on
the ratchet whole uniform. But, go ahead.
I guess it would depend on where you live, because quite frankly, I go to schools every day and I literally have never seen a mother pick up their children dressed this way, nor have I seen parents going to enroll their school with their bonnets on their head and flip-flops looking crazy. Now, maybe when it's on a pickup, on a humble, they might look a little rough, look like they just, woke up from a nap or something, but not to go inside the building and handle any business. And I do some other stuff in some other places where I'm always dealing with parents. This is not the norm. So maybe it is area specific. What is that?
There was, in all fairness, so we don't just have the sisters up there. That's another mom. That's another mom that, the school, the parents had an issue with the way that she came to pick her son up from school.
Well, look at her. Look at it.
I see white women in the spandex and the skibbies all the time. In the yoga pants, in the little body shorts, like the full body dress that
some of
come
the
in.
schools ban that too.
Yes,
some of the schools ban yoga pants as well. There's yoga pants actually is one of the earlier bans. Was the yoga pants.
Oh Lord, they about to stop me from coming to get the kids from the school. Damn it!
Great pill.
Not
What
the
it
yoga
do, family?
pants.
Hey, what's going on, everybody?
Hey,
What's going on, soldier?
Can I,
If I don't
can I
wear no
share my
yoga pants, it's
perspective?
over. Go ahead.
You coming through with you coming through with a blunt of reality for Vic? He needs to smoke a reality blunt. You got
loud pack.
Salute to everyone on the panel, man. Salute to everyone on the panel. You know what I mean? What's going on, y'all? Salute to Grape Hill. Raw B, good to see you. Lady Andre, good to see you. Vic, what up, baby? You know what I mean? Good to see you too, bro. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Chef, what up? What up? What's going on?
My guy, what up?
Yeah, you know what I mean? I'm gonna say this, right? At the end of the day, I think we all know what's appropriate and what's not appropriate. You know what I'm saying? What happens is the fact that, we have freedom. So with freedom, people feel like they can do whatever they want. You know what I'm saying? So you have the freedom now to do this, that, and the third. You have the freedom now to say what you want to say, do what you want to do, wear what you want to wear. Right? That's what freedom says. You know what I mean? That's what freedom allows you to do. You know what I mean? Now, they know, look, I shouldn't be wearing this or I shouldn't be wearing that, and this is not appropriate or whatever. They be knowing. You know what I mean? It's just common sense. Like, yo, if I'm wearing this, it's gonna be looked at a certain way. Like, everybody knows that. Like, I don't care if you're a man or a woman, everybody know that. Like, it ain't hard to figure out, it ain't hard to tell. Like, it don't take a lot of common sense to figure that out. Right? Whether it's hot or cold, it don't even matter. You know what I mean? You know when certain things are showing. You know if you're a guy and you wear that type of muscle shirt or you wearing a wife beater and you know you're flexing. You know what I'm saying? You know what time it is. Like, we all know. Women know the same thing too. Like, it's really like a kind of like whatever. You know what I mean? And the thing that gets me is that people act like they're shocked though. Well, why are people looking at me, or why is it this way? Why? It's like, no, like, you know what you got on, man. Like, come on, man. Like, stop playing. Like, you know. You know what I mean? So she knew what she had on. She knew what she was wearing. She knew what was going on. It is what it is. It was what it was. And now, you know what I'm saying? She had to basically not be able to do certain things for her child as far as the education wise. And now it's kind of ruined not just her, not just her reputation, but now the child is looked at a certain way, and the child has nothing to do with anything. It's a child. You know what I'm saying? So now we're affecting kids by the choices that we're making as adults. You know what I'm saying? In a negative light. You know what I mean? And, back in the day, they would tell you to stay in the child's place, but the adults did things to help you to stay in that place. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If they had little friends over, they was playing cards or whatever, and they could be just drinking some wine or whatever, or maybe, they may have smoked a cigarette or two. You ain't never seen them smoke before. You ain't never seen your mama drink no wine. Only thing you ever see her drink was maybe a Pepsi, and that was probably about it. You know what I'm saying? She never drunk no wine in front of you. You know what I'm saying? But now she's actually, you know what I mean? She's drinking a little wine. She's at a party, but she done told you to go to bed. She done put you to bed, and now you want to come out and be nosy. She gonna be mad. She gonna be like, yo, don't be coming out here, mind your business, go back to bed, go to sleep. You know what I mean? That's how they did it back in the day.
I have
That's
to agree
over
with
now.
that. Yeah, I have to agree with that
You know
because
what
I
I mean?
remember my mom. I remember my mom. She used to have like
Hold on, Great
holster
Pill.
little.
Hold on, bro.
I apologize. I apologize.
No, it's cool, bro. It's cool. That's over now. That ain't happening no more. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not happening. Now, hell, they might as well just bring the babies to the club with them. Might as well. They just might as well. Like, they might as well. That's how far we gone. So that's all I
feel
gotta
like
say.
So what was the ultimate point that you making, Mr. Best? That times have changed. What is you trying
Yeah,
to say
it's
about?
freedom. It's time to change. People got freedom. They doing whatever they want, and now it's affecting the children. Now it's affecting the children's, way
So
to even have a proper education. Oh, go ahead.
speak to the clip.
Yeah, that's what
I
I'm
think
speaking
he
to.
just
Like,
did. He just did.
yeah, that's what I'm speaking to. Like,
So who was right or who was wrong? Was the school wrong or was she wrong?
no,
What
the
did the school
school,
do? I
no,
just came in.
the school's gonna hold up a sense of decorum, and if she's breaking a sense of decorum, and the way they want to move things as a school, then guess what? They checked it. You know what I mean? Now she felt like she had the right to say something, which she did, because she does have the freedom and the right to say something. But they have the freedom and right to kind of say, "Yo, we want to move a certain way." Now she can, I guess, use the laws of the land and maybe have a lawsuit. You know what I mean? Instead of complaining to Channel 7 or Channel 4, whatever channel she's complaining to try to get things changed. But yeah, I mean, I would say that those are the best courses. Those are the best courses of action that she can take on her end. But yeah, the school is right for saying, yo, we got a sense of decorum and we ain't playing that. Now, how she reacts from that is on her.
All right. What's up,
I
Great
agree.
Pill?
Hey, what's going on, man? I agree 100% what he was saying because when he was saying some stuff, I had a flashback of my mom when she had adult parties. Right, it wasn't nobody hooking the horn. It was just, hey, adults had their place and children had their place. And me, I was kind of cool with it because when my mom, when she had the cooking and the extra sodas, I was like, ooh, that's some extra food. So I sneaked down, grabbing some extra ribs, a quarter leg, back in my bedroom, and had me the time of my life. I could stay up late with the TV, as long as I was in my room and wasn't disrespecting nobody. So that's how I took it. You know what I'm saying? But he 100% right on everything. The school has rules just like everybody else. If you know the house rules and the policies that's laid out for you, it's not like she just was born yesterday and she knew what was up when she came over there. The school had spoke to her about it because again, if you want to do what you want to do with your child, the school can't stop you. But if you come into the school and there's other peers there, guess what? We're gonna have a conversation, and you can't act like you're shocked. You can't act. You can't act appalled about the situation. You just say, you know what? I apologize, or you know what? I'll change next time. That's it. Wrap something around your waist when you go up in there. Have some sweatpants on. Take the sweatpants off when you walk back out. It's gonna take 5 minutes. Drop your son off. Be a little cute, because again, be cute. Put the sweatpants on. Come on and handle your business. That's it.
Wait. Great Pill.
Yes.
Now address the bonnet portion. Now you said she put on some sweatpants. I can agree with that. I can flow with that, right? So she put on some sweatpants. She walk in there and they like, yeah, that bonnet got to go too. And she said, oh hell no. Who's right or wrong?
Bro, it's not about the right or wrong. Me personally, as an adult and somebody that had, guardianship of children, I got, little nieces and nephews. It's just the fact of the principles in the moral situation. You have to understand, and that's why I have a problem with most people, right? Because they think like, oh, I'm gonna have a baby, I'm gonna be the best mom, best dad. No, understand what that title holds. We be in these spaces running around by husband and wife, but understand what a mother holds. Understand the title of what a father holds. I used to take mine every day. I didn't run around with no tank tops and flip flops and half pants sagging down my ass just to get this kid to school. No, I had to dress up. I had to get up. Had I had a shirt on. Had some pants on. I prep him before he go to school because again, you might have them little knucklehead kids because you got everybody got them kids. Your kids ain't all angels. So I prep them to school. Hey, you know what you need to do. Get your clothes on. You know how you need to act. Let's go some homework, some ABCs and stuff like that. I walk around the corner to the school. If the teacher I need to have a conversation with the teacher because maybe his behavior changed a little bit. I have that conversation. Hey, I love you. Give him that little eye because the fathers do get that look like, okay, if I come back at 3:30, it's gonna be on. You good? All right, love you. And go about my business. Same thing if I'm coming back to pick him up.
That's what
Same
you're supposed
thing,
to
come
do.
back. Exactly. Same thing. I come pick him back up. If I'm picking back up, let me just throw something on this and that mustard on my shirt. I'm not gonna do that because I'm representing him like he represent me. That's the point that people keep messing up. I got to represent him. He didn't choose to be born. He didn't choose this life. So I'm gonna try to give him the best options and benefits for that child. Now, if he come up and want to be emo and do all this weird stuff when he go, okay, we can have a conversation. But understand, there's rules and regulations when you come to other people's establishments, schools, whatever you want to call it. So if you're trying to get a black and white out of me, you know what I'm saying? She's 100% wrong. She needs to carry herself. All women and all fathers need to carry themselves a certain way when you walk up in these schools. Period.
Yes. So I want to say a special piece to our brother from across the pond, Simon F. What, aka Big Simon, aka Simon Hectic. So here's what I want to do. There's a few of us in here, and there's a few different people that popped into the chat as well, and a couple I know that are in there as well. So I want to just run something back because it's important. We're talking about the children, right? And what the children see, what they experience, how they feel. So what I would like is for our soldier, Lil Zaza, to express himself, just in case, because we played it way early in the stream. So I'm gonna run it back.
Name a time your child fussed at you like they pay bills.
Last time I tell you this, and I'm still mad about this.
Sorry, how many
Why
times
is you coming to the bus stop wearing high shorts? Why is you coming to the bus stop with high shorts that could probably show you?
You gonna let me talk?
I already told you how my friends.
You gonna let me talk?
Ma, do you know how that stuff feel? Have your friends just stare at your mama like they your boyfriend or something?
Sir, I'm grown. I'm not trying to. I'm not.
About you coming to this bus stop wearing high shorts trying to get some attention.
Sir, these shorts not even high.
Yes, they is.
Sir, it's not.
They above your thighs.
That don't mean it's high.
It is high. They could probably show your booty cheeks.
I'm grown, Zah. I'm 23 years old.
You ain't not that grown to be coming to my bus stop dressed like that.
So are you my father?
Yes. Wait. Actually, no. Wait. I mean, no, that's Lil Tanner.
Zah, what are you trying to say? You gonna let me talk now?
I'm your protector.
You my protector, but that don't mean.
I'm your bodyguard, so I'm telling you that you can't come to this bus stop wearing high shorts like that.
Zah, I'm grown.
And that's final.
Who was you talking to?
You.
Zah, I'm recording you. I want them to know exactly how you talking to me. Look how you talking to me. Just
I want them to know to tell their mama the same thing to tell their mama not to come to the bus stop wearing high shorts like how you be.
Zah, nothing wrong with my shorts.
Ma, you see how high they is. You can clearly see that.
You really upset. You mad. I'm sorry, okay? What kind of clothes do you want me to wear?
Some little jeans.
Lil jeans? These not lil jeans?
It's over your belly busted. And that is high. That over your
Y'all, I feel like y'all jumping on me now. Ganging up on me, okay? I understand.
Alright, mama,
So
just get this straight. Not to wear no high shorts to the bus stop again. And that's final. As the judge said. Yeah.
I really feel so played. Like, all right.
Yo.
Yeah, I love this kid.
I'm your protector. I'm your bodyguard. He was speaking almost like when a dude is speaking to his lady, like, yo, how you gonna wear this to the club? So you want me fighting all night, huh? So I guess I'm gonna have to, you want me to go to jail tonight because you want to put this out. Now it's gonna put me in a position. I mean, it's real. And he's thinking about it from a youth.
Yeah.
You know what's
from a youth. And look at this, the spirit is like, it's like he was anointed with she don't even know. Maybe God was talking to him. He was anointed by an old soul spirit that took the risk of getting his ass whooped or getting punished to bring that message to her. She was like, who you talking to? When the mom normally says who you talking to, that means she's reminding him about the boundaries that were set, which means that he potentially probably got a whooping for something before, or there's some sort of boundaries. The thing is, he risked all of that. He's a brave. He risked all of that. Fuck it, I can get in trouble. Well, I'm gonna do it this time. It's important because guess what? You heard who was laughing in the background and who started supporting him? His little sister.
Yeah.
His little sister. So what he was doing was actually creating some sort of theoretical antidote to the nurture she was showing the daughter, because of course at some point maybe mommy got thickness, maybe mommy got cakes, genetics pass on. So maybe the beauty of it is he's being that additional voice within that household, and I'm assuming there's no dude there, but he's being the dude within that household that's showing the sister that ain't right. That's my humble opinion, right? But Raw B, I know you had something that you wanted to share. I know you got to share back there.
Yes, I do.
Okay, cool. So
But
you ready?
I'm ready. But I also want to respond to that video with that little boy real quick, and then I'm gonna get up out y'all here because I got to get some rest. First of all, the fact that Shorty was like, "I'm 23." Should we start now, since everybody wants to talk about husband and wife? Start talking to our young women about having children that young because they brain not even fully developed. And I could say that with authority because I didn't have children till I was in my 30s. So if anybody gets in their feelings, I'm telling you from experience, you have more patience, you have more decorum, you know more about what is right and wrong, you have more wisdom when you wait to have your children later. I'm not judging anybody that had their children early, but any women that are out there without children and you are in your teens and your 20s, live your life. Live your life. Be ratchet if you want to be ratchet. Travel the whole entire world. Get a career, get a job, get an education, and then have some children. Because when you have your children, you have to settle down and be a parent. Number one. When she said, "Are you my daddy?" He was confused for a minute. He's like, "Well, damn, am I your daddy? I might be. Because cover them cheeks up, knock it off. Shit, hell." But I'm ready for that share because I'm gonna just because Victor don't think it's real. So you're not got to show Victor what's real. I have to pull up on Victor in Georgia or something. So this comes from Madison High School, and this is from 2019. These schools have already been banning satin caps, bonnets, shower caps, hair rollers, pajamas, house schools, torn clothes, Daisy Dukes, low, you know what I'm saying? Low dress, short dresses, all of that. They've been banning that. And most schools have a ban on bonnets. You cannot come to school, even in the student dress code. You can't come to school with no bonnet on. Send your little girl to school with a bonnet on. They're gonna send her right back home. Excuse me. Mr. Freeze, Mrs. Freeze, I'm gonna need you to come and get Kelly because Kelly has a bonnet on in school today, and we don't
Y'all
allow
being
that.
racist.
Facts.
What's wrong with banning bonnets?
It's for it's for protecting the hair, for protective hairstyle.
No, sir. No, sir.
Listen, we don't even believe that bullshit. You see?
Victor, don't open that can of worms, Victor. Don't do it.
Wait.
Correct.
Bomb, this for y'all, for the topic, for the culture. For the culture, I had to come on with the bonnet. Okay, no, this is not allowed in the school. Okay, you leave it in the house, you take it off, and then you go outside. Knock it off, Victor. Stop it with that bullshit.
Y'all ain't addressing black women.
Vic just wants to know if that T-shirt goes past your fingers or not.
Hey, in the front it might, in the back I didn't think so. And I got long arms, it don't work that way.
Yeah, but that's great. That's crazy though that they're now. I mean, that they got rules like that. This technically should be like self-explanatory. That should be common sense. If I have my child, a young generation, bringing the toddler to school, all I'm doing is dropping him or her off and coming back and picking him or her up. So the very least I can do, if I'm taking all the extra time to prep my child, I should at least prep myself too. Hey, put a cap on, put a shirt on, put some sweatpants on, and just take your child to school. You have to do all that just to what? Who you trying to impress at that school?
They ain't prepping their kids for school. Them kids getting themselves ready for school in the morning. These
That's
hoes,
crazy.
child, I can't with y'all tonight with this topic. Listen, at the end of the day, ladies, I wouldn't say go to school like you want to get a man that matters because I mean, damn, if you go, if a man see you going to school like that with your booty cheek out, he already gonna feel like you don't have a moral compass. He's gonna feel like you are very much out of touch with reality. So if you go into school like that to try to catch the attention of maybe the janitor at the school, maybe one of the teachers, maybe the coaching staff, I don't know.
She'll
That's
catch my attention. Yeah.
would you marry her? Would you date her seriously, Simon F. What?
Yeah, keep it real, man.
Thank you.
She just trying to
Before you
Netflix
leave.
while the kids.
Yeah.
Before you leave, Robbie.
Mhm.
Before you leave, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Simon.
No, Chef. It's up to you. Like I'm just saying,
Robbie was about to leave. I want to make sure. Go ahead.
The little skinny thing with the tight whatnot and the butt cheeks hanging out may have a turnover twist in her mind state when she gets across the man that could do the thing for her.
Huh?
She's doing that thing because she doesn't have the man.
We're aware of that. So again, would you marry her? So if the answer is no, the accountability should be go across the board. The man's like, hey, I want to marry you, but just let you know I'll smash the school because I'm going back to the kids. Same thing. Hey, these are rules and regulations. Abide by them. Period.
Most of these chicks are out here doing that business because they have nothing to sort of go on. So if a man comes and walks into their life, and really they could really see that there's some sort of future, they'll switch that shit up in a minute. I have whole masculine women turning around, boarding up their cheeks.
Yeah, but the percentage is really low though.
Simon said he that dude, he can make it happen. Simon
Yeah.
said he making it happen. He bringing out all the femininity. You're gonna sit down. You're
If
gonna
it's
go
if
cook
it's
some
100,000, if it's 100,000 Simons, then Corey, go ahead, do hold that mission down, Batman. But
100,000 Simons. A man, he gonna be looking at her, looking like, what's wrong with you? Like you can't know how to
Thank
dress
you.
right when you take a little child to school. So I'm just saying, in no way in the world, I'll be looking at somebody.
Thank you. I'm not taking you seriously.
Yeah, don't, because you can't. Because the fact of the matter is it is life. You know, like you can't turn these chicks around if you don't know what you're doing. So you can turn around and say, yeah, Simon this, Simon that. But at the end of the day, the fact of the matter is what happens is facts. You know, it's like there are chicks out there that are just waiting for men to turn around and be men. And if you don't want to be that, then you don't want to be that. And you can't blame the chicks. That's crazy.
So it's okay for her to go to school with her daughter looking like that. Who's gonna marry that? And if your mama ain't told you nothing, you ain't got no auntie, no cousin told you, ain't no man gonna think that's okay. Come on now, Simon.
What? So where do you work? I mean, what the fuck? I mean, I'll pull up a chick. I'll pull up a chick at McDonald's. I ain't really questioning her, you know, about her auntie and her niece and nephew and whatnot. It's just like, you know,
Nah, she giving an example. Like as she came up, you're talking about nobody never said anything. Friends, females, like, girl, why would you go out like that, knowing your child? Somebody made a comment as she came up her own from the age of 11 up to her adulthood, let's say 23, because you had the ignorant one from the video. Somebody had to say something to her. That woman chose to have the first child. God bless him, because he got more sense to the mother. And then she chose to have a second child. Why? Only between her and the Lord knows. So again, I'm not knocking.
How old do you think that child was? How old did that child sound?
That child looked like he was 7 or 9.
I was thinking 8.
My mindset was between 8 and 11. And my mind was between 8 and 11.
Yeah, the problem is you men are weak. You men are weak. Like you sort of blame women like about all this shit.
Listen,
like
I'm gonna tell you.
Women
I'm
will
gonna tell
have
you
children.
as a woman. I'm gonna tell you as a woman. My daughter is a teeny tiny little thing. She not even 5 feet tall yet. She 9 years old. She's skinny as hell. She goes in my you know, in the laundry, in my room, in my closets, and she runs around wearing my clothes right now at 9 years old. So no matter however we feel like we can not blame women, right? Women got to be careful what they present in front of their daughters because their daughters emulate what they see. With me, I emulate my mother. My mother did not have me till she was 26 years old. And she told me all the time the requirements for me to be a mother. So before I had my children, I always thought about it. Like, no, I need to have these degrees first. Nope, I need to have this first because that's what my mother instilled.
I appreciate that. But at the end of the day, there's no man in your life that's turning around and going, "Oh yeah, I can sort that shit out," because that's what men do. Like at the end of the day,
I had a man in my life. I had a dad, but
that's what it is. Tell me how to dress. I didn't need no man to tell me when I go to my daughter's school how to dress. I was already taught how to go to school by my mother, who was a church lady. So I'm confused about this. Ain't men's responsibility; it's a woman's responsibility.
No, it's not. You're not gonna do it. Like you're not.
Simon, you're not. I'm trying to leave. I'm trying to leave the panel because I need to get my rest. You're not finna put me in because
you can say what you want, and deep down inside, you damn well know you're not gonna do it by yourself. Facts.
You're not gonna do what by yourself, Simon? Hold on. You're not gonna do what?
Women cannot be independent by themselves. That's just bullshit. It's just like you're talking some nonsense. It's like whatever you say, it's a front. Like,
can I ask a question? What's your definition?
And any man that sort of backs up a woman in that sort of predicament is detrimental to our future as Black people. You cannot do that stuff. You have to be real.
So what's your definition? What's your definition of what a woman should be if she's not? You said can't be dependent on her life, or dependent up to the point where she find a suitable husband. Like I'm kind of a little bit.
You're kind of a little bit
good
what?
Night, y'all. Good night.
Kind of a little bit what?
I'm a little bit trying to pinpoint exactly the point you're trying to make because you're saying all women can't be independent as a single mom. Period. If it happens.
You can't look. It's not like I'm not trying to dox women. What I'm saying is, it's like women need men in their lives wholly in a family situation. If you have a child with somebody, that's not happening. There's no way in hell, right? You could turn around to me and say, okay, it's better for a woman to have a child by herself and live by herself in a box.
I don't think nobody across the board is saying that praising single mothers. We're saying, hey, we understand there's a better success rate at two parent households, right? I think everybody can agree on that. But what we're saying is, hey, if it just happened to be you, because my mom was a single mother, right? But guess what? She understood the fundamentals of raising her children. Her children came first. Okay, the man is not there, so why am I neglect my children to try to get a man to make the household better? That didn't make no goddamn sense. She made a choice, right? It didn't work out. She stuck to her guns. I'm mom. Dad didn't do a goddamn thing.
You're
right?
a prime. Hold it for a second. You're a prime example of the problem.
Okay, how so?
Because of what you just said right there.
Yeah, but did you hear me in the beginning? What did I say in the beginning? What did I say?
You said you were raised by a single mother.
No, sir. You didn't see. That's the problem. See, right there, that's your problem. You're the issue. The listening context, right?
All right.
I said in the beginning. Hold on. Let me repeat it again because people slow. I said in the beginning. I said it's everybody across the board will agree. It's a better chance of success rate with children if both income parents are in the household, mom and dad, to help raise the children, right? Because I know, again, I'm telling you, I know a woman can't teach a boy how to be a man. I know that's a man's job. So if it's unfortunately, if it's a single mother, she's gonna do the best she can. So that's what I said in the beginning. So now somehow you would deleted that out your mind and then jumped on what the last part I said.
Okay. What I'm listening to you. So were you raised by a woman or not?
Yes.
So how did I delete anything out of my mind?
Again, did you hear with again? Do I need to repeat the first part?
That's not the point. The point is that
that is the point.
You were raised by a woman, right?
Simon, say what you want to say. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Finish your thought.
I'm just saying it's not a thought. It's just like the fact and the problem is we have a generation of men that were raised in single parent situations, and they seem to think that they understand what the world is, and that's the problem. The problem is you can't just listen and go, okay, you know, because I weren't raised like that. I had my mother and I had my father.
Hang on, Simon. So are you trying to say that anybody who was raised by a single mother, any man who was raised by a single mother, cannot grasp the concept of what life is and what it's about and make qualified and quantitative decisions about how to move through this thing?
I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying that. That's another leap. What I'm saying is you have to appreciate the fact of there's a difference. So you can't just go, okay.
But didn't I say that though? Didn't I say there's a difference? Didn't I say agree that I understand there's a difference? Or was again? Was you not listening? Yeah. So how I again? I'm telling you, I understand it. Somehow you're not listening.
No, you're being a bit like feminine in terms of the way you're the way you're talking.
Hey Simon, he gray pill. He not blue pill. Okay.
I don't give a shit.
Bro, it's good, man. I don't. Hey, trust me.
The point is how he's talking, and this is what I'm trying to like make you see is the fact of what actually happens. We are men. I don't degrade this guy. Like I don't.
No, we're good. We have a conversation, bro.
Yeah. I have nothing against you. You know.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, we're talking. Okay.
Yeah.
But I'm just, like for like factual shit. Really, come on. Let's keep it a buck.
All right, spit it out.
Right. If you're raised.
Wait. You from the UK, so you got to keep it 100 pounds.
Okay, we'll keep it 100. We'll keep it 100 pounds
sterling
in this bitch, right? That's how it goes, right? Okay, I'm just saying, like, to be real, like, there is a significant difference if you're raised in a single parent household with a female versus, being raised in a 2.1 situation where.
Sure, but where was the disconnect that I had? Because I never disagreed with that.
Hang on, let's not go back to that. We're going forward, Great Pill.
Okay, I apologize.
Are you trying to say, Simon, that these situations that we were just looking at in these clips wouldn't have happened if there was a man in these households? Because we're making that assumption that there isn't a man in these households.
Listen, Freeze, I'm gonna give you a gold star right now because it's like, look, every time like someone like says something that someone disagrees with, it's like, oh, I'm coming at you. I'm not coming at you. Like the brother that was speaking to me, he's speaking his word, and that's cool. You get what I'm saying? It's not a like I ain't trying to go.
I was asking you a direct question. I want a direct answer. Are you saying, or do you believe that, even if you're not saying that, do you believe that if these women had men in their households, because no one knows if they do or if they don't, but let's assume that they don't for the sake of argument, are you saying that these situations would not have presented themselves?
I can't really say that. That's just a video clip. I can't say that. If you're talking to me about your personal life, it's a bit different. But we're referring to sort of like a video clip. So
I'm just saying in a general sense, because you don't know that woman no more than I do. So
that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying, bro. Like, how am I supposed to comment on it?
But you also don't know the people that you're talking about in these different relationships and these different households, and you talking about them as if you know them. So all I'm saying is, if you're making this generalization that these households are better off for having men in them, I'm asking you, if you apply that to these situations, are you implicating, because that's the only reason you would need to bring that up, is because it would have some relevance to the thing that we're talking about. Are you saying that if these women had quality men in their lives, that these situations wouldn't have presented themselves? Because in most situations, man or no man, the women are doing most of the handling of the business with the children, whether it's school, events, taking them to after school events, whatever. The woman is generally heading those up, even if they get assistance from their husband.
Nah, that's garbage.
I got to pull this back. And I agree with Candid Ann. She stated the conversation originated on dress code, but somehow, here we are blaming the problem on single women yet again. Now, the
Shout out
reason
to Simon.
Funny. The reason that resonates with me is this. The change that we discussed, because pretty much we kind of came to a consensus way early in the show, right? Was that change, a lot of the stuff is going on is almost a cultural thing. And I don't mean color appropriated culture. I'm just talking about popular culture within itself. Popular culture, popular culture. There's even in Georgia, you have the girls that of European descent that they have those little sports shorts, the ones that have the little white stripe that go around the rim. Now, those children, they were not gifted within their physical archetype, right? Like a sister's. But you see them shorts be so short. The thing is, there's nothing that could come out of them, but they be so short. And you're like, yo, I wouldn't let my daughter rock that. But it's a cultural thing. I don't want the conversation to be around, because this is a whole nother show, and I might have to engage you on that one, Simon. But I don't want the show to be about what not having a father in the house is doing, because what happens is this thing, the fashion statement, or a lack thereof, or lack of fashion-based, boundaries and a general understanding of what is appropriate or inappropriate when it comes to dressing within specific venues. I'm going to address it from a cultural thing, because something made those moms think it was appropriate to do. And that's what the issue is. I don't want to dissect or split the atom down to the fact that, she didn't have a man or this, that, and the other. I think the conversation is one in terms of cultural behavior and what we as people would do to actually be a catalyst to make the change. That's the thing. And we have to come to a consensus. You can never get a full consensus of people. I get it. But I think we should have some general consensus on what we think is appropriate or inappropriate. Because if that lady that had that blanket on her head and the Marilyn Monroe t-shirt, if she actually called the press, don't even matter. She chose to jump up on that camera and get mic'd up, looking like that. She took photos to show her in those shower slippers. There's places that don't allow you into their establishment with shower slippers. Those is the nasty ones that are made to absorb moisture and water. Them should stink first. It didn't look like she had Vaseline on them toes. She looked unkempt. That is not, and I don't care what you say, Vic. You could come in and say that, oh, maybe she don't got money, man. Get out of here with that, bro. Get out of here. I seen chicks.
I'm not even talking.
Listen, man.
I'm not even talking. Just say what you say.
I know, but I'm bringing up the point that you made, because I want to pull this back into the sandbox that we were in. The whole point is, if you don't see anything is wrong with that, or if you think that that's not appropriate, and you even stated that you would not even deal, when we asked if you would let your lady go out like that, you said you would not deal with any woman that's that ratchet. So then why can't you be a catalyst, or want someone, since you won't, someone that's in charge of taking care of hundreds of children for 8 hours a day? Why would you not want them to do the shit that you ain't willing to do? Somebody got to do it.
Okay, the
only issue that you take is with the fact that she was able to enact a rule.
The only thing that was in question, my vote is not in question here. Okay, because if I needed to make a input on the impact of my child, I'm not gonna devote to in order to get that done. What I'm gonna do is I'm making an executive decision because I like unilateral decisions. I don't like nobody else's fucking opinion on something that's that important to me. So what we're going to do is we're going to homeschool, or we're going to go to a private school, or we're going to do whatever is necessary to do to get the results that we're looking for. But what we're not going to do is sit up here and bargain and beg and plead with other motherfuckers to agree with us. So or the majority to agree with us. So when what you was talking about as far as what she's dressed like, she don't have to be. It's not that that's why I can say I can be um objective, because I don't agree with how she's dressed. I don't agree that women should represent themselves, and particularly black women. And just for the record, white girls got cake now if that memo wasn't out. um at the end of the day, what I'm trying to say is that when someone is in doing something that is quote unquote inappropriate, or whatever the case may be, outside of, let's just say, outside of the rules, all I want them to have is due process and be treated unilaterally the same. And I was under the impression that these rules weren't on the books. Now Rob B killed that shit in 10 seconds. While we was talking, she was Googling, because that's what the fuck she do. And she pulled up a list of the rules for this particular high school or whatever school that this lady was at. The lady says that they could not provide her any rules that says that she was in any violation.
When
That
you
is a
when the kids go to the school.
Let me land the plane and then you can take it. If she said that there were no rules that were espoused to her when they told her that she was in violation.
She said they couldn't give her no rules. She said that they couldn't give her any parent dress code. So she assumed that there was no parent dress code.
Right. Now, Robbie was able to find that in a very short amount of time, which makes to believe that she didn't want to know. And instead of her, Googling it to see what the issue was and what her where she stood in that argument, she called the fucking news. She called the news. You dialed the wrong fucking number. So at the end of the day, she's dead ass wrong. But as opposed to me going back and forth and us having some kind of a moral debate about it, my only stance was that if there are no rules that she's breaking, and she is within those parameters of the rules that are established on the books, I don't want anybody freelancing making up rules on the fly because they don't like what you got.
Well, guess what? It's not making up rules on the fly. Principles are given. We said this earlier in the show. I'm gonna say it again. Hold on. You use the term on the fly. Principals have the discretion to set the dress code policy. They submit the dress code policies to the district, and if they accept it, then that's what they do. That's her job. So when you say on the fly, her job is to make laws that impact the school.
Different situations. The black lady who set those parameters that we discussed earlier, I'm taking your word at that being fact. I didn't fact check you on that. That's a fact. That's the principle. So I'm gonna assume that you're correct in that.
She said she's the principal of the school, so she's allowed to implement the dress code. She probably went back to the school and said, "Look, this is happening at my school. I want to change it." They probably approved it
on the fly. That is not.
It's only 3 years. I think she's the one that wrote it, Vic. It was only 3 years.
That's not on the fly.
That article
approved. That's not on the fly. I'm saying
so you use the word on the fly.
Bro, those are two different situations. We already established that those are two different clips and two different situations. I was saying that I don't give a fuck about any of that shit y'all talking about. All I wanted to say is that I don't want anybody to be able to, without having it verified, without having these new codes approved, be able to say, nah, I don't like what you got on. Nah, you can't come in here like that, without it being on the book somewhere. I don't give a fuck if you got the authority to do it and you did it and they did it quickly and somebody approved it. That's great.
Why it just can't be your own moral compass of going to the school dressed right for your kids? Period. That's what's wrong with us black folks. The school gotta get us a dress code. That's what's wrong with us.
It don't work like that, Vic. It don't work like that. It's not as simple as that. Like I see where you see it in your head. I see where you see it in your head. It just don't work like that. Like there's red tape.
Everybody don't think the same, Andrea. Everybody ain't raised how you was raised. Everybody don't see shit as the way you see shit.
Hold on a minute. I'm not asking you to think the same as me, but as a parent, when I take my child to school, it's protocol. It's something. It's a more in you want to be a good parent to your child because you don't want to be bullied.
That's based on your definition of good, your definition of moral, your definition of what it is.
And you know what my mama and daddy, what my daddy would say? That's wrong with y'all black folks. Y'all can't get yourself together, and why we got a community going down the adult toilets.
Yeah,
you don't want to get yourself together. You got to go to school not dressed right. You can't go to the airport, can't dress right. You can't even go to a job dressed right.
Yeah, you picking at straw. Yeah, you picking at straws right now, bro. But back to the school.
Be real careful. You're treading on you're treading on thin lines. That's scary. Like you can't just go. Yeah. The school system's this. Do you have children, Victor?
What's that now?
Do you have children?
I take care of children.
Do you have children?
I said I take care of children. So you'd have to read.
No, right. Don't go into some string of
Did these children come out my balls?
No, they don't come out my balls. Specific question. Do you have
children that come out of my ball sack? If
you want to put the answer in there, Simon, he don't yes or no. You got to find your answer in there.
He's good about that wordplay.
He said, "Do I have children?" Hey, I never seen no man have no fucking children, so I don't know what the fuck we talking about.
You don't have children, right?
Don't write me, motherfucker.
No,
I said what I meant.
No, right? Is that correct? You don't
say what you want to say, bro.
I'm asking you a question.
I told you that I take care of children, and I told you that these children.
I don't want to know if you take care of
relax. I'm giving you the answer to your question.
No,
I'm giving you the answer to your question. If you in a hurry and you want to talk, then don't ask me no questions. But while I'm giving you the answer, allow me to finish it.
Victor, I didn't ask.
I said that these children that I take care of did not come out of my balls. So if you don't want to if you want to consider that not having children, then by definition that you're making up, I don't have children.
He didn't make up anything. He asked a yes or no.
Yeah, it's basic. Like,
well, you think he's going in a direction. It feels as though you feel that. Hold on, Simon. It feels as though you see Simon. You think he's going in a direction. And
I'm not trying to look. I love Victor. I just find that when we have conversations, sometimes, like someone can ask you a very basic conversation, like 1 + 1 is 2. Does 1 + 1 equal 2? No, it doesn't equal 2. It equals 4, and it equals 4 because of this reason, that reason. It's like, for fuck's sake, it's like I'm just asking you a basic question. It's like 1 + 1. Do you have children? Yes or no? No. Okay, Simon. Oh, I understand that. Thank you very much. Okay, I ain't even interested in whatever else you're talking about. I don't like. The point is I'm trying to build with you. So if you're saying to me 1 + 1 equals 2,
make your point, boy. You going in a circle your damn self.
Cause he reflecting the energy back at you.
If you want smoke, then just get the smoke. Get your own set of smoke. Let me deal with Simon.
Yeah, so it's like Victor now tells me he does not have children. So then it comes to the point when you're speaking to a woman that does, you have no place there. Not being bad on nothing.
That's what I'm saying. If you're trying to invalidate my opinion.
No, it's not invalidation. I'm not saying I'm invalidating your opinion. You may have
a fucking opinion. I don't give a fuck if you got children. You can say about your children, but you can't say about everybody's children, and it's still your motherfucking opinion.
Right.
And it can be invalidated. It's a bunch of people raising children, all kinds of fucked up. That's why Miss Andrea has the position that she has, because they're fucked up individuals that have children out their ball sack that don't take care of them the right way.
Yeah, but
and there's other motherfuckers who are better parents than motherfuckers who can't have children ever would be.
She is
so I ain't trying to hear that shit you're saying, period.
Okay, you don't need to, but I'm just saying,
Cool.
Miss
Now
Andrea,
finish what you saying without me in it.
Miss Andrea, right, fosters children. That's beyond being a parent. That's taking in children that are that have been left to the wayside, that are on Riverside's detrimental garbage, right? She takes them in. Okay, that's so if you don't actually acknowledge the first step of being a parent, where you can have your own child that is your seed and take care of them and understand what that is, you have no say-so in what it is to be.
Why are you trying to invalidate what I'm saying? What the fuck is the point that you're trying to make? Don't mention Vic in nothing you about to say, and then make the point that you're trying to make.
Vic, I ain't invalidating you on shit. I'm just saying it is what it is.
Why are you saying you about what the fuck? Don't matter. If I didn't tell you, okay, I got 5 children. Now what? You don't know anything more than I fucking tell you, so it don't got nothing to do with what I'm saying.
May I say one thing, family, please?
It's not invalidation, Victor. Okay, it's not invalidation. What is just recognizing? Is recognizing, like, you can't speak to a woman like that in the first freaking place, whether she has children or not. You're a man, for Christ.
Speak to a woman like what? Be clear on what you're saying.
The way you spoke to Andrea was wrong. Period.
I'm listening. Now tell me what I said that was wrong.
Just because you're in your own damn feelings. Listen, I was gonna be kind to you. Now we're twisting it, okay? Right? She is up here as a woman on a panel with black men. Period. Right? We're in a dominant situation. You turn around, you seem to feel like it's okay to speak to a woman like that.
Right? Like what?
Like the way you spoke to her.
Why don't you give me an example of what I said that you thought was inappropriate?
The way you spoke to her, you was not listening. You was just so in your own damn mind about how your damn perspective was on life and the world, and how this is that. You didn't even ask her any questions about the situation that she was in. When you damn well know you're on a panel with her nearly every freaking week, and
right?
You're representing her like that. That's crazy.
So you have yet to say what I said that was inappropriate to her.
May I make a small point?
Hang on one second, Mr. Best. If you want it to be, effective, if what you're trying to do is hold me accountable in this moment for how I'm treating Andrea, who you just acknowledged that that we probably speak way more than y'all speak and that y'all see. So I don't got no issue. Matter of fact, she's one of my very good friends. So that's not even in question. So what did you hear? Because I'm not saying that you're wrong. You may see something that I didn't see. So if you're trying to bring my attention to something, you need to be specific so I know what you're saying.
We can't be specific.
I think that he was trying to say, Victor, that you were actively listening.
I want Mr. UK. You all the way across the pond. You know something that I don't know. I don't know nothing about the UK. Now I want to hear the UK perspective on why I'm wrong for how I spoke to Miss Andrea.
I just want to say this one thing, Simon. Let me just say this one thing. It's based on the conversation. It ain't based on
why can't nobody let that man answer my question?
No, I do want to answer your question. I'm just making a small point.
I will.
And I think not only was he saying that, because I just want to just stick to the conversation. I think the back and forth that y'all having kind of is taken away from the conversation, but it is what it is. Listen,
I got his feet on the motherfucking fire, Mr. Best. You won't put your feet in it?
I get you, Vic. I get you. Listen, the only thing I'm trying to say is this. I think the point that some people were trying to make, from what I've heard, not just Simon, but other people trying to make, is the fact that because you don't have kids directly, and it's something I've been told too. Now I'm kind of agree with what you're saying too. Like, maybe I don't need to have a kid to understand that I need to how to be able to take care of a kid. I get it, but it is a difference of when you actually have children. Like,
that's
there is
not
a difference. Okay, all right. That's all I want to say. Y'all can have that. That's all I'm saying.
Now
All right.
what's the
So
point
let
of
me
you?
do this. Wait, hold on, Vic, because what you call it, Robbie? She came back to show something. So I want you to, finish your back and forth with Simon, right? But in terms of the next piece, I'm gonna let Roy say something because she brought a little documentation for us, and I know you see the darkness over there. She has to bounce too, but go ahead and do your thing. I just want to let y'all know, Roy. Next.
We're gonna keep this extra short. Now, Simon, make your point. What did I say that was wrong?
It's the representation, bro. It's just like at the end of the day, like you can't speak to a woman like that. If you have not had a woman in your life and understand what a woman represents, that's how you speak to a woman. You're on a platform, and the way you went at her was wrong.
Andrea, you here? Is your mic on? What?
My mic is on. I'm turning my camera on. Now look, Simon.
Was I going
at protect me? Hold on a minute. Let me say it. I know you think you're trying to protect me, but Vic is one of my closest friends too, and he have never disrespected me. I don't think what he said in a little battle on this live, I didn't take offense to. Because that brother has been on the phone with me and my kids and stuff like that. So I don't take offense to what he said. He's allowed to have his own personal opinion, and I have mine too, and I respect his opinion.
Likewise. Now what you see?
Yeah, so I see that. And it the fact is the fact that Andrea's got on and just went that, she just said that, level shit.
I'm saying take the cape off, bro. Ain't nobody in here in jeopardy.
It's not a cape. What it is like
I'm gonna call it what it is. You talking about single mothers this and black women can't get right with that, and then next thing you know, you talking about, I mean, how many people did you offend by saying that? But ain't nobody trying to call you out for that shit. We just said that it wasn't relevant, and let's get back to the fucking point. So it's all good, man. You know I fuck with you. You know what I'm saying? Sober or otherwise.
Yeah. I mean, it's a demonstration. All I'm saying is like people are watching you, right? So
I'm not known for disrespecting women. So that's why I asked you the question to be specific, because I was not aware, or even if I do something, it's generally intentional. So if I was disrespecting a woman, it would generally be intentional. But I don't make a habit of disrespecting women, the ones I like or the ones I dislike. I'll just disengage. That's kind of my MO, especially on a public platform, especially someone that I actually care about. So it didn't make sense to me what you were saying, and it was kind of like off track. So I wanted to take a second and acknowledge what you were saying, just to make sure that I didn't miss something that you caught, but you haven't been able to bring me anything in specific. So I don't want to take any more time away from the conversation. Chef, what you got?
All right. So at this point, we're gonna bring up well, Raw B's already up here, and I got that thing queued up. You ready for me?
Yes.
All right, cool. Where is that? Right here. All right, rock out.
So this is the Education Commission, and this is who actually has authority to make decisions per state in the United States of America in regards to the dress code. And some states, the principal actually does have the authority to make the dress code. Like, you could put that in the chat. I would have just dropped it in the chat, but I'm not dressed in blue over here. And y'all can look through this this list of states and stuff like that and see what each state does. If you click them 3 buttons in the upper right hand corner, you're able to zoom in a little bit. You see the 3 you're in the Chrome browser, right? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, and then you can scroll down the page and see what each state, how they do what they do. Like in Arkansas, it has to be a local board that does it. Everybody has to kind of be on the same page. They have to pass a vote in order for the district to decide who is. In some other states, it's the parents and the principals, local authorities or what have you. So this is good for everyone to have on hand, just so they know their rights in regard to dress codes in the educational system. I always advise anybody that is a parent and they have children in any type of system, any type of school, know who is in charge of the girls, know who runs the girls, mothers and fathers, so that if you see something that is a problem, you even know where to begin to address the situation. So that if you are ever feeling like you're the victim of somebody doing something inappropriate or ineffective, you can look at your state's laws and know how to address the situation. Like what the news, like I said again, the news being there at the same time that she's getting kicked out of school, that's just a little bit weird to me. As far as the situation between you and Simon. Simon, come back because I needed to know if you are close to the chocolate tasting club because they have some blueberry bonbons over there, and I was gonna holler at you see if you could send me some. But I just wanted y'all to have this link to have some context to the conversation. But Victor, you turned up tonight, sir.
What happened?
Your energy is a little bit up tonight, and you know, I don't think that you are actively listening to everybody, and that's just something that I observed today. You're being reactive instead of logical, and I usually notice you to be a very logic-based person, and today is not coming off that way.
I
Just food for
appreciate
thought.
yourself that way. I
Hmm?
appreciate. I said I appreciate you expressing yourself that way. Like you wanted me to receive what you're saying, so you presented it in a way that I could receive it, and I appreciate that. Message
You're
received.
welcome.
What's
You're
up,
welcome.
ice water?
Do you think that in the
What's
message
going
can?
on?
You
Hey,
think the message? You know, I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm gonna leave it alone.
that's
I'm gonna leave it
property
alone.
shaking you, okay?
Yeah.
H2O? What's the problem?
What
Freeze. You supposed to be cold with it.
chill me out no more.
Get some ice
Nah,
on it.
man, they like to argue with me for the sake of arguing, and I don't mind being the patsy, and if that's for entertainment, so be it.
That's
But
victim talk, bro.
sometimes, listen, I know what people be doing. Chef, you one of the main culprits when you be nitpicking. You nitpick from time to time, just to get a couple of battles, and I don't
No,
I ain't
I
in the
think it's
battle.
bullshit. I would never debate you on something that I agree with you on. But if I think something that you're saying is bullshit, right? I think it's bullshit. And then when I
Yeah.
tell you I think it's bullshit, you tell me, well, Chef, why didn't you ask me such and such? Because I didn't, after I heard bullshit, I didn't need to understand the molecular construction of that shit. You get what I'm saying? It stank.
If
And
someone
I went like this. I shouldn't I had to ask you, hey, what did you you farted in my
shit,
car?
do you
Farted in
respect
my
my
car and it
opinion
stank.
in
I didn't
most
got to
cases?
ask you, hey Vic, what did you eat? Nigga, you
I'm gonna
farted
ask
in
you
my
a question.
car. You
Do, do,
disrespecting my
do you
leather.
respect me? Do you respect me as a man?
What do I have to do with anything?
Come on,
Why
bro.
are you talking, Chef? Do you respect me as a man?
Obviously, I respect you as a man. You
Do you
stayed at
respect
my crib.
my
We kick
opinion?
it.
Do you
So what are you
respect
talking
my
about?
opinion in most cases?
I respect, watch this. I can understand how you come about your opinion, but I can totally disagree with it. But
Yeah, you don't have nobody agrees.
in terms of your moral compass and the kind of person that you are, and even
Mhm.
times we talked when we was kicking it, you even said, yo, I'm the perfect friend for specific situations, right?
Right.
Right. So what I'm stating is that
Hey, Rod, you might have to mute.
watch this. I know that if something popped off, you would be one of the first people riding.
Don't say that online.
Right.
No, I won't.
Wait. It's some good.
Whatever
Julio
get
Fresco.
into,
It's
yeah,
Julio
nothing to
Fresco.
do with it.
Right. But you understand what I'm saying? But the point is, we understand in this big world of people and feelings and understanding, we know that there's things that we pick. You know what I'm saying? There's things that we pick. There's moves that we make, that may be different. But the thing is, in terms of the essence of who we are as men, we know we will ride with each other, right? But because of that too, there's times where we're going to have conversations about those things that we differ on.
Right.
If I deliver my disdain for the message that you're sharing, it's okay. It doesn't mean I have any less respect for you as a man, but I may not have respect for that particular argument. And that's where the debate comes into play. You feel what I'm saying? But it doesn't mean that you're this evil person or that kind. No, not at all.
No. We're entitled to disagree, even to vigorously disagree in conversation. So I don't have a problem with that. But because, let me just put it in my terms. I respect you as a man, and I respect your opinion, even when I don't agree with it, because I understand you're a thoughtful person and a well-read individual, culture, and that however you went about coming to the conclusion you came to, it made sense to you. And even if you weren't able to articulate it in a couple of sentences, that I know that if I ask you enough questions, I'm gonna get to the why you believe. And you may even make a believer out of me, or give me another perspective, even if I still don't agree when you're done. So I don't come to you with, I might say something like cap just because that's good for the moment, you know what I mean? But other than that, I'm still thinking that what you're saying has some merit, even if it's not based in my own personal logic. So I want to know why you believe what you believe, even if it's bullshit or cap to me. So that's why I ask you to ask me these questions, because when you say, okay, that's cap or that's bullshit, and then you start telling me why all my shit is bullshit before you give me a opportunity to elaborate on my point, then now I feel like either you want to debate and you don't want to understand, or you don't credit me as having any you know what I'm saying, weight to speak on a specific subject.
Bro, that's not the way the fellas get down, bro. You when you go to barbershop and they having the debates, they'd be like, yo, come on, Johnny. What happened to you to make you feel that way, Johnny? No, they're gonna be, man, get out of here with that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? That's what they're gonna tell you. They're gonna say this.
Fuck out of here with that bullshit.
That's what they're gonna tell you.
Hey, yeah, that motherfucker on deck. Hey, I like that. That's good.
Yo, I'm saying that's what's gonna be said. You know what I'm saying? And it's like the conversations about, well, tell me what makes you feel that way. Why do you feel that way?
Cool. That's how I
feel. You know what I mean? I'm trying.
I roll with some serious fucking individuals, and we don't talk that way to each other. So we always show that manner of respect. Like, yo, why would you do that, yo? That's goofy as fuck. Why would you do that? Even if you said something like, yo, that's goofy, that's dumb, that's fucking wild as fuck, bro. Why would you do that? I'm still gonna ask the why. I need to know the why, because I know that's why.
Go ahead, Great Pill.
The long stroking is fucking crazy. But that's my opinion, though. Shoot me in the foot. I apologize. But just to get a point, a 15-minute dialogue just to make a point is unbelievable. But I will say this, like how your demeanor is now, Freezy, that for me, I apologize.
Freezy is an individual.
All right, yeah, I kind of spoke on that last platform. If you're referring to Freezy from the Batman DC, then we'll have another conversation. But
Freezy is another black man who is in the same space. He has his own thing. That ain't me, so I don't want.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Okay, I appreciate that. I'll give an example just because y'all actually know each other a little bit more better. So, for example, the conversation between me and Simon, we didn't. I don't think we was picking buttons, but we was challenging each other ideas, and then with the conversation, but it never went to a level of disdain, distrust. And two, which I actually liked about Simon. Well, I know he's about to go there, but I wouldn't want him to. as a in a conversation, you shouldn't have to over explain yourself just to get that point, to make a point. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, this is why, it's either, okay, he asked me a question, I gave it an answer. He said something, okay, I agreed. And it went back to his point of trying to make the point when he asked me the yes, no question. And I'm just speaking for me. I'm not giving an example for you, but I'm just speaking out of term for that one. But I think, in me personally, when these conversations, that's where I think it need to be had, with the disagreement. Now, the first thing, it was mentioned, we saying debates. The first, how when people lose in debates is when they get emotional, like, who the F you telling me? Then somebody else might kind of come in, just kind of rear it back and on track. Don't fucking cut me off. Why you speaking for him? Oh Lord, you kind of losing debates like that. Nobody's going to receive what the message you're trying to put down. But this is my way of thinking.
Okay, so the thing that we're talking about today is inappropriate dress. This is not a Vic therapy session. Vic don't need no therapy, and Vic could probably give a fuck what you think just on the screen. I'm not saying that this is not emotional. I'm just telling you in general, I give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm well thought out and I got great counsel of all ages and walks of life. You understand what I'm saying? I'm responsible for people, and there's people who's responsible for me and who won't let me fall through the crack. They tell me the similar things that maybe y'all tell me sometimes and whatever. You understand? So those conversations will be had with or without you. But at the end of the day, what we're talking about was appropriate dress. You and Simon kind of start doing this red pill, blue pill shit, and I don't know where we went off the rails.
No, that
with
was never mentioned. Simon had brought that up, so I don't know if we need to go back and replay.
No, I'm not in having a debate about who did what and who started what. I was just saying that
me and Simon as if like we
and Simon were having a conversation about this single mother, whatever the fuck. So I was saying that was less of the issue, which is what Chef was bringing it back to the topic at hand. So Chef, you want to redirect this back to where you was trying to head it?
Fair enough. Are you muted, brother?
You on mute, Chef.
So y'all good with that? Because I am.
Say, hey, guy.
Oh snap! Queen, look, Queen is like the fly on the wall at the barbershop. What up, Queen? Welcome. Ain't see you in a minute.
It's all good.
So I know you've been good. You've been resting in your feminine energy.
I'm trying.
What you got for us? You've been quiet. I know you got a mouthful.
So I saw some of it. I heard some of it in and out, but I think it's very important for people to dress professionally and appropriately in these settings. At my job, I've been with this company 4 years, and I ain't never seen them send out so many dress code emails about, these women coming to work, females. I work in the mental health field. I work in homelessness. They got all kind of issues, and you coming to work looking like you about to go down a pole or go to a club, so it's inappropriate. And then, then you have situations that happen because somebody mentally ill and they don't understand boundaries. So you have to be mindful, especially in the field I'm in and the areas I work at, like it's not okay. So, I've seen people get written up. I've seen people told they met in the parking lot. Where you going? You need to go home and change. You're not coming in this building looking like that, So I think, you know better, you just got to do better. That's all. So I went to Catholic school, so I had none. So they always dress appropriately.
So here's what we're gonna do, right? Cause we ain't, my line, we ain't finna be here all night. So what I want to do is this. I'm gonna give everybody. I want to show something to you guys, right? And this is, one of the things we spoke about was what we show the kids, what we display to them, the things that we do to create those moments, the things we do to level set them psychologically in terms of what is and is not appropriate, right? Some of it is with dress. Some of it is with their citizenship as people, okay? How the children behave and how they respond to each other. So what I wanted to do is play this I want to play this 2-minute clip real quick, and to show how there's some parents that actually have a way to create lessons in terms of making certain things resonate within their children.
Well, it could be a novel way to stop bullying. It comes from a Utah mom who decided that her fiance's 10-year-old should wear thrift store clothes after she was caught taunting a classmate for the way she was dressed. So is this a creative punishment or cruel shaming? GMA's Cam Matheson has the story.
10-year-old Kaylee Lindstrom is a self-proclaimed fourth-grade fashionista.
To make this one more pretty.
But when her parents received word from school that she was teasing a fellow student about her clothes,
we were just shocked.
They decided Kaylee needed to take a walk in that girl's shoes.
She said, "You're ugly, you dress sleazy, you're mean." She needed to know how inappropriate she was behaving.
So her stepmother, Allie, took her on a shopping spree at a local thrift store.
I would say, "Kaylee, find the ugliest dress you can find in." She would pick stuff out and she would hold it up and she would say, "Mom, look at this thing. It is the ugliest thing I've ever seen." And I say, "Oh, yeah, put that in the cart."
Kaylee had no idea those so-called ugly clothes would be for her. The next day, Kaylee's parents forced her to wear the outfits to school. So she went to school, and what did they do?
They teased her.
For 2 days, Kaylee endured criticism from her classmates.
We really think if you felt how this little girl feels, you might have a little empathy for her.
So what was it like wearing them to school?
Terrible. Like, why would they do that to me? Like, I'm still the normal person. It doesn't matter what you wear.
Would you? But some parenting experts disagree with this type of humiliation punishment, claiming it can be harmful to a child's self-esteem.
Through humiliation, the child learns that they're less than, that they're defective. I don't think this is the way to teach empathy.
But Kaylee's parents stand by their decision.
Them shoes, though.
We really feel like it was the best idea, and it was the best solution to help Kaylee be the best person she could be.
She learned exactly what we wanted her to learn, and we couldn't be happier.
What were those?
Well, those were I went to Catholic school. Those were the shoes that I remember. Sister Rose, Sister Victoria, and Sister Demetria, they used to wear those. Those are Catholic nun shoes. Straight up. Those are Catholic nun J's. You know what I mean? Those are the Jesus ones.
That's the very first Wallows.
I say bravo to that parent, because sometimes the child ain't gonna know what empathy and sympathy is unless they've been taught. So they was teaching her a lesson. You don't go to school teaching other kids because you're more fortunate than they are. So I would do that too. Shit, sure would.
I'm gonna say this: all these so-called experts.
Thank you.
With all of their expertise, then why the hell these kids are the way they are? Because it ain't working. It ain't working. I'm sorry. I do believe that some of the things that maybe our parents or happened to them, it shouldn't have been, because but you didn't hear too many times of kids getting mad because their parents don't want them to have a party and they go and delete them and have the party in the living room. You didn't hear about that. You didn't hear too much about that. But now these kids are off the hook. And I think everybody wants to be like, "Oh, no, little Johnny, no, talk to them. No, let him, no, little Johnny gonna learn today."
Thank you.
I want to know how you
like
feel,
that,
Johnny.
Just like that other parent, I think it was a black guy, who the daughter was bullying, and he went and took the girl who she was bullying on the shopping spree he was going to take his daughter on, and bought her the clothes.
See, sometimes you need a lesson.
You need a lot of times
Yeah,
they need
see
a
that
lesson.
that would be a better lesson in my opinion. You know what I mean? To take what was intended for her and give it to someone less fortunate, as opposed to making her the less fortunate. Because I you
Well,
know
obviously
once
the little girl don't she didn't have no empathy for the girl in her classroom who was buying Fisco clothes.
once
So
the
she
That was
thought
a
little
she,
real lesson. That was a
the
real
lesson
lesson the
was she thought she
parents
was
taught.
better than it. She thought
trying
she
to
was
make
better
a
than
point.
the little girl.
Because the
I was
lesson was empathy. The
Yes.
lesson was empathy.
trying to make a point.
The lesson was empathy. Them taking another kid out on their shopping spree would breed nothing but hatred. There would be no lesson. It would just be a punishment.
You making my point, Chef. Because I was saying it's even greater when you put in that child in that situation to be ridiculed by their peers, not by you, but by their peers in public.
That she chose. Remember, she was what you would call the predator. She was the offender. She was the one that was bullying and teasing the children because they
Right.
did not have, their family did not have, let's say, the financial wherewithal to afford what she could.
Right.
And she was bringing them the business. So what her family did was to choose to give her a lesson in empathy. The punishment was a punishment. But
It's a double.
it was a
It's a
lesson in
double
empathy.
sword.
Because guess what? She only did it for 2 days. They know
It's a
she got
double
bread.
sword.
And what did she say at the end? She said nobody should be teased for what they wear, but you did it.
It's
So
a
now
And
you
later on,
understand.
I clipped it. And she also said, the young lady actually stated that if they asked if she could do it a different way. No, she actually stated that she learned from that way. She actually understood it.
It's a double-edged sword. So the point that I was trying to make is that not that that tactic wouldn't be effective, just like whooping a child's ass may be effective, maybe not. However, the lasting effects and the fallout, the unintended consequences may be that now the same thing that the physician was saying is that there may be unintended consequences with that child's self-esteem, not because they're gonna have to wear this clothes forever, but now she may look at herself in a certain way, not because she's been ridiculed by her peers, that may be part of it, but she may be having a negative outlook on herself for what she even did to that girl. You understand? To the point that she can't recover from it.
She don't have
You
a
see what
negative
I'm
outfit on herself. She don't have a negative outfit on herself if she's going to the school bullying kids who are less fortunate.
We're talking about after the punishment, Andre. We're talking about after the punishment.
She know her mama and daddy is fortunate.
You're talking about pre-punishment. You're talking about pre-punishment. I'm speaking of after the punishment.
No.
At the end of the day,
I'll
who
read the
gives a
voice
damn how
now
she
saying
feels?
if I
Maybe
cut
she
somebody off, I might get yelled at.
to bully somebody. How about that?
Hold on. I didn't hear what you said.
You're muted, Chef.
You saying that, what you say, thank you. What you're stating is that she can be harmed more by feeling the same feelings that she was putting on other children. And that this, because now she felt that way, she may feel so messed up because she's feeling empathy that she may feel so messed up now that it can harm her because she knows the feeling of what she did to someone else. I just want to clarify. I'm not bucking. I want to just make sure, because you said to ask you, right? So I'm asking you, is that what you're saying? That she could potentially be harmed? Because you stated that it could create a greater harm to her.
An overcorrection. So I think it would be effective, just like it was. But then now, instead of her teasing others and turning that energy outward, there could have been a more creative way to make that, or take what she was doing and make it a positive. However,
Do you have a suggestion?
Hang on, bro. Now, when you turn it inward and make that person regret what they've done, now she may always, for fear of that, or for not even wanting to feel that feeling again, turn all of her negative thoughts inward. Now she's cutting herself secretly. Now she's doing whatever, bulimia and all these other things that young women have been known to do. And if you bring that shit back home, I don't think that was your intended result either, even though you wanted to correct the negative behavior. That's what I think that the psychologist was trying to say. That's what I'm saying.
And I'm saying sometimes psychologists don't know everything. Sometimes you gotta be in the trenches to do this, okay? And I'm saying is what the parent done, I would have done the same thing because I'm gonna teach you a lesson. And I don't think a little girl, I'm sorry, I feel like this. And this is my own personal opinion. So I don't care if anybody get mad at night, okay? I'm gonna say how I feel. I don't care how she feel. How about that? Maybe you should never go to school and teasing other kids when you know you got more than they do. Where your empathy at?
That's short-sighted.
That's that bullshit.
That's short-sighted. Call it what you will.
No, it's short.
Fuck out of here with that bullshit.
Maybe she will learn. She won't do that shit again. And I don't care if it taught her to wear Goodwill clothes. Maybe sometimes you gotta show a kid something.
You know those kids became. You know the two girls became best friends, right, Vic? Did you notice that?
But the thing is that
I don't know
because it was in the video. You was watching it.
It was in the video.
I missed that part.
Yeah, you be missing a lot, brother.
Hey, Greg. Hey, Greg. Hey, when we do this stream, I want you to holler at me directly. I'm gonna leave my phone number in the back chat. All right.
Damn, niggas in his feelings.
Call it what the fuck you will, bro. I said I'm gonna leave my phone number, and then you can just talk to me directly because this ain't for no.
Do you understand it's a conversation, sir? And you can't keep getting triggered every time somebody say something. You literally got two women raising a voice, and here you go. You quiet as a sweet pea. But as soon as somebody, another man say something calmly, you triggered.
Oh, nigga, just
you gotta calm. You gotta chill out, bro. Every time somebody make an opinion, you can't be coming out like that, bro. Give me my number. Give me my address. That's the most lamest stuff ever.
It's
Calm
just a phone
yourself down. Stick on the topic. Stay on the topic
right now, bro.
Bro, you talking about give me your number? Calm down.
What? You can't talk. That's grown
Talk about
man?
What? Talk about a pen on the conversation?
I didn't ask you for your address.
And see how you derailing it now? You coming out, but we supposed to be having on topic. You talking about give me your number.
What? So we don't distract from the show because I don't want to keep having a back and forth.
I'm talking about the topic. I'm on the topic. I'm on the topic, so I don't need your number. I don't need another man's number. I don't need another man's number in 4K, sir.
Consistently
move on with the conversation. Everybody was talking. I literally said before even Chef spoke, I said, before I speak, can I get a chance? Because I don't want to cut nobody off and I get cursed at or yelled at, which you did 3 times.
No, what happens is
yes, you did. Catch yourself in the replay. Reflect.
Yo, relax, bro.
You relax. Don't be asking about numbers and stuff, bro.
You rejecting? I didn't ask you for your fucking number. I gave you
Give me
mine.
your number. You asked me for my number. You offered a number. Which one? Pick one.
I offered
I don't want your number.
Can
we stay on topic? Yes or no?
Use it. You're welcome to never use it.
Can I have a chance to speak? Yes or no?
Everything that we doing now, we could do offline. That's all.
I'm going to be about the topic, bro. That's all I want to stay on topic.
I'm very much so a reasonable person, which is why
I would like to stay on topic. That's all I'm trying to do.
At the end of the day,
you cannot get in your feelings every time somebody check you about the topic, sir.
Check me on no day, never in life or on internet.
Okay, these two women are saying the opposite of what you're saying. You sitting there in butterfly mode with your voice. But as soon as I say the same thing, you're triggered. Calm down. It's a conversation. I'm not coming at you. I'm coming at the conversation.
I'm saying that when I'm talking to Chef or I'm talking to Andrea.
I ain't worried about Chef. Well, again, I'm still repeating the same thing. I would like to get back to the conversation.
Apparently you emotional right now because
I'm trying you emotional because you're trying to give out numbers to other dudes you don't even know.
You can get over the number shit, dog. Why you keep bringing that shit?
That's what you addressed, sir. That's what you brought out.
A whole broad right now. Relax.
Again, don't offer another man a number on a live K.
Relax.
Don't do that.
Relax.
No, you relax because you getting yelling just like everybody else. Calm down.
I'm yelling. I'm chilling, cuz.
All right, cool. So I'm gonna move. I'm gonna be the bigger man than you, Chef. I apologize if I did any interruption or inconvenience. I would like to get on the subject of the conversation.
So you don't gotta apologize to me. I know some people have probably hit me up like, why are you letting this go on? We got men that are having a conversation. You get what I'm saying? And I was just allowing the men to have this conversation, folks, for those folks that communicated with me, right? So you don't have to apologize to me. So in terms of this situation, the two girls, they became best of friends. Let me just play that, and we're going to end on something.
Experiential lesson to teach empathy. Like, empathy is about getting a child to put themselves in the shoes of somebody else. And so here the mom kind of came up with this creative idea, and it totally worked. I think it's very creative.
It did work, but you can also imagine
A solution to help Kaylee.
Exactly what we wanted her to learn, and we couldn't be happier.
For Good Morning America, Cameron Mathis. Of humiliation, punishment,
the child learned.
Why would they do that to me? Like, I'm still the normal person. It doesn't matter what you wear.
Would you have your mom and dad teach you this lesson another way? No. You're happy that they did it this way. Kaylee later apologized to the girls she bullied, and now they are best friends. But some parenting experts
So yeah, they friends.
Cool.
They friends. So in the end, I played that video specifically to show parents behaving as a catalyst, but not just as a person that's solely representing their children. You have kids that are bullying out there and adding negatively. Remember, I started the show, I said we're going to talk about the parents, the teachers, and the students, right? Dress for the kids, it's not too much hot button. So I kind of latched on to that particular story in my research because it involved bullying. It involved more tangible or tactical impact to other children that your children bring outside of just dressing, We got some parents that when their pops hears that their kid bullied another kid, there's some fathers that's there that will say, shit, as long as it ain't my kid getting bullied, I'm cool with that. I can teach a bully how to stop bullying. I can't teach somebody being bullied, how to become a bully. So there's some people that allow it. So I definitely appreciate the catalyst nature of the parents, the proactive nature of the parents to understand how society works, the impacts to people, and then to provide that pivotal lesson to their child. And they did it. They did it in a clever way. Had her go and pick out the ugly stuff we picking out for folks, and that's what she had to wear. And it only encompassed 48 hours. 16 hours. They go into school around 7. They get out around 3. So it's not even that. Maybe you say 7 hours a day. You take out 7 hours a day. A total of 14 hours. 2 school days for that lesson. And then she could come back in her fly shit. I don't think that was negatively impactful. They made her walk 2 days in somebody else's shoes. They made her walk 2 days in somebody else's shoes. I think it was a pivotal lesson, and I salute them for that. And I think that some of those type of lessons can help larger communities because now they understand the impacts of their children on that community. I'm just saying. But I know you might think, Vic, that folks are ganging up on you. Nah. So what I want to do is I want to play a message from somebody else, all right, that may somehow feel how Vic feels. And I want to play that. And is it any coincidence that his name happens to be Ricky Freeze, his cousin? You gonna laugh, nigga, with you right now. You trying to show the teeth, motherfucker. Show the teeth. All right.
Yeah, but at the same time, man, that's not your place for you to judge that woman. No matter how she's dressed, if it's inappropriate, it's not your place to judge her. You're not God and you're not Jesus. So at the end of the day, that's their job to judge her. If If you go to church, then you understand that. And I'm just saying, man, sometimes you got to learn to just worry about yourself. That's just like if you see somebody in school with their kids and they got pajamas on, or if they had a bathing suit on. That's nobody's place to judge them. You know, that's between her and God, not you. And this ain't no being smart. It's just that it's irritating how people are sitting here throwing shots at her when it's her life. It's her life. It's not your life. You don't like certain stuff that a certain person wear, you can easily exit out the room completely.
All right, so here's what we're gonna do, because we gotta shut this thing down. Everybody gets 2. All right, and we're gonna start counterclockwise because Miss Queen didn't have much to say. I mean, she didn't get to say much. You there, Queen? All right, I'm gonna put you on the clock, okay? You know your folks, Mr. Best, he instituted the clock, so we're gonna do the clock tonight for you, all right? You laughing. What you smoking on over there?
Nothing.
Look at it, she coughed. You heard that, right? That's a guilty cough. You ready for the clock?
I'm ready.
Let's go.
Let's get it. Let's go. I just want to say that I think the things we do, even though we move and how we want to move, we got to be mindful how it affects other people. I like what the parents did. I think they know their child. They knew what would work for her. And as a result, that's the outcome she got. Yeah. And I think, our opinion is our individual opinion, and that's it. I ain't got much to say. I'm tired. It's late. I gotta get up early. So it's a pleasure being on a panel with you guys. I miss you, Ice Water, Chef, and Andrea. So that's it.
Miss you too, Queen.
I don't know you, great podcast.
Cariño.
Oh, it's fine. It's good to meet you, lady.
Yeah, I miss you. I miss you, man. You know what I mean? You could come through
and Andrea, I still want to do one of those. I saw your show on foster care. So I do want to do the be on a panel with you about that again.
Okay, so. I'm changing the baby, but I hear you.
Yeah, okay. But that's it. That's all I want to say. We just gotta do better. We gotta teach our kids, better. And it starts at home, So yeah, just do better. Stop trying to be your child's BFF. Me and my mom were BFFs, but I knew my role, I knew my place, and I didn't cross those boundaries. So yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, but I miss you popping in. I miss you popping into our streams, Queen.
Working in front of your kindergartner teachers. Stop going to school. Women, stop going to these schools twerking in front of the principals, okay? That's all I'm going to say.
Can you hear me? Queen,
yes.
I miss you coming to our shows. I miss you. There's times we doing a 7-hour stream. She come in 7 hours and 15 minutes in the stream, and we'd be like, what you got? And she's like, I don't know. What y'all talking about? I'm like, oh, no. You did 7 hours, yo. But you work hard. You work hard. I appreciate you, though.
My bad.
You're always welcome.
But anyway. Yeah. That's it.
You.
We'll holler.
Hold it down. Peace, love, and light, Queen. Okay. Andrea Lynch detonation in 5, 4.
No, let Great Pill go because I'm feeding the baby, okay?
Okay.
Good mom. Good mom. Yeah.
Ready for the clock.
Don't do the clock on me, man.
So, I'm afraid to let you cook because I know Vic, when he get to cook that last cook, he's gonna pull out some verses on you. Go ahead.
I'm gonna keep it. Hey, trust me. I always practice to be professional on panel. So I think I lost respect. I think I lost the battle with Freezy Vic, because I came out my shell just a little bit. So shout out to him for that one. But I agree with the lady said about just take the time out to raise your children, especially if you choose to have children. They come first regardless. If you happen to not be with your mate no more, the kid's father, I would say, hey, I hope y'all be the best co-parenting. But when you choose to have children, try to make sure the thought process of, hey, if it doesn't work out with my mate, the very least we can still be, father and mother for this child. That's the very least you got to have that thought process, especially with the vetting situation, because we already know, especially here in the States, marriages unfortunately doesn't last that long. So I give it 5-10 years top for marriages. I hope it lasts forever, but unfortunately everybody doesn't have that stain to what it takes to be a marriage. Victor was 100% right. I think that was him who said it's a double-edged sword, but it comes down to you knowing your child. So if you're aware, because we know, especially quote unquote black folks, we know we got some badass kids. We go ahead and take the extra mile with them. Like, look, you're doing something I see that you're doing a little bit toxic or mischief to another child, but I'm dealing with you. Now, if it's on the other end of foot, then you have to take a different approach. But if it's my child and I know my child, let me go ahead and take this route. So I feel like that mother did it very cleverly. Hey, tricked her, like, hey, go find the ugliest clothes, blah, blah. And guess what? You're wearing it. And to be honest, coming up back in the day, that technically wasn't the ugliest clothes. That's clothes that most people came up, the hand-me-downs, the big brother clothes come down to somebody else and wear it, or stuff that you only could barely afford because everybody didn't have Timberlands growing up, everybody didn't have Jordans. So, we just have to think about
new
that.
shit for somebody. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so because remember, I had Spaldings with the pump, and the pump was even that good. I had Lee jeans, I still miss my Wranglers, so it's those the outfits and stuff I would wore coming up, and the little discount clothes your mom get you at the flea market. And anybody from Jersey, there's like the Valley Fair back in the day, so they had those too. So you just have to be mindful of
Jersey Valley Fair.
Yeah, see, you just have to be mindful of how your children behave and the raising process, because we want to at least have them understand respect across the board, but as they come up, is levels to it. So I'll leave it with that.
Okay.
Thank you. Oh, look at that, Nancy. You see how you stunting on us right now?
Don't she be bringing that YouTube energy to that baby?
I want her to go. Look, I want her to go put the baby in the bassinet so she could get back to the screaming energy, because the baby is softening our heart right now.
Okay.
The baby is our future. Okay. So at the end of the day, I want my daughter to go to her son's school dressed appropriate. And you know what? I'm a black mother. That's who I am. Black mothers, get yourself together. Go to school dressing appropriate. Pick up your children from school. Period. Because and at the end of the day is, I don't have a problem with that couple did for today, daughter. I will thrift store clothes. My mom shopped there. Okay. But when we got more money, we did better. But I never picked on any children who couldn't afford what my mom and dad could afford. Because we always had sympathy and empathy. And matter of fact, some of these kids need to learn to go down to the homeless shelters and give some toys when they get all the toys for Christmas, when the parents can't afford it and they bringing up their credit card for Christmas. But nobody don't say nothing about that. So
in the words of sorry, go ahead.
I'm just saying we need to do better. And if
Hey,
we know better,
put all that damn neck rolling. You got baby neck rolling too.
Baby ain't neck rolling. I'm being clear about. We need to do better. And I don't have a problem with the parents did, because sometimes you got to teach the child. And some of them damn experts, you can go to college all you want to, and you can have all the education. But when you're in the trenches and knowing how children roll and children behave, sometimes I was a child, my mama had to teach me a lesson. Because when she said stop doing something, I didn't listen. When she taught me the lesson, that's when I listened. So sometimes you gotta know the children that you're rolling with. Some kids don't understand teaching them a lesson. When mama say, don't be in that kitchen, the fire burn. I didn't get that. I wanted to see the fire burn. So sometimes you gotta teach children a lesson by example. And I don't give a damn if it hurt her feelings. She's gonna be a better person with that lesson. I guarantee you. And one lesson she might have learned, I will never pick on kids who are less fortunate than me because I don't want to go back to school with some hand-me-down. How about that? So it's 2 lessons she might have learned. She don't want that shit to ever happen to her ass. How about that?
Her mama gonna buy her that Medea dress.
Thank you. That sometimes you need to lead with fear. It was things I did not do because my dad was crazy. I was like, I ain't doing that shit. He crazy. Fear helps. Fear helps sometimes too. Yeah, that's all I gotta say.
All right, I hear you. Andre ain't playing tonight, but I definitely appreciate what you got to say. So, Vic, it's on you, fam. What you got?
What y'all, man? What y'all want? Man? Y'all want blood?
Nah, look.
Okay. Hey, look, man. At the end of the day, is this right? And it's 2 points I want to make. What I was saying in reference to it having a possible, not a definite, but a possible adverse effect, because sometimes we just want to straighten out the situation for today, but sometimes the lasting effect, like it's hard to see. Children hide shit. They hide shit. And you say, okay, look, she learned her lesson. It's good, blah, 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 blah. Next thing you fucking know, you got a whole new issue and you don't even realize that it developed from this thing. Now, that child may or may not recall the reference point of where this thing that they got now originated. So you may not ever get the full blame for it. But there's always an origin story when people take, some of these other routes where they, self-delete, where they develop body image issues, so on and so forth. So a lot of times as parents, they don't have to come out of your balls to be parents, just for the record. Parenting, parental guardian, to be a guardian, you get creative with the punishments because we don't want to be our parents whooping ass for everything. So you at the end of the day, when the punishment is over, you still want your child to love you. You still want them to trust you. You still want them to hold you in high regard. But that trust, that shit goes both ways. And at the end of the day, I think Great Pill asked, what would I suggest? What would I have done that was creative? I didn't have any problem with him asking me that. I just wanted him to wait till I was finished. But at the end of the day, what I would have considered, just having this short amount of time to think about it, would be, maybe because this girl is so into fashion, make it her. You know what? You don't go nowhere without her. Matter of fact, she your new best friend. Y'all hanging out. Now everywhere she go, you got to go. Now your favorite outfit, now that's her favorite outfit. Give her some of your shit. How about that? Now, you know what I'm saying? You take her fashion, and now it's your responsibility to make sure she don't get teased no more. You need to stand up for her. You need to take her little outfits and jazz them up and show her how you do it. You know what I'm saying? And I think you could have gotten a similar outcome without necessarily damaging the trust barrier between, in this case, a step parent and a stepchild, because she had that little girl's trust when she took her to the thrift store, picking that stuff out. So at the end of the day, this, that, or the third, that's how I felt about that. Now, as far as the very last clip that you played, with the man saying, nobody can judge nobody, a lot of things that I believe are biblically based, and as far as judgment is concerned, subject to those matters, I refer directly to the word in the scripture of that. And it says, know ye not that the saints shall judge the world? Shall ye not judge these small matters, men will judge angels. So at the end of the day, we have a responsibility. It says it says, cry aloud, spare not, show my people their transgressions. So you're not necessarily supposed to not correct for the sake of sparing feelings. So it's your duty. It's not only your something that should be done, but it's your duty as a human being to tell the people that you love where they're going off at. So the people who love these people who are doing these things in public, they are negligent, which is why third parties and news and we are actually up here speaking on people we don't know. The people who know them are the people who need to be admonishing them and telling them, because those are the people that they can actually hear.
I appreciate you. Appreciate you. So, folks, we had a nice stream. A really nice stream. We had great conversation. We had great debate. We were able to dissect certain topics. We were able to show how we felt about certain things, and we were able to get to a point where we split the hairs to get deeper. But I have a reason. The reason that we're doing this, which was the most important impetus or precipitating factor or origin of what we were doing, was so that our daughters do not turn out like this.
I don't do the boyfriends. I don't do the boyfriend. So what you do? One night stands. I just said that. I don't like commitment. I don't do no motherfucking relationship. You don't do relationship? Nah, that shit dead for the motherfucking bird. I'm not the marrying type. I don't do marriage. One night stand. I'm more of a, solo type of bitch. Oh, city boy!
It's an evil world we live in.
Sensational.
Remember, we don't want him to get our daughters. And by the time our daughters get old, that motherfucker gonna be about 50-something, 60 years old. You see it. You see it. So there's always a reason. There's always a precipitating factor. So I want to thank each and every one of us, that one of y'all that tuned in to watch this stream that was originally supposed to be. Watch this. 2.5 hours long. But you know how we do. It's the team. So thank you to Queen. Thank you, Andrea. Thank you, Grateful Podcast, Vic, Mr. Best, Raw B, Simon Hectic. Did I miss anybody? Nope, I didn't. And every single one of y'all, We Unlock Nation, The Chester Cat, Great Pill, Eat, Work, Travel, Dawn, Voltron, Danique, RL, what up? Queen Nita, Dawn, Caterpillar, okay? I said Danique, who else? Andrea, Robbie, Candid, Ann. I thought Candidly V was in there too. Eat, Work, Travel. Man, all of y'all came through. Red Lipstick Vibes. All of you guys came through. If I didn't name you, Yellow Pill. If I blame it on the mind and not the heart, right? Quantum, Mika, Dawn. Every single last one of you. Papi Blanco. I said Yella. Yo, I think everybody
half a century now. You can't hold it against him if you forgot you right.
Right. Oh, yeah. So you see, he's talking that old ninja stuff. I'm saying, why couldn't you ask me, why do I feel old? Why did you go and say that? Why didn't you just say, Chef? When you be like, yo, why can't you ask me, yo, why do you do old nigga stuff, Chef? You see?
Yeah, Chef, why you do all that old niggas?
So mind you, yo, I rock with this dude. We hang out. So when you see me get into the mindset that I get in when we on the show, because I'm like, oh man, he coming with this bullshit, man. So imagine when me and this guy, there was one day we got into a 5-hour argument, yo. That shit started at 2, and we were together in the same whip. That shit went from the same whip back to the crib, patio, back to the whip. 5 hours. And we in person. So, but like I said, y'all, love is love. I don't agree with everything that he says. You know what I'm saying? But love is real. So, I don't cut people off if I got love for them. And I understand that the people around us, a lot of times, they're not perfect for every single situation. You see what I'm saying? But the thing is, for a majority of them. So I got nothing but love for them. And for those of you that say that you never saw me and Vic go at it,
y'all just don't know.
He could tell you. He could tell you this was Disney. If y'all see the cruise ship joint that we did, this was Disney.
This was cruise ship joint. And tell me who was right, because Steph was wrong as shit in that.
Now. You see, you talking that. You see, I'm saying, fuck everything I said, yo. Vic is an asshole, y'all, and he's a rude, mean, nasty person.
Tell the truth, shame the devil.
But look. Here's what I'm gonna do for y'all real quick. I'm going to put that clip into the chat, yo. I'm going to put that clip into the chat just so you guys can actually see. Watch this. You see what I'm gonna do here? What we have to do with Vic. But yo, listen, yo, it's been real. I appreciate each and every one of you for popping through. I was supposed to have dinner a long time ago. My joint is sitting in the microwave right now, just sitting there. So thank you. Salute. Kiss for the ladies, of course. Love straight from the heart, right?
Sit down.
Right. And then
hey, peace to Raw B for bringing so much clarity to some things that didn't have the clarity initially.
Remember, I purposely did not pull in to the specific details because I wanted to catch us in a position where we reacted like somebody on the outside who does not have so much information to be able. Remember, you said needs more information.
Mm-hmm.
Where us normal mere mortals, we exist with the information that we have, and sometimes we make choices and determinations based on the information we have or the lack thereof, So peace to TCHBCU Queen TV in the spot. She in Philly right now. But yo, that's all I got for you guys. Oh, goddamn. Look, Mr. Best, you coming in to say goodnight?
I hope that baby fart on your chest.
Yo, I had to speak to the clip you just showed with the women and us trying to get him to avoid, the brother that you showed, right? Mm-hmm. Salute to that brother. I'm not judging him at all. Salute to him and his music career and all that. I just want to say this, right? I don't think he's the problem. Because he honestly just tells you who he is. That brother lays it plain and simple. This is what I'm about. And that's it. The problem is that women keep choosing this type of guy. I have plenty of female family members who keep choosing that type of guy.
Because he salutes them kind of women.
You talking about
no?
Future?
I'm talking. Yes, Vic, that's what I'm talking about. They keep choosing them.
Future. Okay, I thought you know about the dude with the do-rag.
Future. Oh, yes, you're right. He's right. Yes. Right.
Yeah, they keep choosing that type. I have family members right now that I know that I've helped with their kids, all types of stuff. I have siblings that I know where I've helped them and all types of stuff, and they keep choosing that type of guy.
They grooming themselves for him.
No, but what I'm saying, Chef, right? They'll have all the opportunities in the world, right? They're educated, they're smart, they know better, they know right from wrong. They don't have the upbringing is solid. They have parents that have at least tried to do their best. They know right from wrong. You know what I'm saying? But they're still choosing this person because they want to be in a spotlight. They want the allure, or they're attracted to negative energy. They're attracted to toxic masculinity. So now they want to be around a guy that's a dope boy or used to be a dope boy or whatever. You know what I mean? Or has a check and pass or whatever. And listen, everybody got to go through stuff. I'm not judging nobody who's had to go through that or who's been through that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, the only thing I'm trying to say is this. Why not just choose a regular cat? Why not just choose a regular guy who actually going to hold you down, who actually going to take care of you, who actually going to love you? You know what I'm saying? But no, y'all want to chase these entertain these rappers, these scammers, these dope boys, and then you wonder why you keep getting the same result.
They want one night stands. They ain't that kind of chick no more. Solo
But
dolo.
They only saying it because they're trying to placate to a certain type of man.
You think they flip?
I think it's a little deep. I think it's a little deeper. I think it's. I mean, you can blame. I'm not blaming the single mom, but I will say this: if you didn't, hold on a minute. If you didn't see marriage in your own house, how are you expecting your kids is going to want to be married? So if your parents didn't preach marriage, if that's not a conversation in your house, of course these young girls gonna feel this way. They don't think it's important. They don't think it's necessary. That's why they're saying it's so I don't want to be in a relationship.
Yes, I agree.
Thank you.
Chef, may I build on one last thing? One last thing, please. And I ain't
you
gonna say
gotta be
nothing
careful
else.
though, because you seem like you're ready to get them back into arguing again.
Nah, I ain't trying to get nobody back and argue again. Look, and I salute Lady Andrea holding her kids down, holding everybody down, holding her family down. You know what I'm saying? You know, without really having maybe a lot of male energy there. You know what I'm saying? The way that maybe it should be, right? So I salute her. I salute my mom, right? You know what I mean? I salute all the women who have done that without a man really being there. My mom did it literally by herself. You know what I'm saying? And so I understand that. But I'm going to say this, and I totally mean this as a man and as a person. Men dictate the home and they dictate the society. And when men, if we are not doing our parts as men, then of course the women are going to be unruly. It's just a fact. You know what I'm saying? Whether we as men want to accept that or not, whether women don't want to accept that or not, it's just a fact. You know what I'm saying? Men, we dictate what's going to be accepted and not accepted. If all the men say no, we are on some gentleman type stuff. We only being marriage minded. We only focusing on really having wives and families and really building a future. The women will fall in line. There'll be a few outliners, but for the most part, they're gonna fall in line. You know what I'm saying? That's what I truly believe. You know what I mean? But because we on some, you know what I mean, city boys up and we on some, we don't really care and we calling every single woman a whore and all type of stuff. So how we think they're gonna react? You know what I'm saying? Because they want to attract us. They want us to come towards them. You know what I mean? And we're supposed to bring leadership, guidance, influence, and structure and decorum to the home. That's what we as men provide, and protection as well. So, and all that embodied in love. So, how can we do that if we are destroying the women and we are saying different things to women to basically only put them in a certain bracket where they have to be whores in order for us to even, you know what I mean, be attracted to them or even do anything with them. You know what I'm saying? We, you know, brother, the men need to step up and say, listen, we are going to have a sense of decorum. We're going to have a standard. This is what we live by if we want the women to change. You know what I mean? Those women are only saying things because they're trying to placate to a man. It's point blank. It's point blank and simple to me. Like I said, there's a few outliners who are just unruly and they don't care what a man think at all, blah, blah, blah. But I really think for the most part, if a lot of men have better standards, then the women will follow. That's all I'm saying.
Woo! I want to come to you, Mr. Best. Because I am a divorced mother. My children's father was in their life, okay, and I had brothers and a father. So we have men over here. They might live in my house, but we got men in this family, right? We got called circle, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I made sure that my kids' father played a part in their life. That was important to me. As my son left me at 10 years old and moved in with his father, because I had one black son. I didn't want him losing to the streets or a teenage pregnancy. So I'm just letting you know. I
Yeah, but see
understand.
that makes you a smart, again, because I agree where he's saying. That's kind of touch base what I said earlier. You was aware of that. You understood. Hey, I'm a mom first. I got a son. So what is this gonna look like for my son? What I can do for him? Because there's only so much you can do as a woman, as a mother to your son. You're a nurturer. So he said, hey, let me send him to the man so he can to train him to be a man coming up. So you're good. But when you have those other majority of people, like you said, you're going to have those outliers. But unfortunately, the world is what it is. I'm not saying not to say anything, but majority of women, when they know they got those type of people out like that, I'm not saying beat them over the head, but just have that conversation. Like, look, you're doing wrong, or there's another way. And if they're not listening, okay, let life lesson teach them. Because when they get like 40s, 50s, and 60s, they're going to do that whole crying game. And it's okay, but that's the lesson they got to learn.
Well, to me,
and Lady Andrea, I didn't mean any disrespect by what I said either,
I don't
right?
think, I don't think you mean no. I don't think you mean disrespect. So I'm just letting you know. I don't think you mean disrespect. I don't think you knew. Okay, so I want to make sure you know.
Yeah.
But I do have a problem with. I do think Black women are coddling their sons if they send their sons to the kid's father and learn how to co-parent. We might have a better environment for our sons.
Yeah. So let's do this, Andrea.
Yes.
You're making them old jokes. I'm old, right?
Yes.
Tomorrow, when you start texting me at about 10 in the morning Eastern Standard Time, like, good morning, chef. You don't respond to her good morning, chefs. The next message is, can you talk? Right? She laughing, right? So, put this on your can we talk agenda.
Okay.
Mothers coddling sons.
Yes.
And maternal impact on the growth of sons.
Sure.
Right.
I think that's a fatherhood sip conversation.
It's a fatherhood sip conversation. The thing is, I would want it to primarily involve the women.
True.
The fatherhood sip is another one. We have a lot of content.
Apparently, you need a
We have about 275 videos. Is just I started on another channel, and I had 40, 50 videos, streams, clips that were on that other show, and they were just of me, but that other individual submitted a content strike. So at this point, even without those, we got a ton of content that has not been clipped. So yes, you're gonna see 4-hour streams, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11 is the longest. We did that a while ago. If you want to put it on double time speed or 1.75, go ahead. But we have stuff here. We monetize. It's not to show off, but it's to show that there's at least 1,000 people that felt what we were doing. So please check it out. We can clip. The thing is, if you see the way that we move, our stuff moves organically. So the only thing that I beg, and I don't normally beg, the only thing that I beg is that you guys give yourselves an opportunity to binge watch some of what we got. You guys would do it if you missed the last 2 seasons of Power. You would do it. You guys would do it if you missed the last 2 seasons of Insecure or this, that, the other show. We all work. We all have a lot of responsibility. And we will be on the stream to make sure that the conversation travels where it needs to travel. We'll be willing to do an almost 6-hour stream like we did tonight, y'all. So the only thing that I ask is that you take a moment to just click on one of our labors of love, put it on 1.5 times speed, because sometimes, because I'm still a corporate executive and I have to parse my words to make sure I don't say anything that could get me fired, right? or that's inappropriate, look, let's check out what we got. We got a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. Peace to my little bro, 100 watts, Ramon Watkins. He was one of the people that was part of us when we were called the Nighthawks. Check it out. We got a lot of stuff, a lot of great content. I'm going to be, dropping a few more things that I have private. I'm probably going to go do the membership. I just didn't open up the membership because I feel a high degree of responsibility. If you're paying a subscription, then I need to give you content and more content. So once I got a lot of this stuff situated, we're going to do that. But in the meantime, I love you the way that I have you. And that's good enough for me right now. Yes. So last thing, you have to understand, and that's one thing Vic was saying too, and without saying it, it was part of his construct. Even when he says to me, but Chef, you didn't ask me the question. We need to somehow allow ourselves an opportunity to put ourselves into the shoes of another person in order to understand why they feel the way that they feel, which can temper or allow a higher degree of grace when we discuss them. Because I do agree. There's times where I'll be like, man, you full of shit. Why you say some bullshit like that? What's wrong with you? Blah, 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 blah. And because he's my friend, as a friend, not just some random dude on a talk show, because he's my friend, I should be like, where you get that from, man? What type of shit you on, bro? I didn't do that. The only challenge I say to you, Vic, we good friends that happen to be sparring partners too. So it ain't gonna come with the dap and the hugs. Come with the punch into the nose. So I don't want to conflate debating tactics and love for each other. You get what I'm saying? You got UFC fighters, boxers that is cool, ball players, all of that. You know what I'm saying? But with all of that being said, appreciate you, Great Pill. With all of that being said, I appreciate each and every single one of you. And if you said anything that I did not like tonight, if there was anything that you stated that I did not like tonight, I will say this.
Fuck out of here with that bullshit.
Yo, we out of this piece. All I need is my people in the chat to tell me how we release you from this nightclub called The Team Presents. We don't make you walk out. We float you out on a magic carpet with a V on it. All I need for y'all to tell me is what that V stands for. I'm not letting you out of the stream until you say what that V stands for on that magic carpet. And I'll wait.
Victory. God bless. Good night.
This is for the people that watch the show.
It's called vibing.
Say it again.
It's called vibing.
Right. We don't let you walk out the club like that. We send you out with vibes. We send you out vibing. So peace, love, light, and respect to each and everybody that tuned in. I'm the hell up out of here. Let's go.
Pop on jump, it's the weekend. Dream come true with the big friends. Hitting on doors, that's a defense. Rolling with all, that's an offense. It me change, you let me peach. With a bull shaking to my maybe drop bands. Today on by nice sale. Today on by you the kid play. Baby, tell me what you want. Julian, well, I know you need fun. Ever since remember we been knocking at the door. Y'all been moving paper, we be running up the school. Y'all before that pillar, we were sleeping on the floor. West side Africa, you know the shit ain't hard. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night. got now from who got next. Here's my number, just send a text. You got a man and she responds, nah. Okay, sure enough, I'ma let you go, don't wanna hold you up. I'ma call your phone when I put it up. Whoever let you go must be them as far. Wait for, girl, you so fine, I'll pay for. Fly you first class to LA for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Because I don't care what you say. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. My nigga, I killed it. Night long. This the part where you get your girl, nigga. Make sure she focus, nigga. Make sure you focus, nigga. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, hit it. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. That's a hit for your ass, nigga. Hit for your ass, nigga.
All night long. Woo wee. I could end the broadcast right now, but I got 8 more questions. I'm joking. What I forgot to do, and Andrea would scream at me in the morning. So we're gonna end with this. The commercial for the shoes that I designed and that we are selling. All in the spirit of empathy. If you want to know what it feels like to walk in another man's shoes, purchase some Chef Choupinos, some Maison Choupinos, high tops, low tops. You know what it do.